Hey friends, welcome to my channel. So today we are gonna see, what if Naruto was secret lover of Erza? Also check out my Patreon page for 18+ exclusive mature content. We will now proceed to the video. Nagato had always been frail, a fragile 10-year-old boy in a harsh world, often hiding behind his twin sister, Erza. She was his protector, his shield against the cruelty of their orphaned existence. When their mother Irene left them as babies in the care of a quiet village far from the chaos of war, they knew peace for a time. The villagers became their family, raising them as their own. But peace is usually fleeting. One day the cult of Zerf came without warning. A storm of dark magic tore through the village, killing all who resisted. The adults, their adopted family among them, were slaughtered where they stood. Only the able-bodied children were spared, herded like cattle by the black-robed cultists. Those too young, too weak, or too broken to be of use were discarded without mercy. Nagato trembled as the chaos unfolded, clutching Erza's arm as their world burned around them. When one of the dark mages stepped forward, his hood obscuring all but a cruel smirk, Erza pushed her brother behind her, arms spread wide. She wouldn't let anyone hurt him, not while she could still stand. "Looks like this one's got some fight in her," the mage sneered, motioning toward Erza. "She'll fetch a good price." But this runt, his eyes narrowed at Nagato, who cowered behind his sister. "Dram, why'd you even bother bringing him? Trash like this won't survive the docks." Another hooded man grabbed Nagato's arm, yanking him away from Erza and the group of sobbing children. "No, get away from my brother," Erza screamed, lunging toward the mage. But a blast of wind magic knocked her back, sending her sprawling in the sand. Blood trickled from cuts along her arms as she struggled to her feet, only to be held down by another dark mage's magic. Nagato stumbled as he was dragged onto the beach, the burning remnants of their village painting the horizon in flickering shades of red and black. The mage towering over him sneered, his fingers curling into a grotesque mimicry of strangling hands. "Well, kid," the mage said, dark magic circles forming around his fingers. "I'd say I hate to do this, but I really don't." Dark magic. Stranglehold. Nagato's body convulsed as an invisible force clamped around his throat. He clawed at his neck, purple-ringed eyes wide with terror. He fell to the sand, gasping and kicking, his frail frame no match for the malevolent magic. "Stop it, please, stop," Erza screamed, struggling against her captor, tears streaking her dirt-stained face. "He's just a kid," the lead mage sneered, his outstretched hand glowing with energy. "You should be grateful, girl. Your brother's leaving this cruel world behind. As for you, you'll spend the rest of your miserable life mining Etherian for Lord Zeref's resurrection." Quote. Nagato's vision blurred, the smoke-filled sky above him dimming as he reached a trembling hand toward the fading sunlight. His body went limp, fingers falling into the sand. "Nagato!" Erza's scream tore through the air, raw and guttural, as she collapsed onto the deck of the ship. Chains rattled as two other children tried to comfort her, their own tears flowing freely. "All right, men," the lead mage barked, "we've got a good haul this time. Set sail for the Tower of Heaven, and show our cargo the hospitality they'll be enjoying for the rest of their lives." The ship's crew erupted in sinister laughter as the captives were herded below deck. The burning village faded into the distance, taking with it the last remnants of Erza's childhood. 10 years later, the guilds up that path, the scarred man stammered, his voice trembling as he pointed toward the forest. "Take the second left, please, just let me go." A shadow fell over him, blotting out the faint sunlight. The tall figure with crimson hair and ringed purple eyes stepped forward, his black cloak billowing slightly in the wind. "Six paths magic. Chikushodo," Nagato intoned, his voice cold and unyielding. A glowing magic circle appeared at his feet, and with a burst of light, a massive bird with eerie, etching eyes materialized. It took flight, soaring northward toward the guild. "He tells the truth," Nagato said, brushing past the man without a second glance. "Conan, finish it. We have work to do." The blue-haired woman at his side, a paper spear hovering ominously above her hand. As you wish, she spoke in a monotone way. Nagato disappeared into the forest, the heavy sound of his boots fading into the distance. Conan turned back to the trembling man, her paper wings rustling softly as they unfurled. Wait, the man cried, falling to his knees. I swear I'll change. I'll leave the guild, turn my life around, just spare me. Conan's cold gaze didn't waver. The Dark Knights, your guild traffics innocent lives. To join, you spilled blood. Tell me, does mercy come to those you've murdered? The man opened his mouth to respond, but Conan's spear fragmented into dozens of razor-sharp paper shards. They struck with unrelenting precision, leaving his body riddled with holes. He collapsed with a final, choking gasp. Conan sighed, brushing a strand of hair from her face as her wings carried her into the air. You were right, Nagato, she muttered, flying after him. This world doesn't deserve mercy. Quote, the Dark Knight's hideout loomed in the forest clearing, a massive fortress of stone and iron, its grim facade a testament to the guild's vile deeds. The air was thick with tension as Nagato approached, his black cloak billowing around him. His Rinnegan eyes, glowing with a distinct, otherworldly purple, gleamed coldly in the dim light. Standing in the shadows just outside the gates, Nagato raised his hand. His voice, low and filled with calm menace, echoed through the stillness. Almighty push. A sudden, deafening boom shattered the forest. An invisible force erupted outward, obliterating the fortress. Stone walls disintegrated, cement and bricks flung high into the air like leaves in a storm. Trees snapped in half, crashing to the ground in a cascade of splinters. Inside, screams filled the air as the guild members were hurled like ragdolls, many crushed beneath the rubble, others left broken and barely clinging to life. Dust and debris hung thick in the air as Nagato stepped forward, untouched by the devastation. His boots crunched over shattered stone as he strode through the ruins. The bodies of the Dark Knights littered the ground, groaning or lifeless, but Nagato spared them no attention. His focus was singular. At the heart of the wreckage, the guildmaster emerged, a hulking man named Garrus Felden, his fiery orange hair streaked with soot and blood. Despite his injuries, he managed to stand, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and rage. You monster! Garrus spat, clutching his side as he glared at Nagato. What are you? What kind of power is this? Nagato stopped a few paces away, his Rinnegan eyes cold and unyielding. You're the guildmaster, aren't you? Then you'll answer my questions. And if I don't? Garrus sneered, trying to mask his terror with bravado. Nagato's voice dropped, laced with chilling certainty. Then you'll know pain. For a moment, Garrus hesitated, but then fiery chains erupted from his arms, glowing like molten lava. I don't answer to anyone. He roared, the chains crackling with power as they lashed toward Nagato. Nagato didn't flinch. With a subtle motion of his hand, he whispered, Almighty push. A focused shockwave rippled from Nagato, deflecting the chains effortlessly. They shattered midair, their molten fragments sizzling into the ground. Garrus stumbled back, sweat beading on his forehead. Before Garrus could recover, Nagato raised his arm. Mechanical components hummed to life, transforming his arm into a multi-barreled energy cannon glowing with deadly intent. 6 Paths Magic. Asura Mode. Energy blasts roared from Nagato's cannon, ripping through the air with unrelenting force. Garrus summoned more fiery chains in desperation, using them as shields to block the barrage. At first, he managed to hold his ground, but Nagato's onslaught was relentless. Then, with a flick of his other arm, Nagato summoned a second energy cannon. The combined firepower overwhelmed Garrus, forcing him to his knees as the blasts broke through his defenses. A final, searing shot struck him in the chest, sending him crashing into a pile of rubble. Blood oozed from his wounds as he groaned, clutching his side. You've lost, Nagato said, his voice devoid of emotion. Now, answer me, where is the cult of Zirf operating? And have you heard of a girl named Erza? Garrus coughed, his defiance crumbling under the weight of his injuries. The Tower of Heaven, he wheezed. That's where the cult operates. It's a prison, for slaves. They're mining Etherian to bring back Zirf. And the girl, Erza, yes, I know her, the Queen of the Fairies is what they call her, she's there. They've marked her as one of their prime sacrifices recently. Nagato's fists clenched at the mention of his sister, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. Erza, he murmured, finally, I've found you. Quote, he turned away, his cloak swishing as he began to walk toward the forest. Garrus, still trembling, called after him, hope creeping into his voice. You're letting me go, you won't kill me. Nagato paused but didn't turn. His voice was calm, yet icy. You're right, I won't kill you. Relief washed over Garrus's face as he slumped back, breathing heavily. But his reprieve was short-lived. A low, guttural growl rumbled behind him, and the ground trembled as a massive, three-headed dog materialized from Nagato's magic. Its glowing purple eyes, mirroring Nagato's Rinnegan, locked onto Garrus. No, no, please, Garrus screamed, scrambling backward. We had a deal, you promised. Nagato glanced over his shoulder, his expression cold and indifferent. I did, and I'm keeping it. The three-headed dog lunged, tearing into Garrus with savage ferocity. His screams echoed through the ruins, turning to wet gurgles as the beast ripped him apart, limb by limb. Blood splattered across the debris, soaking into the earth. As the cries faded, Nagato continued walking, his voice low but resolute. Your pain ends here. The beast dissolved into smoke, leaving only silence in its wake. Nagato stepped into the forest, his path clear and his resolve unshaken. Erza, I'm coming for you. Forgive me for taking so long. Nestled deep within the ruins of a forgotten nation, far from the prying eyes of the Kingdom of Fury and its oppressive laws, the Akatsuki's base lay shrouded in mist and shadow. The village, once a thriving community, now stood as a haunting remnant of its former self, buildings in ruins, overgrown with vines, and streets silent save for the whispers of the wind. This was Nagato's sanctuary, the birthplace of his vision, and the rallying point for his band of S.R. Ankh mages. Nagato sat at the head of a long, battered stone table in the Akatsuki meeting hall. The air was cold and still, the flickering light of enchanted torches casting eerie shadows across the room. His Rinnegan eyes, glowing faintly, were fixed on the lacrima projector at the far end of the chamber. The device hummed softly, displaying a live news broadcast from Fiore's most prominent network. His screen showed the aftermath of the Dark Knight's destruction, a smoldering ruin, littered with bodies and rubble. Pools of blood stained the ground, and broken limbs jutted out from beneath the wreckage. The camera panned over the devastation as the newscaster's voice trembled with both fear and outrage. In a shocking display of violence, the notorious Slaver Guild, the Dark Knights, was completely annihilated yesterday in what officials are calling an unprecedented act of rogue magic. 30 of the Guild's 35 members were killed, their bodies torn apart by devastating magical attacks. Witnesses report seeing limbs and viscera scattered across the scene, a bloodbath unlike anything we've seen since the Great War. The screen cut to an image of the surviving Guild members being wheeled into a hospital under heavy guard. Most were unconscious, their bodies broken beyond recognition. A sobbing nurse described their condition. They're alive, but barely. Whoever did this didn't just want to destroy the Guild, they wanted to send a message. Quote, the image shifted again, showing a press conference held by the captain of the Council's Rune Knights, a grim-faced woman in a pristine uniform adorned with Fiore's royal insignia. Her voice was stern as she addressed the gathered reporters. This level of unchecked rogue magic endangers us all. The destruction of the Dark Knights was not justice, it was a massacre, and it cannot go unanswered. We have confirmed that the one responsible for this atrocity has red hair and purple-ringed eyes. Quote, the room erupted in gasps and murmurs as she continued. If these reports are true, then the culprit is none other than Pain, the leader of the infamous illegal guild, the Akatsuki. Rest assured, the Kingdom of Fury will not tolerate such violence. Pain will be brought to justice. Nagato leaned back in his chair, his expression calm yet thoughtful as the broadcast ended. He had expected this reaction, of course. The kingdom of Fury, with its false promises of peace, would never understand his methods. To them, he was a criminal, a rogue mage, who defied their carefully constructed laws. But to the enslaved and oppressed, he was something far greater, a savior. He closed his eyes briefly, remembering the cries of the children who had been freed from their slavers. Their faces had been pale with fear, but their eyes had held a flicker of hope. That hope was worth the bloodshed. That hope was why he fought. The doors to the meeting hall creaked open, and Conan entered, her footsteps soft against the stone floor. She wore her black cloak adorned with red clouds. She approached Nagato, her expression unreadable as always, and stood at his side. "They're calling for your head," she said simply, gesturing toward the now silent lacrima projector. "The Rune Knights won't stop until they find you." Nagato didn't respond immediately. He turned his gaze to the shattered window on the far side of the room, where the faint glow of the setting sun painted the ruins in hues of gold and crimson. "They can try," he said at last, his voice low but firm. "Fury may have won the Great War, but they do not control us." Not yet. One by one, the other Akatsuki members began to arrive, their presence filling the room with an air of tension and power. Each of them carried the weight of their own dark pasts, their unique abilities making them invaluable to Nagato's vision. Minerva Orland entered with the grace of a queen surveying her court. Her long, flowing dark hair framed her sharp, striking features, cascading down her back in soft waves. Her golden eyes gleamed with amusement as she surveyed the room, her lips curving into a knowing smirk. Minerva's sleek black and gold mage attire hugged her form, a deliberate choice to exude both elegance and authority. She moved with deliberate slowness, each step punctuated by the click of her heels against the stone floor. As she approached the table, she crossed her arms, tilting her head slightly. "Well," she said, her voice smooth as silk, 30 dead slavers and a pile of rubble. "Truly, Nagato, you do have a flair for making an impression." She pulled out a chair near the center of the table and sat gracefully, crossing one leg over the other. "Though I must admit," she continued with a sly grin, "I wonder if Fiore's council is more furious or terrified. Either way, it's delightful to watch them squirm." Nagato offered no response, his focus still on the now dim lacrima projector. Minerva chuckled softly, reclining slightly in her chair as she waited for the others to arrive. The air seemed to grow heavier as the doors opened again. Lust, the demon created by Zirf, stepped into the room with deliberate poise. Her presence demanded attention. Her long black dress clung to her curves, shimmering like liquid in the abyss with every step. Her sleek black hair framed her sharp, otherworldly features, cascading down her back like a silken veil. Her deep violet eyes were pools of dark amusement, and her crimson lips curled into a wicked smile. "Nagato," she purred, her voice low and sultry, "your handiwork with the Dark Knights, what can I say? It speaks to me. Carnage on that scale, it's almost art." She moved to the table, her fingers trailing along its edge as she leaned slightly forward. Her gaze locked on Nagato as if daring him to respond. "Perhaps you've been taking notes from me." Before Nagato could respond, another figure entered the room. Desire, Lust's sister and another of Zerif's demonic creations, strode in with commanding authority. Clad in jet black armor polished to perfection, Desire exuded both strength and elegance. Her raven hair flowed like a dark waterfall, her golden eyes burning with intensity. Unlike Lust's seductive aura, Desire carried herself with regal poise. "Lust," Desire said sharply, her voice firm, "must you always reduce yourself to such shameless displays? It's pathetic." Lust turned to her sister, her wicked smile undeterred. "Jealous, are we? Afraid I'll catch his eye first." Desire's wings flared slightly, her golden eyes narrowing. "Unlike you, I don't need to stoop to such levels. Our leader values loyalty and strength, not desperation." The tension between the sisters was palpable, filling the room with an almost electric charge. Lust stepped closer, her voice dripping with mockery. "Still pretending to be perfect. Face it, Desire, you're no different from me." Just another discarded plaything of Zeref's. Desire's wings flared fully now, her tone rising. Say that again, and I'll remind you why I'm the stronger one. Enough. Nagato's calm voice cut through the tension like a blade. Both sisters froze, their attention snapping back to him. Lust smirked and stepped back with an exaggerated pout, while Desire folded her wings neatly and shot her sister a triumphant look. Seizing the opportunity, Desire approached Nagato and leaned in close. My lord, she murmured, her golden eyes locking onto his, you deserve loyalty. I exist only to serve you. Her large bust brushed lightly against his arm as she leaned closer. Nagato remained stoic, his expression unchanging, but there was a faint flicker in his gaze, a subtle acknowledgement that brought a faint smile to Desire's lips as she stepped back, her face red and her mind definitely filled with indecent thoughts. Conan rolls her eyes with a scoff, standing beside her best friend's throne seat watching the jealous demon sisters act like school girls over a crush. The doors opened again, and Itachi Uchiha entered with silent purpose. His black cloak with red clouds swayed slightly as he walked, his movements calm and precise. His Sharingan eyes, glowing faintly crimson, betrayed nothing of the turmoil within. Nagato recruited the Uchiha because Itachi's tragedy had been even greater than his own. Danzo, a powerful elder in his former hidden nation of Konoha, had taken his mother and brother hostage, forcing him to slaughter his father and the Uchiha clan to secure their safety. Branded a rogue mage by Konoha and every other nation, Itachi now found refuge among the Akatsuki. Following him came Kisame Hoshigaki, a towering figure with jagged teeth and blue, shark-like skin. His massive sword, Samahata, rested on his back. He grinned broadly as he entered, his voice carrying a rough humor. Looks like everyone's here, Kisame said, his grin widening. I hope this meeting ends with a fight. It's been far too quiet for my taste. Quote. Deidara sauntered in next, his blonde hair tied back and a smug grin on his face. Finally, a meeting, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Let me guess, it's about my art. Everyone knows my explosions are the highlight of this group. Quote. From behind him, Toby skipped into the room, his cheerful voice cutting through the tension. Deidara-senpai, your art is amazing, but don't forget about me, my art is assassination. Deidara groaned, rubbing his temples. Toby, for the last time, your so-called art is just you being a clown. The room quieted briefly as the heavy doors creaked open again. Sasori, the infamous puppet mage, stepped into the hall, his movements unnaturally smooth and deliberate. His cloak with red clouds swayed slightly as he entered, the dim torchlight glinting off his pale wooden skin. His expression was calm, almost detached, as his amber eyes scanned the room. On his back, the segmented tail of his personal puppet, Hirako, curved menacingly. Sasori moved to his place at the table without acknowledging the others, his voice low and measured as he finally spoke. My eternal art is the best form, you fools. Deidara scoffed from across the table, already bristling. Eternal art, huh, let me guess, you're still clinging to that idea that your lifeless puppets are art. True art is an explosion, yeah. Sasori turned his head slightly, his tone sharp. Your explosions are fleeting. They're chaos, not creation. My puppets endure the passage of time, they are art perfected. Deidara slammed his hands on the table, glaring at Sasori. You're just afraid to admit that you're boring. Stiff puppets can't compete with the raw beauty of destruction. My art leaves an impression no one can forget. Nagato raised a hand, silencing them both with a calm but firm voice. This is not the time for debates on art. You will both have your roles to play when the time comes. Quote. Sasori nodded, though his tone remained laced with quiet confidence. Of course, Nagato, I will ensure our enemies never forget the craftsmanship that ends their lives. Hidan followed, his side resting on his shoulder. His crimson eyes gleamed with zeal as he laughed. Finally, a reason to kill. Jashin will be pleased, he loves when we have meetings. Once the group was assembled, Nagato rose from his seat, silencing the room with his presence. His glowing Rinnegan eyes swept over them as he spoke, his voice calm yet commanding. I've called you here to inform you that I will be leaving on a mission alone. It is a personal mission, half of the reason I formed the Akatsuki. While I am gone, you will continue as planned, taking bounty jobs, gathering funds, and collecting intel on the great nations and Fury. Soon, the time will come when we seize control of the tailed beasts and Fiore's magical weapons. Then we will shake the world to its core. He paused, his tone growing darker. And if the world refuses to change, they will know pain. Minerva leaned back in her chair, her golden eyes gleaming with a mixture of amusement and approval. She spoke with a sly smile. Shaking the world, are we? Bold words, Nagato. I do enjoy watching the so-called mighty tremble before us. Just ensure there's enough chaos left for me to savor. Kisami's shark-like grin widened, and he rested a hand on the hilt of Samahata. Finally, some real action. It's been too long since we've had any missions. All this talk about shaking the world has me itching for a fight. Just point me in the right direction, and I'll carve a path through anyone dumb enough to stand against us. Quote. Hidan threw back his head and laughed, gripping the shaft of his scythe with both hands. Now that's what I'm talking about. Pain for the world, sacrifices for Jashin, this is what I live for. I'll bleed them dry, one by one, and offer every last drop to my god. Quote. Hidan glanced at Nagato with a wild grin. You've got my scythe ready for action, boss. Let's make these heathens scream. Lust traced a finger along the edge of the table, her violet eyes glinting with dark amusement. Pain and destruction in a world remade from the ashes of the previous. You do know how to make a girl's heart race, Nagato. Zerf never dared to dream as boldly as you. Perhaps this time, we'll finally give the world a lesson it won't forget. Her voice sultry. Desire's golden eyes burned with fervor as she stepped closer to Nagato, her voice soft yet brimming with devotion. Your vision is flawless, my lord. I will follow you to the ends of the earth, and beyond. Whatever stands in your way shall be crushed beneath our might. And if the world refuses to bow, I'll ensure it's forced to its knees for you. She cast a sideways glance at Lust. And, I'll make sure certain distractions stay out of your way. Quote. Deidara leaned forward with a smirk, his enthusiasm unmistakable. Now this is art, yeah. As long as this new world is remade through my art, I'm all for it. Let's give these fools a masterpiece they'll never forget. Quote. He shot a glance at Toby. Not that you'd understand true art, idiot. Toby jumped to his feet, clapping his hands together with exaggerated excitement. Ooh, Nagato-sama, can I be in charge of the assassinations? I'll make them really creative. Silent but deadly, like my art. He turned to Deidara with a mischievous grin. Not that boring, boom stuff, Deidara-senpai. Sasori was next to speak, a thoughtful smirk on his face. Pain, destruction, control, all fleeting things. He folded his arms, his gaze fixed on Nagato. What you're planning will require precision, patience, and durability. The world's decay cannot be fixed overnight, but, he smirked faintly, his voice dripping with pride. I suppose my eternal art can lend itself to such a project, and the money from the bounties is a sweet bonus. Kakuzu crossed his arms, his voice cold and calculating. Your vision is ambitious, but ambition requires funding. I'll keep the coffers full, as always, but I expect results. If we're going to reshape the world, it had better be worth the effort, and the cost. The ancient mage said. Conan's voice was calm and resolute, her loyalty to Nagato evident in every word. You've always seen farther than the rest of us, Nagato. Your vision is the only path forward. The world may resist, but we'll ensure they have no choice but to follow. His beautiful blue-haired companion spoke house words with such belief it stirred his heart. As the meeting room buzzed with chatter, Deidara leaned toward Sasori, his voice dripping with irritation. I just can't get you in this, eternal art shit. You always act like your little wooden dolls are so special, nothing lasts forever and they'll burn just like anything else when the real art hits. Sasori didn't even turn his head, his tone calm but cutting. You wouldn't understand true art if it stared you in the face, Deidara. What you create is chaos. What I create is perfection. Deidara clenched his fists, but before he could retort, Toby chimed in with a cheerful laugh. Deidara-senpai, maybe Sasori can make a puppet of you when you blow yourself up one day. It'd last forever, like his art. The table erupted in stifled laughter, even Kisame letting out a booming chuckle. Deidara slammed his hand on the table, his face red with fury. Toby, you idiot, shut up before I blow you to pieces, yeah. Quote. Sasori smirked faintly, a rare flicker of amusement crossing his face. Perhaps Toby has a point, Deidara. A puppet version of you might actually improve on the original. Deidara growled, but Hidan interrupted with a loud laugh. Now this is what I'm talking about. A bunch of lunatics arguing over art while we're about to bring the world to its knees. Jashin would love this chaos. As the bickering continued, Nagato leaned back in his chair, silently observing the room. Despite their differences, and their madness, he recognized the value each of them brought. Sasori's precision, Deidara's passion, and even the disruptive antics of Toby played a role. In his mind, he thought of his sister, Erza. She had always been strong, determined, and fiercely protective. Would she understand the path he had taken? Would she see the necessity in what he was doing? When I find you, Erza, I know you'll understand, Nagato thought to himself, convincing himself of his words. As the chaotic chatter of his guild filled the room, Nagato sat silently, his Rinnegan eyes glowing faintly in the flickering torchlight. Nagato closed his eyes, and for a moment, he was back in that burning village. The screams of the villagers, the crackle of flames, and the rough hands of the slavers dragging him and his sister, Erza, into the chaos were vivid in his mind. He remembered Erza's desperate screams as she fought against the men, trying to protect him. But she was only a child, and even her fiery spirit wasn't enough to save them. When one of the slavers deemed Nagato too weak to sell, he was dragged to the side and discarded like garbage. He could still feel the cold sand beneath him as the man's dark magic strangled him, stealing his breath, and his vision blurred into darkness. But then, something awoke deep within him. The pain and desperation ignited a fire in his soul. His Rinnegan, a gift he didn't understand at the time, activated in his final moments of consciousness. In the darkness of his mind he met the King of Hell, a terrifying enormous face and mouth, which simply said it was not his time, before sending the redhead back to the land of the living. When he came to, the slavers were gone, the ship carrying Erza and the other children fading into the distance. Erza, he whispered into the empty air, tears streaming down his face as he reached toward the ship that was already too far away. Nagato didn't know how long he wandered the scorched village, weak and hungry. His frail body barely held him upright as he searched through the rubble, hoping for a miracle. That was when he was found by a group of bounty-hunting mages from one of the minor hidden villages in the rain. They were hardened warriors, their eyes full of suspicion when they first spotted him. But among them was Conan, a quiet girl with hair as blue as the rain-soaked skies. She had crouched beside him, her voice soft but firm. "You're safe now. We'll take care of you." That moment marked the beginning of a new chapter in his life. The mages took him to their hidden village, a small sanctuary, overshadowed by the larger nations constantly at war. There, he met Yahiko, a fiery and ambitious boy who quickly became his closest friend. Together with Conan, they became inseparable, a trio of orphans bound by shared pain and a longing for something greater. 2 years later they met a great mage from a powerful hidden nation who took an interest in them. Under the tutelage of the great toad sage, Jiraiya, Nagato learned to harness his powers. The Rinnegan's abilities were vast and terrifying, and Jiraiya taught him to channel them with purpose. His training was grueling, but it gave him strength he had never known. Jiraiya, a man full of hope and conviction, often spoke of a world where peace could thrive, a world free from the endless cycle of war and suffering. But that dream seemed impossible as the great war between the hidden nations and fury escalated. The minor villages, like Nagato's, became battlegrounds, their lands reduced to ashes as the larger powers clashed. Refugees flooded the Rain village, their stories of loss and despair fueling Nagato's growing resentment toward the nations that had destroyed their homes. It was during this time that tragedy struck. Yahiko, ever the fearless leader, sacrificed himself to save Nagato and Konan during a brutal attack. By invading forces, Nagato could still hear Yahiko's voice in his final moments, his words etched into his soul. Don't let them win, Nagato. Don't let their pain destroy you. Use it to change everything. Quote, Yahiko's death shattered something within Nagato. The grief and rage he felt that day became the foundation of his resolve. Jiraiya's teachings of peace still resonated with him, but now they were tempered by the harsh reality that pain was the only language the world understood. Nagato's thoughts returned to the present as he observed the members of his guild. Each of them had their own pain, their own reasons for joining him. They were dangerous, unpredictable, and broken in their own ways. Yet they followed him, bound together by his goal, to reshape the world through his strength and will. His dream of finding Erza burned just as brightly as ever. But now, it was joined by a greater purpose, to create a world where no child would be torn from their family as he had been. A world where suffering was not the currency of power. And if the world refused to change, then it would face the only justice it understood, pain. He opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the room. The guild members were still bickering, Hidan laughing maniacally about sacrifices, Deidara arguing with Toby over the nature of art, and Lust and Desire exchanging sharp words as they jockeyed for his attention. In their chaos, he wondered how Even was even able to contain such different personalities in one guild. They're insane, Nagato thought, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. As the noise swirled around him, his thoughts drifted once more to his sister. Erza, he thought, his expression hardening. I haven't forgotten you. I'll find you, no matter what it takes. And those who took you will know pain unlike anything they've ever imagined. The rain outside intensified, its rhythmic patter blending with the faint hum of the enchanted torches. Nagato closed his eyes again, thinking about the many ways he would save her from the Tower of Heaven. The R-system chamber trembled with barely contained magic. The eerie glow of Etherian painted the cracked stone walls in a sickly, malevolent light. Jelil Fernandez stood at its center, draped in the golden radiance of his meteor magic, his smile wide and cruel after surviving the unexpected onslaught of Dragon Force. Around him lay the battered remnants of Fairy Tail's last defense against him in Natsu Dragneel. The Pinkett was currently sprawled led across the ground, barely able to move. Erza Scarlet hung in the sacrifice lacrima like a fallen goddess, her hands pressed against the smooth crystal walls, her breath fogging the surface as she struggled against the inevitability of her fate. The R-system pulsed around her, its growing energy a countdown to calamity. Natsu staggered to his feet, smoke rising from his body, his muscles burning with the aftermath of consuming Etherian. He clutched his stomach, his breathing ragged, but his eyes still blazed with determination. Erza, I'm not done yet, he groaned, trying to will his legs to move. He collapsed to his knees. Jelil tilted his head, almost amused by Natsu's determination. The celestial mage floated down, his golden aura pulsing with quiet menace. You're not done, he mused, stepping closer. His boots echoed off the stone floor. Natsu, you've been done, after you failed to defeat me eating the pure Ethernano. Now your body is failing you. I'll admit you gave me a true scare there, but look at you now. Your flames are nothing but embers now. And yet, you still crawled toward her hoping to protect her. Pathetic. Natsu gritted his teeth, forcing his trembling arms to push himself up. He could barely lift his head, but his eyes met Jalal's, defiance flickering in their depths. Shut up, I'm not gonna let you have her. Jalal smirked, a flicker of disdain passing over his face. With a lazy gesture, he conjured a glowing sphere of meteor magic in his palm. How noble, how utterly useless. The attack slammed into Natsu's chest, sending him sprawling across the chamber floor with a scream of utter pain and sickening crunch. Natsu, Erza screamed from within the lacrima, slamming her fists against the unyielding crystal. Tears streamed down her face as she watched him writhe on the ground. "Stop it, Jello. This has nothing to do with him." "Oh, but it does," Jello replied coolly, turning his attention to Erza. "He made it his mission to interfere. He should have known the cost of standing against me." His gaze flicked back to Natsu, who was dragging himself forward, clawing at the floor with bloodied hands. "Look at him, a dragon reduced to a worm." Quote. Natsu coughed, crimson streaking his lips, but he forced himself forward inch by agonizing inch. His body screamed at him to stop, but he refused to listen. "I'm not done." The lacrima pulsed brighter, the energy within nearing critical mass. Erza's voice cracked as she shouted again. "Natsu, please, you can't win this. Just run. Save yourself." "I don't run," Natsu rasped, his voice barely audible. His vision blurred, but the image of Erza, trapped and desperate, burned in his mind. He slammed his fist into the ground, trying to summon his flames, but nothing came except small puffs of flames barely warm enough to light a candle. His magic was gone, and still, he crawled. Jalal's smirk faded, replaced by something colder. "You're wasting my time." With a flick of his wrist, he sent another wave of meteor magic hurtling toward Natsu. The explosion lit the chamber, smoke and dust obscuring the aftermath. When it cleared, Natsu was sprawled on the ground once more, motionless. "Natsu." Erza's voice broke, her anguish reverberating through the room. Jello stepped over Natsu's body, shaking his head. "Such a waste. You could have lived to fight another day. But no, you had to play the hero. And for what? She's still mine in the end." Jello laughed, the sound sharp and mocking. "Stay down, Dragneel. You've already lost. All of you have." He turned his gaze back to Erza, who glared at him with unyielding defiance. "Do you see, Erza? This is your grand finale. Through your sacrifice, Zirf will return, and the world will finally kneel before true power. Isn't it beautiful?" Erza slammed her fists against the lacrima, her voice raw with fury. "You'll never win, Jello." As Jello raised his hand toward the lacrima, preparing to unleash the final surge of magic, a cold wind swept through the chamber. The temperature dropped, and with it came an oppressive, suffocating presence. Jello froze, his smirk faltering. A sudden explosion rocked the chamber, the wall to the east shattered as a deafening shockwave blasted through the room, hurling debris and rubble in every direction. Jello was thrown from his perch, tumbling midair before his meteor magic stabilized him, his cloa K whipping around him as he landed roughly on a lower platform. The smoke cleared, revealing a lone figure stepping through the wreckage. He was tall, draped in a black cloak patterned with red clouds, and his crimson hair glowed faintly in the dim light. But it was his eyes, purple and ringed with concentric circles, that froze the room. The air grew colder. The oppressive hum of Etherian seemed to falter in the presence of this new arrival. Nagato stood still, his gaze sweeping over the scene with quiet fury. His voice, calm and sharp as a blade, echoed through the chamber. "Almighty push." Another invisible shockwave rippled outward, scattering debris and forcing Jello to leap back. The lacrima holding Erza trembled but remained intact. Jalal's confident smirk faltered as he stared at the newcomer. "Who the hell?" Natsu began, but his words were cut off when Erza's voice broke through the silence, trembling with disbelief. "Nagato." Nagato's gaze shifted, locking onto his sister. With a slight motion of his hand, the sacrifice lacrima cracked. Erza's prison shattered into shards of light, and before her body could fall, she was enveloped by an invisible force. Nagato raised his hand, pulling her toward him with a universal pull. Gently, he cradled her in his arms, brushing a strand of hair from her face. Erza's eyes fluttered open, and she stared into the familiar purple rings. Her voice broke as she whispered, it's you. But you're supposed to be dead." Nagato's lips curled into the faintest of smiles. "I've finally found you, sister," he said, his voice tinged with something rare, softness. "You don't have to fight anymore. Rest with your friend." Slowly, he carried her to Natsu, kneeling to set her down beside him. Erza's wide eyes never left his face, as if she feared he might vanish if she blinked. "Who the hell is this guy?" Natsu rasped, clutching his side. Erza's lips trembled, and for a moment, all she could manage was two words: "My brother." The atmosphere in the chamber shifted, the air growing heavier, laden with the weight of two titanic forces about to clash. Nagato stood unwavering, his black cloak swaying as the residual magic in the chamber pulsed around him. Jalal's golden aura flared brighter, the room illuminated by the swirling energy of his meteor magic. Yet, Nagato's presence seemed to absorb the brilliance, his Rinnegan casting a shadow over the light. Jalal tilted his head, his smirk twisting into a mocking sneer. Well, he said, his voice dripping with faux curiosity. "A man with red hair and purple ringed eyes. The same eyes Erza used to speak of when we were children. Tell me, are you the brother she cried about every night? The brother she wanted to make proud?" Nagato remained silent, stepping forward slowly, his footfalls reverberating like thunderclaps. His voice, when it came, was low, steady, and filled with cold fury. "You enslaved her, you tortured her, you stole her hope, and now you mock her suffering." Jalal chuckled, the sound sharp and grating. "Oh, don't get sentimental. She rose above her suffering, didn't she? Titania, the queen of the battlefield. You should be proud of what I made her. Inta." He paused, his grin widening. "But I wonder, does she know who you've become? The rogue killer of slavers. The leader of the Akatsuki." Nagato's expression didn't waver, but the air around him grew colder, his Rinnegan glowing brighter. "Enough," he said simply. Jalal's grin vanished, replaced by a flash of irritation. With a burst of energy, he shot forward, his meteor magic propelling him like a golden comet. The chamber quaked as he unleashed a barrage of radiant beams, each one exploding on impact and tearing through the stone floor. But Nagato didn't move, his hand rose calmly, and his voice rang out with unshakable authority: "Create a path." The beams of light vanished mid-flight, siphoned into Nagato's open palm as if devoured by a bottomless void. The energy surged into his body, his mechanical arm gleaming as it morphed into a massive cannon. Without hesitation, the cannon roared, releasing a blast of golden light infused with Jalal's own power. Jalal twisted mid-air, narrowly avoiding the beam, but the sheer force of the attack sent him skidding across the platform. He landed on one knee, his breath sharp, but his smirk remained. "So the reports about you were true," he muttered, rising to his feet. Nagato didn't respond. He disappeared in a blur, reappearing behind Jalal in an instant. Jalal's eyes widened, but he was too slow to react. Nagato's hand shot forward, and an invisible force slammed into him like a tidal wave. The stone beneath him cracked and shattered as he was driven into the ground, coughing blood. "You enslaved my sister," Nagato growled, his voice carrying an edge that cut deeper than any blade. "And yet you talk like you'll leave here alive. These eyes see all, and that won't be in your future." Jalal erupted from the ground, his meteor magic reigniting as he shot skyward, unleashing a storm of radiant bolts. Each beam traced a searing arc toward Nagato, but the crimson-haired mage stood resolute. With a flick of his wrist, a shimmering black shield materialized, absorbing the onslaught. Nagato countered with almighty push. The gravity shockwave rippled outward, obliterating the beams and sending Jalal careening into a wall. The force shattered the stone behind him, leaving a gaping hole as dust and debris rained down. Jalal emerged from the rubble, his face bruised but his grin unfaltering. He raised his hand, summoning a massive sphere of golden energy. "Let's see how far your confidence goes, Pain," he roared, hurling the sphere of energy with all his strength. Nagato's mechanical cannon shifted again, this time splitting into multiple barrels. Each barrel glowed with deadly light, and as the sphere closed in, a barrage of blasts erupted, tearing through the attack. The resulting explosion shook the entire tower, the force sending shockwaves that rippled through the collapsing structure. The two landed Nagato on his feet, sliding across the floor, an almost bored expression on his face, and Jalal on his back, rolling and bouncing into the diff. rent Ethernano rocks and walls littered in the area. Slowly the blue-haired mage got to his feet, bleeding and bruised but still had energy to spare, his form becoming incensed with his gold magical energy. Jello clenched his fists, his magical aura flaring around him like a blazing storm. "Don't patronize me, Nagato. I'm not done yet." He raised his hand to the sky, the air crackling with energy. Grand Chariot. 7 blazing orbs of light appeared high above, forming the constellation of a chariot in the heavens. The energy emanating from them was immense, causing the ground to quake beneath its sheer magnitude. With a commanding motion, Jello unleashed the attack, the stars converging into a beam of catastrophic power that tore through the battlefield, consuming Nagato in a blinding explosion. The force of the attack was overwhelming, obliterating the ground where Nagato stood and sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Dust and debris filled the sky, obscuring Jalal's vision. He hovered above the destruction, his breath heavy but triumphant. "It's over," Jalal muttered, his voice laced with exhaustion. No one could survive that. As the dust began to settle, a shadow emerged from the heart of the devastation. Nagato stepped forward, his figure almost unscathed. The faint remnants of a gravitational barrier dissipated around him, and his Rinnegan gleamed with unyielding power. Though his cloak was further tattered and a faint scratch marred his cheek, his composure remained intact. "Remarkable," Nagato said, his voice calm but carrying a weight of undeniable respect. "To unleash such a devastating attack after fighting a dragon slayer at their peak and I assume battling my sister Erza, I underestimated your resolve, Jalal. Few could summon such power under these conditions." Jalal's eyes widened, sweat dripping down his brow. You're still standing. Even after all that." Quote. Nagato inclined his head slightly, his expression unreadable. "Before I kill you, I give you your fair due, Jalal Fernandez. Your magic is extraordinary. The damage to the tower, the devastation to the land. It speaks volumes of your strength. But even so," he extended a hand, and the air began to ripple, bending under the immense gravitational force emanating from him. "You were always destined to lose this fight." Quote. Jello gritted his teeth, his aura flaring again as he prepared for another attack. "You think so? What makes you so sure?" Nagato's voice dropped, his tone sharp and commanding. "Because what is meteor magic against one who controls the very gravity that gives those flaming rocks their power?" Quote. "Shut up." Jello yelled, his magical energy erupting again as he dashed towards the red-headed menace. The chamber became a blur of motion as the blue-haired wizard saint went on a desperate assault, his pride shattered more than his body. Jello ducked and weaved, his fists glowing as he aimed foe Nagato's core and face. But each attack was deflected, countered by Nagato's superior control and reflexes. "Is this all you have left?" Nagato said coldly, his hand shooting out to grab Jello mid-strike. The gravity around Jello warped, pulling him upward and slamming him into the ceiling. Before he could recover, Nagato's voice rang out, "Universal pull." Jello was yanked downward, slamming into Nagato's waiting fist. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the chamber, and Jello crumpled to the ground, gasping for air. Jello rose slowly, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His once pristine cloak was in tatters, his golden aura flickering like a dying flame. But his smirk remained, defiant. "You're strong," he admitted, his voice rasping. "But it doesn't matter if you beat me here, even if you kill me. You 3 will die here today." Nagato didn't respond. Instead, he raised his hand, and Jalal's body lifted into the air, suspended by an invisible force. "You don't deserve mercy," Nagato said, his voice devoid of emotion. His Rinnegan flared brighter. "Now begin to know the pain you've inflicted on others." The gravity around Jalal intensified, pulling him in every direction at once. His screams echoed through the chamber as his body was slammed against the walls, the ceiling, the floor. Each impact sent tremors through the crumbling tower, the cracks in its structure widening as Etherian energy began to leak uncontrollably. The chamber groaned under the strain of the magical forces being unleashed within it. The walls cracked, debris falling like rain as Nagato loomed over Jello. His Rinnegan glowed brighter, casting an eerie purple hue across the fractured room. Jello tried to rise, his meteor magic faltering as he struggled to catch his breath, but Nagato was relentless. "You're not done yet," Nagato said coldly. His hand flicked, and Jalal's body was suddenly yanked upward, weightless and helpless in the grip of Nagato's universal pull. The force dragged Jello through the air, slamming him back down with enough force to crater the stone beneath him. Before Jello could even scream, Nagato raised his other hand. Almighty push. The shockwave blasted Jello through the floor, the stone shattering in an explosion of dust and rubble. His body fell into the level below, crashing into ancient machinery and broken debris. For a brief moment, there was silence, save for the faint hum of the R system faltering power. Then, with another flick of Nagato's wrist, Jalal's mangled form was yanked upward again. His body crashed through the floors above him, passing Nagato's feet as he was hurled skyward. Nagato's voice rang out, steady and merciless. "You enslaved her. You stole her childhood. Now I'll steal your life." Quote. Jalal's broken body came to a halt in midair, floating helplessly as Nagato clenched his fist. The gravity around Jalal shifted again, and with a single gesture, Nagato hurled him downward. Jalal's body smashed through another series of floors, each impact shaking the entire tower. Cracks spider-webbed across the walls as massive chunks of stone crumbled away, exposing the swirling Etherian energy outside. Nagato's eyes followed Jalal downward. Each level of the tower his eyes saw bore the scars of his assault: shattered machinery, ruptured walls, and the faint, broken cries of his opponent echoing in the distance. Jalal clawed at the ground as Nagato's presence grew closer, his once brilliant meteor magic reduced to a faint shimmer. He coughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to summon his strength. Nagato raised his hand again, and Jalal's body lifted once more. This time, Nagato hurled him back upward, sending him crashing through the levels he'd just fallen through. The tower shook under the repeated impacts, its structural integrity disintegrating with every blow. Entire sections of the walls collapsed, exposing the blinding Etherian energy coursing through the R system. "You built this tower on the backs of slaves," Nagato said, his voice resonating with cold fury. "You twisted their pain into your weapon. Now, feel the weight of it." With a sudden burst of motion, Nagato leapt upward, catching Jalal by the face with his hand midair and slamming him into a pillar with bone-shattering force. The sound of Jalal's screams mixed with the groaning and cracking noise of the collapsing pillar as Nagato released him, letting him fall like a ragdoll. Jalal whited eyes looked at the cold night sky, wishing for his death would come soon. Erza staggered to her feet, leaning heavily on what was left of the tower walls for support. Her eyes widened in horror as she watched her brother's rampage unfold above. Each impact shook the tower, sending massive chunks of stone plummeting around them. "Nagato, stop," she cried, her voice cracking. "You'll destroy the entire tower." But her voice was drowned out by another deafening crash as Nagato hurled the blue-haired mage through yet another wall. The former wizard saint's body was limp now, his cloak ripped to the point of revealing his tank top underneath, his limbs broken and useless, his face a bloody mess. Yet Nagato showed no signs of stopping. He stood above Jalal, his Rinnegan glowing with cold, unrelenting judgment. Erza's heart clenched. This wasn't the brother she remembered, the boy who had clung to her hand, who had trembled as they faced the horrors of their childhood together. This man was a storm of vengeance, and it terrified her. "Nagato!" She screamed again, but he couldn't hear her over the whirling sound of gathering magical particles. The tower shuddered violently with every blow Nagato unleashed. Massive chunks of stone crumbled, falling like meteors into the distant sea below. Sparks of Etherian crackled through the air, the core's energy visibly destabilizing as its protective structure was torn apart. Nagato stood amidst the destruction, his glowing Rinnegan cold and unyielding as he lifted Jalal into the air again, his hand outstretched like a god dispensing judgment. Jalal was a cracked shell of his former self. His once pristine cloak was shredded, his arms and legs hanging at unnatural angles. Blood streaked his face, and his defiant smirk was now gone, face completely swollen. Nagato's grip on him, invisible yet inescapable, held him suspended as the battered mage could only gasp for air. You made my sister suffer, I should crush you right now. Nagato's grip tightened, and Jello let out a strangled groan as the invisible force began to crush him further. He twisted weakly in the air, unable to summon even the faintest flicker of magic in his defense. The Rinnegan's power was absolute. Erza stumbled forward, leaning heavily on the remains of a shattered pillar. Her body screamed in protest with every step, but her attention wasn't on her own pain. It was on the scene unfolding above her. She could see her brother's form, standing tall and unshaken amidst the devastation he had wrought. She clutched her side, her breath hitching as fragments of Jello and Nagato's earlier exchange played over in her mind. Your pain, Jello had said, his voice both mocking and impressed. Leader of the Akatsuki, the man with the highest bounty across the bordering 5 hidden nations and the Kingdom of Fury. Pain. The name was infamous, whispered in fear among guilds and dark circles alike. Tales of a man who toppled slaver guilds, who destroyed entire organizations in his crusade for what he called justice. The stories had seemed like legend, but now she knew the truth. Her brother, her Nagato, was pain. Her heart twisted painfully at the realization. How had the frail, kind boy who once clung to her become this force of unrelenting destruction? She had mourned him for so long, only to find that he had survived, and become something terrifying in her absence. Stop. Her voice rang out, raw and desperate, cutting through the chaos. She limped toward the scene, supporting herself on the remains of a crumbling column. Her crimson hair clung to her sweat-soaked face, and her armor was cracked and scorched, but her spirit was unbroken. Nagato, please, don't kill him. Don't lower yourself to his level. Nagato turned at the sound of her voice, his grip on Jello faltering for the first time. His glowing eyes, so alien yet familiar, softened as they met hers. You want me to spare him? He asked, his tone still sharp but laced with confusion. After everything he's done to you. To all of them. Erza's voice trembled, her body shaking as she took another step forward. He doesn't deserve mercy, she admitted. Her hands clenched into fists, her knuckles turning white. But you do. You've found me, Nagato. Isn't that enough? Don't lose yourself to vengeance. Nagato's jaw tightened, his fists clenching so hard his knuckles cracked. He glanced back at Jello, still dangling limply in the air, then back to Erza. You don't understand, Erza, he said, his voice quieter now, but no less intense. This isn't about vengeance. This is about justice. Righting a wrong. He took everything from you. He took you from me. Erza shook her head, tears streaming down her face. And what will killing him bring? More destruction. More pain. This isn't justice, Nagato. This is something else and you know it. Nagato's eyes flickered, the glow of his Rinnegan dimming slightly as her words began to reach him. But before he could respond, Jello, coughing and barely conscious, let out a weak laugh. Touching, he rasped, blood dripping from his lips. A family reunion over my corpse. But it won't matter. The tower, he coughed violently, wheezing. It's too late. You've destroyed too much. The Etherian core will detonate, and no amount of sibling love will stop it. Quote. Nagato's gaze snapped back to Jello, his expression darkening once more. Quiet, he hissed, the gravity around Jello tightening. But Erza's voice rang out again. Nagi, stop, she screamed, her voice cracking with desperation. Please, this isn't you. This isn't the little twin brother I remember. Nagato's grip faltered again. He looked at her, his expression flickering between rage and sorrow. You don't know what I've become, Erza, he said softly. You don't know what I've done to get here. To find you. But I know who you are, she said, stepping closer despite her shaking legs. You're my brother. The boy who held my hand when he was afraid. The boy who believed in a better world. Don't let him take that from you. Don't let him make you a monster. For a long moment, there was silence. Nagato's hands trembled, the glow of his Rinnegan dimming further. Finally, he released his grip. Jello fell to the ground in a broken heap, gasping weakly for air. The reprieve was short-lived. The ground beneath them shook violently, the cracks in the walls spreading as the Etherian core pulsed with unstable energy. Bright light seeped through the fractures, growing brighter with each passing second. The tower, Erza whispered, her eyes widening in horror. It's going to explode. She turned toward the core, determination hardening her features. I'll stop it. Like hell you will, Nagato said, stepping forward and grabbing her arm. You've done enough. You've always protected me. Not this time. If we both have to die, then so be it, but we'll do it together. Quote. Erza froze, her lips trembling. Tears welled in her eyes again, but she nodded. Together, then. Natsu, groaning as he pulled himself upright, staggered toward them. If you're both going, then so am I, he shouted, slamming his fist into the crumbling pillar beside them. No way am I letting you two hog all the glory. Natsu, Erza said, tears streamed down her face. The three of them stood side by side, their combined wills holding back the explosion as the Etherian core finally detonated. Light consumed them, a blinding wave of power tearing through the tower. The shattered remnants of the Tower of Heaven lay smoking in the distance, its rubble washed by the sea's endless waves. On the beach, the surviving fairy tale members sprinted toward the unconscious forms of Erza and Natsu, Spur-ape to confirm they had survived the explosion. Do you think they made it? Lucy shouted, her voice cracking as she struggled to keep up with Gray, who was several paces ahead. They better have, Gray snapped, his tone sharp with worry. His eyes scanned the shore as he ran. I'm not digging them out of. Another explosion. Idiots like Natsu always make it, but Erza, his voice faltered, leaving the worst unsaid. They're alive. They have to be alive, Juvia said firmly, her hands clasped over her chest. Her eyes flickered nervously between Gray and the distant shoreline, her voice carrying the shaky optimism of someone trying to convince herself. Happy, flying just ahead, let out a panicked squeak. I see them, he cried. Natsu and Erza are right there. The group surged forward, their relief palpable as they saw Erza and Natsu lying on the sand. Both were unconscious but breathing, their bodies battered but intact. Erza, Sho and Miliana, Erza's childhood friends, called out in unison, sprinting ahead of the group. Miliana dropped to her knees, tears streaming down her face. She's alive. Thank the stars. Wally, the square-jawed man who had fought beside Erza during their escape from the tower, stood a show. RT distance back, folding his arms. His sharp eyes scanned the area cautiously. Something's off, he muttered, his deep voice tense. Look. The others followed his gaze and froze. Just a few feet away from Erza and Natsu lay a third figure, a tall, striking man with crimson hair so similar to Erza. It was uncanny. He was dressed in a tattered black cloak adorned with ominous red clouds, his arms wrapped protectively around Erza as if shielding her from the world. The two looked like siblings reunited in a dream, their closeness too intimate for strangers. Lucy gasped, covering her mouth. Who is that? He looks just like Erza. Happy hovered above, his wide eyes locked on the man. A strange aura radiated from the figure's closed eyes. Lucy, what if Erza turned into a man because of the explosion? Exclamation mark quote. Lucy smacked Happy out of the air. She didn't turn into a man, you idiot. But seriously, who is that guy? Juvia edged closer to Gray, her normally calm demeanor cracking. Gray-sama, that cloak, doesn't it look familiar? Quote. Gray's eyes narrowed, his fists clenching at his sides. It's the Akatsuki's symbol. And that face, his voice dropped lower, cold and serious. I've seen him before. He's the man they call Pain. The name hung in the air like a curse. Lucy's eyes widened, her face paling. Pain, you mean the one with the bounty? The one the Magic Council just put on every guild's board? The guy who is worth a king's ransom, Wally finished grimly, his sharp gaze never leaving the man. And who's apparently Erza's brother. As the group whispered nervously, Erza stirred. Her eyes fluttered open, the familiar crash of waves filling her ears. She blinked slowly, disoriented, before her gaze settled on the crimson-haired man lying beside her. Her heart clenched as memories surged back. "Nagato," she murmured, her voice breaking. Hearing her speak, the group froze. Sho tilted his head in confusion. "Nagato, who's that?" Nagato stirred at the sound of his name. His purple eyes opened slowly, faintly glowing as they adjusted to the light. His expression softened when he saw Erza awake, and he spoke in a low, rough voice. "Erza, you're safe." Lucy grabbed Gray's arm in panic, causing Juvia to clutch the other arm jealously. "Gray, what do we do? If he's really Pain, the guy who destroyed that entire slaver guild last month, what if he's dangerous? What if he's here for us next?" Gray shook his head, his gaze locked on Nagato. "Stay back. Don't provoke him. If the rumors are true, we're not in his league." The waves crashed gently along the shore, their rhythm the only sound as Nagato sat upright beside Erza. In the horizon, smoke billowed in the air from the tower's explosion. Behind him, Lucy, Gray, Juvia, Happy, and Erza's childhood friends watched cautiously. Their relief at seeing their comrades alive was tempered by the ominous presence of the crimson-haired man. Nagato's glowing Rinnegan bore into Erza's eyes, his expression both intense and expectant. "Sister," he began, his deep voice carrying a weight of unspoken years. "I've waited so long to find you. I knew you had to be alive all these years, I just knew it." Nagato said with emotion evident in his voice. How are you still alive, Nagato? I saw that mage kill you that day. I saw your neck bruised and bent, staring into the sky, eyes empty as the ship sailed away." Erza said now that the shock of the battle was over. Her mind raced with questions at seeing her long-lost brother. "Throughout my journey I've come to find out that these eyes of mine are a rare sort of ocular magic. Even rarer than the Sharingan and Byakugan eyes, on that beach when my vision went out and life left my body. I met an apparition, the supposed king of hell. It brought me back to life. I did die on that beach, however in doing so it activated my magic." Nagato explained to his sister. The nearby mages of Fairy Tail listened shocked to her about Ezra's brother's backstory. "That's amazing, brother. I knew you'd eventually become strong. You're my twin brother after all, and to think you're stronger than me now. Watching the way you handled Jello, I just know it." Erza said excitedly, remembering on how weak and scared he used to be. Seeing him now was a complete flip in C. Her actor. The redhead said, a proud smirk on her face. "Indeed, I suppose I am, but don't discount yourself. I arrived in time to watch some of Natsu's fight with that mage in his dragon force form. If that hadn't happened before I fought him, I'm sure that fight would have been a bit more difficult." Nagato said, being humble inside. However, he was ecstatic in hearing praise from his long-lost sister like this. "I've pondered many hours on how a reunion would go. Many hours on how I could ask this question. I figure it's best to just come out and say it. Erza, will you come with me? Join my guild, cuz." Erza blinked, momentarily overwhelmed by the passion in his tone. Nagato continued, his voice growing more fervent. "Together, we can change the magic world. We'll destroy the systems that enslave and oppress. We'll tear down the corruption that tore us apart. With you by my side, no one will stand in our way. You've seen my strength, I can pull your true potential out from you, just come with me." Lucy leaned toward Gray, whispering, is it just me, or does this sound like a really intense recruitment pitch that the villains do in the movies?" Gray's eyes never left Nagato. "It's not just you," he muttered. "That's Pain, the guy with the massive bounty. He's not just intense, he's dangerous." Happy hovered nearby, his tiny wings flapping faster with alarm. "He's asking Erza to join his evil guild." The Exceed wailed, tears streaming down his face. "What if she says yes? Then we're all doomed." Lucy smacked him lightly. "Stop crying. Erza's not going to." She paused, glancing nervously at the red-haired mage. "Right." Erza stood motionless, her heart heavy as she stared at her brother. She had dreamed of finding him for so long, and she was truly happy to see him, but now that he was here, she could tell that their paths couldn't have been more different during their separation. Finally, she found her voice, steady despite the emotions roiling within her. Nagato, she said, her crimson hair catching the sunlight. I have a question for you as well, a counter-offer. Nagato blinked, taken aback. A question? Erza nodded, stepping closer to him. Would you come with me? Leave this life of vigilantism and murder behind. Join Fairy Tail. Meet the Magic Council and the 5 Nations. Clear your name. Become a part of my new family. Fairy Tail will be behind you no matter what. Nagato's eyes narrowed slightly, though his face remained unreadable. Erza pressed on. Your guild, your cause, it's targeted the worst of society. Slavers, dark guilds, traffickers. You've gone after those who deserve it. Maybe the council will see that. Maybe they'll show leniency. No, they will all make them. Nagato's lips tightened, and he shook his head slowly. Leniency, he said, his voice low and measured. You're asking me to put faith in the same people who let Slavers thrive. Who turned a blind eye while we were torn apart. The same systems that failed us time and time again. Quote. Erza's eyes softened, her hand reaching for his arm. They failed us, yes. But Fairy Tail, my family, hasn't. We can fight for change without destroying everything in our path. Please, Nagato, come with me. Quote. Nagato pulled back slightly, looking away. His face clouded with something uncharacteristically vulnerable. For a long moment, he didn't speak, the waves filling the silence. Then, in a voice low and heavy with disappointment, he said, I see. Quote. His words were a knife in Erza's chest. She opened her mouth to speak again, but before she could, Nagato turned his gaze toward the Fairy Tail group. His Rinnegan flared briefly as he regarded them. Lucy stiffened, clutching Gray's arm, while Sho and Miliana stepped back nervously. Happy chose this moment to throw himself at Lucy's feet, sobbing uncontrollably. It's over. He's going to fight us all because Erza turned him down. We're doomed. Doomed. Happy. Lucy hissed, kicking him lightly. Read the room, you little furball. Gray stepped forward, his gaze sharp. You got a problem with us? He asked, his tone challenging despite the tension in his voice. Nagato's intense gaze lingered on Gray before softening. No, he said quietly. You are not my concern. Until recently, I had never heard of your guild. My journey to find the cult of Zirf, to find Erza, took me far from Fury. To think my sister was so close all this time. His voice trailed off before he turned back to Erza, his expression conflicted. I can see they've filled the void of my absence. But they are not your real family, Erza. Erza froze, her heart aching at his words. Nagato's voice was quiet but firm, tinged with the pain he could no longer hide. I am your family, your only family. Doesn't that mean anything to you? The air grew heavy, the crashing waves the only sound breaking the silence. Erza looked down, her fists trembling. You are my family, she said softly. But they are, too. Fairy Tail gave me a home. They gave me hope, and they've stood by me through everything. Nagato closed his eyes, his shoulders slumping slightly. For a moment, he seemed far less imposing, just a man who had lost his sister twice. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with resignation. I waited so long to find you, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I dreamed of this moment every day. But I see that for now at least, it seems we've chosen different paths. Erza reached out for him again, her real eye filled with unshed tears. Nagato. But before she could say more, he stepped forward and wrapped her in a firm embrace. She stiffened briefly, then melted into his arms, her head resting against his chest. Protect yourself, sister, he murmured, his voice cracking slightly. You've grown strong and made me proud. He pulled back, his hands lingering on her shoulders as he looked at her one last time. Then he turned to Natsu, who had been quietly watching the exchange with an uncharacteristically subdued expression. And you, Nagato said, his voice regaining its calm authority, you'd better get stronger. Protect my sister. I won't always be around to bail you out. And when you're ready, he smirked faintly. We'll have that fight. Natsu's face lit up, his earlier exhaustion forgotten. You bet I will. You better not hold back either. Quote. Nagato stepped back from the group, raising a hand. A glowing magic circle appeared beneath him, swirling with intricate patterns that pulsed with energy. 6 Paths Magic. Animal Summon. In a burst of light, a massive bird materialized, its shadow stretching across the beach. The creature's wings beat powerfully, sending gusts of wind that kicked up sand around the group. Its feathers shimmered like molten metal, and its glowing purple eyes mirrored Nagato's Rinnegan, both eerie and mesmerizing. The sharp talons of the bird glinted menacingly as it lowered itself for Nagato to climb aboard. Lucy's jaw dropped as she clung to Gray's arm like her life depended on it. He has a giant bird. Why does he have a giant bird? Exclamation mark quote. Happy zipped through the air, flapping furiously to stay level with the bird. That's not fair. My wings are way smaller. Whoa, her brother is awesome. Natsu yelled, punching the sky in excitement. Happy, why can't you do that? I want a giant bird too. Because I'm a cat, sir. Happy shot back indignantly, puffing out his chest. And my wings are cute and functional. Besides, I carry you all the time. Quote. Lucy rubbed her temples. I don't think it's just because you're a cat, Happy, she muttered under her breath. Juvia, gazing dreamily at Gray, tilted her head thoughtfully. Perhaps this is brotherly magic, she mused aloud. Juvia wonders if Gray-sama could summon something equally grand if he had a long-lost sibling. Brotherly magic. Gray turned to her, eyebrows raised. What are you even talking about? Perhaps an ice phoenix. Juvia continued, oblivious to his exasperation. Ignoring the commotion, Nagato climbed onto the bird with a fluid motion, his black cloak adorned with red clouds billowing dramatically in the wind. He stood tall on the bird's back, casting a long shadow over the group. He turned his piercing gaze to Erza one last time, his expression filled with a mixture of love, sadness, and steely determination. Farewell, sister, he said, his voice soft yet heavy with meaning. Our paths will cross again. Until then, stay strong. Before the bird could take off, Erza stepped forward, her voice firm and urgent. Nagato, wait. The bird paused, tilting its head slightly as Nagato turned his glowing gaze toward her. Erza's crimson hair whipped in the wind as she stared up at him. Why won't you come with me? Join Fairy Tail. We could fight together for the change you want to see in the world. Just in a different way, together I am sure we could do it. Quote. Nagato's expression darkened, and for a moment, the only sound was the rhythmic beating of the bird's wings. Finally, he spoke, his voice calm but heavy with conviction. Because my beliefs are not like yours, Erza. I lead the Akatsuki, a guild born from the necessity and despair of the hopeless. We are not like Fairy Tail. We do not play by the rules of a broken system to make the world better. Gray's fists clenched at the mention of the Akatsuki, his jaw tightening. The Akatsuki, that's the dark guild everyone's talking about. The one full of killers. Yes, Nagato confirmed without hesitation. His gaze swept over the group, unnervingly calm. We are killers. I've pointed those killers in a good direction under my leadership. The slavers, the corrupt govern me. NTS and dark guilds are no longer safe to prey on the innocent, to go to jail and get back out again to do the same crime over and over again. No, when a dark guild gets on our radar they are completely destroyed by us. We do what others cannot. What Fairy Tail and the light guilds will not. Lucy took an involuntary step back, clutching Gray's arm tighter. But, that's still wrong. You're just replacing one kind of violence with another. How does that fix anything? It doesn't fix the world, Nagato replied sharply. But it tears down the rot so something better can grow. Fairy Tail's kindness is admirable, but kindness alone cannot change the magic world. I've seen too much, Erza. I've suffered too much. And now, I will carve a new path, one where no child has to endure what we did. Erza's hands trembled at her sides as she looked up at him, her heart breaking. You don't have to do it alone, Nagato. There are other ways to bring change without becoming a monster in most people's eyes. Nagato shook his head, his expression filled with deep, unshakable resolve. You don't understand, Erza. I need to do this. The Akatsuki follows me because I give them purpose. A true cause to fight behind, a reason to behave within society's lines until a mission. We are a storm, one that will wash away the corruption of this world. Quote, Natsu, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally stepped forward, fire sparking in his fists. So what? You're just gonna destroy everything you don't like. How's that gonna help anyone? You're just making things worse, destroying governments. Even I know a society needs leaders to run it. Quote, Nagato's gaze flicked to Natsu, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. You see, the change I wish for the world is utter destruction, leaving only flames where cities once stood, Natsu Dragneel. I see a chance to rebuild it all from scratch, how it was meant to be. Quote, before Natsu could retort, Nagato turned back to Erza, his expression softening with a mix of regret and determination. Erza, you've found a home, a loving group of friends that have become family to you, a reason to hope. That's why you fight to protect this world. But me, he hesitated, his voice steady but filled with sorrow. I fight because I've seen too much of its darkness. My battle isn't about preserving what's good, it's about destroying what's beyond saving. We both want a better world, but the way we see it right now, we're on opposite sides. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting the beach in hues of gold and amber. Waves lapped gently at the shore, their rhythm a soothing contrast to the tension hanging between Nagato and Erza. She stood tall, her crimson hair catching the light like a flame, her sword sheathed at her side. Nagato hovered above her on the back of his giant bird, its feathers shimmering with chakra. From his elevated position, he looked down at her, his rinnegan glowing faintly, his expression unreadable. This is where we part ways, Nagato said, his voice calm yet heavy with unspoken emotions. You've made your decision, and I respect that. Erza crossed her arms, her gaze unwavering despite the imposing sight of the bird above her. I cannot abandon the path I've chosen for myself. I'm sorry. He nodded, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. I know. That's what makes you strong. From within his cloak, Nagato pulled out a rod of black material, a sliver of his own magic condensed into solid form. It pulsed faintly, as though alive, resonating with his energy. What is that? Erza asked, her tone curious but guarded. Nagato held the shard aloft, his fingers deftly working as he closed his eyes in focus. The rod began to morph, stretching and twisting into a sleek, obsidian-colored ball no larger than a hand. His magic flowed effortlessly into the artifact, shaping it with precision into a guardian angel. Slowly, the angel shrank further, being refined into a delicate pendant. A thin black cord formed around it, completing the transformation into a necklace. The bird shifted its wings as Nagato leaned forward slightly, looking down at Erza. This is for you, he said, his voice softer now. Erza hesitated, her eyes narrowing. I told you, I'm not joining you. This isn't about that, Nagato replied. It's insurance. If you ever change your mind, or if you ever need me, hold this necklace and push your magic and thoughts into it. I'll hear you, no matter where I am. With a flick of his wrist, Nagato tossed the necklace toward her. The obsidian angel caught the fading sunlight as it arced through the air. Erza reached up instinctively, her armored fingers closing around the cord as it descended. She looked at the necklace in her hand, her gaze softening. For a moment, her usual composure faltered. You didn't have to do this. I wanted to. I've missed 10 of your birthdays after all. Nagato straightened, his expression shadowed by his cloak's hood. Think of it as a token and reminder that your brother is always with you, that you're never truly alone. Erza slipped the necklace over her head, the cool metal of the former rod resting against her impressive chest. Thank you, Nagato. As she spoke, Nagato allowed himself a brief moment of silence. He didn't tell her the truth, that the angel was more than just a means of communication. Through it, he could sense her location, the state of her magic, even the faint echoes of her emotions. No matter how far he traveled, He would always know if she was safe. It was his way of protecting her, even from a distance. He looked at her one last time, his expression unreadable. "Take care, Erza." Erza stepped closer, her voice cracking. "Nagato, please reconsider." Quote. But he raised a hand, silencing her. "One day, you'll understand. Until then, stay with your guild. But remember, Fairy Tail's kindness will not save this world from all of the darkness it hides within itself." Quote. The massive bird stirred beneath him, its metallic feathers shimmering in the sunlight as it prepared to take off. The gusts of wind it created whipped up sand, forcing the group to shield their faces. But before it launched into the sky, the enormous creature tilted its head slightly, its glowing purple eyes locking onto Happy, who hovered nearby, glaring with bubbling resentment. The bird's head tilted, and its beak curved upward into what could only be described as a smirk. Somehow, its expression radiated smug superiority, as if it were saying, "Look at me, little guy. I'm everything you'll never be." Happy froze mid-air, his wings fluttering unevenly. His eyes widened, and his jaw dropped. "Did that bird just mock me?" he screeched, pointing an accusatory paw at the departing summon. The bird let out a deep, rumbling coo, almost like a chuckle, before beating its massive wings and soaring into the sky. Its smugness lingered in the air long after it disappeared into the horizon. Natsu, who had been silently fuming moments ago, suddenly exploded with laughter, doubling over and clutching his stomach. "Ha ha ha, Happy, you just got roasted by a bird. Oh man, that thing's got more attitude than Gajeel. It's not funny, Natsu." Happy yelled, his face contorted in outrage. "That overgrown feather duster thinks it's better than me. Exclamation mark. I'm cute. I'm useful. I carry you all the time." Happy spun around desperately, fixing his wide, pleading eyes on Lucy. "Lucy, tell them I'm better than that stupid bird." Lucy hesitated, glancing between Happy's hopeful, trembling form and the group still processing Nagato's departure. Finally, she sighed. "Well, you are cute, Happy. And you give great moral support." Before she could finish, Happy crumpled to the sand with a dramatic thud. He fell to his knees, hanging his head so low it nearly touched the ground. A comically dark storm cloud formed above him, complete with tiny streaks of lightning zapping the top of his head as he muttered pitifully to himself. Why would she betray me? I only fly you short distances because you're fat," he whimpered, his voice hollow and filled with despair. "Even Lucy doesn't believe in me anymore. That bird was better than me." Lucy stepped back, her eyes wide as she pointed at him. Guys, is no one else seeing this? There's literally a storm cloud hanging over him right now." Quote. The rest of the group ignored her, their minds on Nagato. Natsu scratched his head. As usual, he was late to the party, just now realizing Nagato had issues. "Man, Erza's brothers got some serious problems. What kind of person leads a dark guild of killers but acts like he's saving the world?" Gray crossed his arms, his expression grim. "You're just now realizing that Flamebrain, it's not just a dark guild, it's the Akatsuki. They're in a different category. They've wiped out entire organizations. Innocent people get caught in the crossfire, albeit rarely it does happen. Fairy Tail doesn't work like that." Juvia nodded, leaning against Gray with a dreamy sigh. Juvia believes Fairy Tail's magic could reach even someone like Nagato. Gray awkwardly tried to pry her off. "This isn't the same, Juvia. He's not just some dark guild member, he's their leader. He's responsible for their way of doing magical work. Quote, he's the one everyone fears the most right now in Magic World," Lucy murmured. "But meeting him, he doesn't seem evil. Just broken and jaded, mad at the world." Erza's trembling voice cut through their conversation. "He's my brother, and he's alive, but the path he's chosen." Gray finished grimly, "It's gonna cost him. If the Magic Council catches him, or worse, the Hidden Nations, he's as good as dead." "Juvia believes Fairy Tail could reform him," Juvia said passionately, looping her arm tighter around Gray's. Juvia was accepted, and so was Gajeel. Surely Erza's brother can be saved too. Lucy groaned, dragging her hands down her face. Juvia, this isn't some recruitment drive. He's the leader of a dark guild. That's like saying Jose would have chose to be a fairy instead of dying like he did, believing in what he did. Erza turned to the group, her expression resolute despite the turmoil in her heart. Nagato's dream isn't something we can dismiss. He's fighting for change, but the path he's chosen will destroy him and others. And I won't let that happen. I'll get stronger, strong enough to stand as his equal and show him a better way. Quote. The group fell silent, her words heavy with determination. Above, the horizon shimmered as the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the beach. It had been 3 months since the events at the Tower of Heaven, and for most of Fairy Tale, life had returned to its usual chaotic normalcy. Missions were taken, rivalries flared, alcohol was drunk, and the guild hall was as lively as ever. Yet, for one group of mages, Erza, Natsu, Lucy, Gray, Juvia, and Happy, things had changed. They trained harder than ever before, pushing themselves beyond their limits with a newfound intensity. Even during the guild's celebrations, they were noticeably quieter, more focused, and always seemed to have a lingering shadow in their eyes, no matter how much of a cheerful front they put on, as if they knew about an impending doom that no one else knew about. Master Makarov observed them with growing concern. He'd seen guild members driven before, but this was different. One afternoon, he stroked his beard thoughtfully as he watched Natsu sparring with Gray. He would investigate Team Erza today. This was the 4th time that day the two rivals had trained together under the guise of fighting each other seriously. Flames roared against ice, each attack more powerful than the last, until an explosive clash sent both flying backward into the guild hall's W. All. How about we take bets? My jewels are on Natsu, winner buys the next round. Kana shouted, lifting her mug out of harm's way as rubble and dust rained down. My jewels are on Gray. Mirajan said behind the bar. Nice one, stripper. But I'm just getting warmed up. Natsu shouted, flames igniting around his fists again. You're not the only one who's just getting started, Flame Brain. Gray retorted, summoning another icy barrage. Those two have really been going at it lately. Macau said with a drink in his hand. Yeah, they must really be gunning for S rank to finally stand equal with Erza. Wakaba replied back, a mug in his hand as well. That makes sense, maybe they've both taken a liking to her and fight for her love every day. Ah, I remember when I was young. Macau said, stroking his beard before taking another chug of his drink. How manly. Truly those two are inspirational. Nothing empathizes manhood more than fighting over a woman. Elfman said with manly tears in his eyes as he watched the brawl. Geez, you lot are idiots, you got it all wrong. Salamander wouldn't know about love even if it hit him in the face, and popsicles too in his head about Juvia to even think about Erza. Gajil said, jeering at the group of his fellow guild mates gathering to watch Gray and Natsu's duel. They're training like their lives depend on it though, makes me want to test my iron. Gray-sama thinks about Juvia truly. Juvia said, appearing from behind a random pillar that she was using to stalk watch her love. The water mage held her hands together, clutching where her heart would be beneath large breasts and squeezing herself with excitement. 2 hearts formed over her eyes and steam began to flow from her nostrils as the blue-haired femme fatale began to fantasize over her crush. Nearby, Happy floated with a fish in his mouth, watching the spar with a mixture of pride. Natsu's been training so hard, he's even stopped napping as much. Believe or not, I've even started to train after seeing that damn bird. Happy said out loud, trailing off towards the end as he envisioned himself 15 feet taller with even bigger wings, carrying all of Team Erza on his back as he flew, breathing fire, roasting a giant fish in his hands. The fight reignited again as Natsu lunged first, flames erupting around his fists. He aimed a fiery uppercut at Gray, who slid back effortlessly on an icy path he conjured beneath his feet. The flames roared harmlessly past Gray's face, singeing a few stray hairs. Too slow, Gray quipped, forming an icy spear. He hurled it at Natsu, who ducked and countered with a blast of fire that melted the projectile midair. Steam filled the room, clouding their surroundings. "You're not getting away that easy," Natsu roared, charging through the mist. The two clashed, their attacks colliding in a flurry of fire and ice. Natsu's punches were wild but powerful, each one leaving scorch marks on the wooden floor. Gray, on the other hand, moved with calculated precision, using the icy terrain he created to stay a step ahead. Natsu, now grinning ear to ear, leapt into the air and unleashed a fire dragon's roar, the searing flames rushing toward Gray. Gray countered with an ice make wall, the flames crashing against the frosty barrier, creating a hiss of steam that blanketed the room, destroying tables and glasses from the force of the impacts. "Not bad," Gray admitted, his hands already forming another spell. "But you're wide open." With a flick of his wrist, Gray sent ice creeping across the floor. It snagged Natsu's feet, freezing him in place. "Gotcha," Gray said, smirking. But Natsu only grinned wider. Not for long. Flames erupted from his feet, shattering the ice and propelling him forward like a rocket. He tackled Gray to the ground, pinning him. "Ha, guess I win this round," Natsu declared triumphantly. Gray, unfazed, smirked back. "Don't get cocky." With a burst of magic, he created a small ice explosion, sending Natsu flying backward into a pile of chairs. The fight continued for another few minutes until both mages stood, breathing heavily with bruises and bleeding but still grinning. Their sparring had left scorch marks, icy patches, and general destruction across the guild hall. Around them, the other guild members watched with varying degrees of amusement and exasperation. "You've gotten stronger," Gray admitted, brushing some frost off his shoulder. Natsu rubbed the back of his head, flames still flickering around his hands. "Yeah, well, you're not too bad yourself, Popsicle. If we run into him again we'll be ready." "Yeah," Gray said coolly, "another round." Quote, Makarov raised an eyebrow. The change in their behavior since the Tower of Heaven mission had nagged at him for months. He needed answers, and if anyone was likely to spill the beans, it was Natsu and Happy. But before he could get answers he needed to stop these two polar opposites from destroying his guild hall. With the two thunderous booms, two giants' arms grounded the two young adult mages into the wooden ground of the guild. Both moaned in pain. "What the hell, Gramps?" Natsu yelled from the ground. "Yeah, come on master, what we do this time? Look at the mess you two made my poor guild. If you're going to use offensive magic, do it in the damn training grounds," Makarov yelled, releasing the two from his fists after his rant before he jumped up onto the bar counter, sitting down in his usual spot in front of Mira. Mirajana, expert at her side craft, already had a mug placed in his hands. The alcohol quickly took effect, easing the master's tension over the dueling boys so much so that he leaned back. "NTO, the soft chest of Fairy Tale's favorite bartender." "Master," Mirajan said with a blush and knowing smirk at his antics. The next day, Makarov summoned Natsu and Happy to his office. The small room was cluttered as always, with stacks of old books, scrolls, and magical trinkets scattered everywhere. However, the moment they entered, Natsu and Happy's attention zeroed in on what Makarov held in each hand. In one, a tray of grilled fish sat, steaming and golden brown. The aroma of perfectly cooked fish wafted through the room, making Happy's wings flutter uncontrollably. In his other hand, a blazing orb of magical flames hovered, its vibrant reds and oranges pulsing with warmth. Makarov grinned mischievously. "Ah, there you are, boys. I've prepared some rare delicacies for you." He raised the fish tray slightly. "This, my dear Happy, is no ordinary fish. It's a rare, exquisite catfish from the southern waters of Fury. Difficult to catch and even harder to cook just right." Happy's tail wagged furiously, and he wiped drool from his mouth. "A rare catfish." He shivered, conflicted. "It's taboo for a cat to eat a catfish, but it smells so good." Makarov chuckled to himself, not wanting to correct the young exceed's thought process about where catfish came from, before raising his other hand, letting the flames crackle enticingly. "And for you, Natsu, these are the most flavorful magical flames in all of Fury, or so I hear. The Emberwinds of Mount Kyrios." A flame that's said to be both spicy and sweet, leaving a taste so satisfying it's impossible to describe. Natsu's jaw dropped, drool pooling at the corner of his mouth. Spicy and sweet, I gotta. He shook his head, snapping out of it. Wait, what do you want? Old man, you're not fooling me. Normally you don't want me all fired up. What gives? Few almost thought he would ask how anyone else besides him would know how flames taste like. Makarov's sweat dropped slightly before regaining his composure. Oh, nothing too complicated. Makarov's grin widened, his tone disarmingly casual. Just tell me about what really happened at the Tower of Heaven, and these rare treats are yours. All yours. Natsu froze, his expression immediately guarded. Wah. Nothing happened. Just a regular mission. Right, Happy. Uh-huh. Happy nodded furiously, but his eyes stayed glued to the fish. His wings fluttered more, and his mouth quivered. A cat that's turned into a fish. I can't, but it looks so good. The room fell silent for a moment, the tension thick as both Natsu and Happy tried to resist the temptation in front of them. Makarov waved the fish tray slightly closer to Happy, the enticing aroma wafting upward. The Exceed's resolve broke. Okay. Happy squealed. All talk. Happy. Natsu snapped, glaring at him. You're gonna sell us out for a fish? Exclamation mark. Erza's gonna kill us. It's worth it. Happy mumbled blissfully, floating toward the tray like he was in a dream. Makarov handed him a piece of the fish, and Happy sank his teeth into it with a delighted hum, his eyes sparkling as he savored the bite. Now, Makarov said, setting the tray aside and leaning forward. Let's hear it. Happy, still chewing, pointed toward Natsu. Natsu can explain it better. He saw everything. What? Don't put this on me. Natsu yelled, waving his arms furiously. You're the one who caved first. Keep arguing, and I'll take the flames back, Makarov said coolly, holding up the orb of fire. Natsu froze mid-yell, his gaze snapping back to the flames. He grumbled under his breath, crossing his arms. Fine, but only because Happy caved first. It's not like I want the flames that much. And Gramps, you didn't hear this from me, okay? Makarov nodded sagely. Of course. My lips are sealed. Taking a deep breath, Natsu began to recount the events at the Tower of Heaven. He explained how they'd been overwhelmed, how Jelal had nearly killed them, and how, at the darkest moment, a red-haired man had appeared. He looked just like Erza, Natsu said, his tone serious. At first, we thought he was there to help, and he did save us, but he was brutal about it. He hesitated, rubbing the back of his neck. Happy, having finished his fish, nodded solemnly. Yeah, and that's when we found out he's not just Erza's brother. He's Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. The scary guild everyone talks about. Makarov's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening. So it's true. Yeah, Natsu muttered. And before he left, he told Erza to join him. He wants to destroy everything. The Slavers, corrupt leaders, even the Magic Council. And Erza? Makarov asked quietly. Natsu's voice softened. She begged him to join Fairy Tail instead. But he refused. Said our way wasn't enough. Makarov leaned back, the weight of the revelation settling over him. I see. Thank you, Natsu. I'll handle this from here. Quote. Natsu blinked. Wait, you're not mad. Oh, I'm furious, Makarov replied, though his tone remained calm. But not with you. Now, here, he extended the blazing flames toward Natsu. Take these. I'm tired of holding them. Quote. Natsu's face lit up. Really? Don't mind if I do. He leapt forward like a dog lunging for a treat, swallowing the flames in a single gulp. His body glowed momentarily as the energy coursed through him, and he let out a fiery belch. Whoa, those really are spicy and sweet. Makarov chuckled, though his expression quickly turned serious again. Now, not a word of this to anyone else. Understand? Got it, Natsu said, wiping his mouth. Good luck dealing with Erza, though. She's gonna be pissed. Makarov sighed deeply. Oh, I'm well aware. Now get out of here before she finds out you talked. Happy floated out of the room in a blissful daze, still savoring the fish. Totally worth it. That evening, Makarov found Erza sitting alone at a quiet table in the guild hall, polishing her sword with a far-off look. She looked up as he approached, her expression softening. Master. Quote. Makarov pulled out a chair across from her and sat down, his gaze gentle but firm. Erza, we need to talk. Let us go to my office. The duo walked together, Erza careful not to overstep her strides as she followed behind her diminutive guild leader. After a few moments they entered his office and closed his wooden door before taking their respective seats before Makarov's desk. Erza's brow furrowed. Is something wrong, master? You tell me, Makarov replied, folding his hands on the table. It's been 3 months since that mission to the Tower of Heaven, and ever since, you and your team have run yourselves ragged. You've trained harder than ever, but none of you will say why. Today, I found out you've been keeping something from me, something important. Quote. Erza stiffened, her eyes darting away. Master, I know about Nagato, Makarov said simply, cutting her off. Her shoulders tensed, and she bowed her head, her beautiful face turning red in anger. Natsu! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Quote. She said, tone meaning death. Somewhere in the guild both Happy and Natsu yelped and began shaking in fear, much to the confusion of their guildmates around them. He didn't mean any harm, Makarov assured her. But I need to hear it from you. Why didn't you tell me? Are we not close enough for me to know what troubles you the most? Have I not done enough to earn your trust, my dear? Erza's hands trembled as she gripped her sword tightly. She tried to speak, but her voice faltered. Finally, she whispered, no master, not at all. I should have told you. I know you mean well. I don't know. Just start by telling me everything. I promise to listen and save my words for after you are done. Makarov said. A caring grandfatherly look was upon his face. At first, it felt like a dream come true. The beautiful redhead said in a low voice chocked with emotion. Makarov remained silent, giving her the space to continue. Tears welled in Erza's eyes as her voice grew stronger, though it wavered with emotion. When I was a slave, my one dream was for Nagato to find me, to save me, to take me away from that nightmare. And at the tower, he did just that. He was stronger than I ever imagined, fighting Jelal and protecting us when we had no hope. For a moment, it felt like all my pain had been worth it. My brother had come back. Quote. Her voice broke as tears streamed down her face. But that dream slowly turned into a nightmare. He fought Jelal with a cruelty I had never seen. He tortured him, master. He didn't just want to win, he wanted to make him suffer. And that's when I realized. She looked up, her voice barely above a whisper. Nagato wasn't the brother I remembered. He was Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. Makarov's expression darkened, but he said nothing, letting her continue. After the tower exploded, and we somehow survived, Nagato asked me to join his guild. He told me his goal was to destroy the systems that allowed our suffering, to end slavers, corrupt leaders, and everyone who turns a blind eye to it. She shook her head, her tears falling freely now. I begged him to come with me, to join Fairy Tail, to fight for change together. But he refused. He said he couldn't trust the system and that my way wasn't enough. Quote. She buried her face in her hands, her voice breaking into a sob. I didn't know what to do, master. I couldn't stop him. I couldn't save him. I wasn't strong enough to make a difference at all. And now I feel like I've failed him, and myself. Quote. The rest of the guild, who had been attempting and failing to eavesdrop discreetly, suddenly lost all subtlety. The door creaked open from their weight leaning against it, heads popped around corners of the now accidentally cracked open door, and whispers filled the air. Did you hear that? Erza's got a twin brother. One mage whispered, and he's stronger than her. Another added, wide-eyed. Quiet, you idiots, Lucy hissed, glaring at the group. Give Erza some privacy before I summon Aquarius on your asses. Quote. Makarov glanced over his shoulder with an annoyed sigh, his gaze sharp. If you've got time to gossip, You've got time to train or take a job for Pete's sakes. I'm talking to you, Nab. Nab, the big brown-skinned man in native clothing, wasn't even by his master's office to eavesdrop, but still was Cal. Let out. The towering man let out a sigh and a sweat drop as he continued to browse the guild's job board for the perfect job. He'd show them all one day. The guild immediately scattered, though murmurs of Erza's twin and Akatsuki lingered in the background. Makarov turned back to Erza, his gaze softening. Erza, you haven't failed. Nagato may have chosen a dark path, but he's still alive. As long as he's alive, there's hope. And I know you'll never stop fighting for the people you love. Quote. Erza wiped her tears, nodding slowly. Thank you, Master. I won't give up on him. Makarov placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Good. But remember this, you're not alone. Whatever comes next, Fairy Tail will stand with you because we are your family. Quote. For the first time in months, Erza seemed to relax, like a weight had been taken off her shoulders, and she smiled. Yes, Master. Neutral location close to intersecting border of 5 hidden nations and Fury. In a grand chamber adorned with intricate carvings and banners from both the Magic Council and the 5 great nations, tensions ran high. The leaders of Fiore's Magic Council and the 5 powerful hidden nations had gathered to discuss the Tower of Heaven incident, a disaster that had far-reaching implications beyond the borders of Fiore. The room's air was thick with formality and restrained hostility, each side watching the other with careful consideration. Eldrick Faustus, the elder head of the council, sat at the table's apex. His silver beard and sharp blue eyes gave him the air of a sage, his reputation built on decades of unwavering dedication to Fiore's stability. His stoic demeanor radiated no-nonsense authority, and the faint tap of his fingers against the table suggested his patience, though vast, had its limits. To his right sat Celine Argenta, a striking woman with sleek black hair and piercing green eyes. Known for her sharp tongue and sharper mind, she was the council's chief strategist. Celine had built her reputation by turning impossible scenarios into victories through sheer cunning, and her calculate gaze swept the room like a predator assessing its prey. Next to her was Cale Drayden, the council's youngest member. Barely 30, his neatly trimmed beard and thoughtful expression exuded a calm maturity that belied his age. Cale was a pragmatist and a diplomat, often the first to suggest compromise when tempers flared. Despite his youth, he had gained the trust of his peers by finding common ground even in the most heated debates. Across from him sat Lysar Avelian, a quiet but commanding presence. Her flowing robes, embroidered with ancient symbols, reflected her background as a historian before entering politics. Her voice was soft, yet her words carried the weight of knowledge, often grounding discussions in logic and historical context. Though not one to speak often, when she did, the room listened. On Lysara's left sat Mira Solena, her fiery red hair matching the intensity of her personality. Ambitious and outspoken, Mira often clashed with Celine, their heated exchanges becoming infamous among the council. She leaned forward in her chair, her hands pressed flat against the table, already ready to argue if necessary. Next to Mira was Ravan Thalmar, a towering man with a grizzled beard and a scar running across his cheek. His military background was evident in his blunt speech and unyielding stance on security matters. His sheer physical presence alone could silence a room, though his peers often found his militaristic views too rigid. Finally, Anya Merith completed the circle. Her gentle smile and soft-spoken demeanor were in stark contrast to the tension radiating from the others. Known as the council's empathetic mediator, Anya had a talent for de-escalating conflicts before they spiraled. Her golden hair framed her face like a halo, and her warm brown eyes reflected an unwavering belief in unity. On the opposite side of the chamber sat the 5 Cage, the leaders of the great hidden nations. Their presence was equally formidable, a blend of contrasting personalities and immense power. At the center of the cage was Tsunade, the Hokage of the Land of Fire. Her blonde hair fell over her shoulders in loose waves, her gray versus neck shirt underneath her green robes revealed a bosom that rivaled Many in Earthland, and her piercing amber eyes gleamed with both wisdom and frustration. A half-empty bottle of sake rested within arm's reach, a clear sign of her hatred for diplomacy, having to be tipsy to even sit through these kinds of meetings. Though her sharp tongue often clashed with her counterparts, her reputation as a legendary warrior and healer preceded her. To her right sat A, the Rakeage of the Land of Lightning, a towering, muscle-bound man with dark skin and a perpetual scowl. His deep, booming voice could silence a room in an instant, and his intensity was matched only by his impatience. Every movement he made seemed to vibrate with barely restrained energy, as if diplomacy was an unwelcome interruption to the battles he preferred. On the opposite end of the table sat Onoki, the Tsuchikage of the Land of Earth. Despite his small stature and aged appearance, his sharp eyes and large, hooked nose betrayed a cunning mind. He leaned back in his chair with a knowing smirk, his diminutive frame radiating authority that demanded respect, even from those twice his size. To Onoki's left was Maid Terumi, the Mizukage of the Land of Water. Her long red hair fell in elegant waves down her back, and her emerald eyes sparkled with intelligence and charm. May's disarming smile often concealed her sharp instincts and deadly magic. Clad in flowing robes that accentuated her bust and the thickness of her hips, she spoke with a soft voice that carried hidden steel. Lastly, there was Gaara, the Kazekage of the Land of Wind. At only 17, he was by far the youngest among the group. His crimson hair stood out sharply against his pale skin, and his calm turquoise eyes gave him an otherworldly presence. Though he was quiet, his words carried the weight of someone who had already faced countless battles and hardships. Despite his youth, Gaara's composed demeanor often put even the most experienced leaders at ease, or on edge. The room seemed to shift under the weight of these figures, each leader carrying the hopes and fears of their nations on their shoulders. Though they had gathered under the banner of diplomacy, the undercurrent of tension was unmistakable. As Eldrick Faustus cleared his throat to begin the discussion, all eyes turned toward him, and the battle of words commenced. Eldrick Faustus, the elder head of the Magic Council, began with his usual measured tone. We are here to address the aftermath of the Tower of Heaven incident and to discuss how we might strengthen our mutual interests in maintaining peace. Onoki chuckled dryly, leaning back in his chair. Peace. Lucky for you that your weapon malfunction, if that's what really happened, occurred on a worthless little island in your lands and not ours. If it had been in the Hidden Stone Nation, this wouldn't be a meeting, it'd be a declaration of war. Quote, I agree, said A, his voice booming. Fiore's recklessness nearly caused a disaster. Imagine if that magic explosion had crossed into my borders, there'd be no room for talks. Tsunade sighed, twirling her sake bottle lazily. As much as I hate to side with these loudmouths, they're not wrong. If something like that had happened in the Hidden Leaf Nation, our response would have been less diplomatic. Gaara, seated calmly, interjected with a steady tone. Thankfully, it did not. But my elders would not have viewed such an accident kindly if it had happened on our sands. You're fortunate this time, Magic Council. May smiled gently, though her words carried an edge. I agree with my esteemed colleagues. If that explosion had reached the Hidden Water Nation, we would have been forced to respond. Such actions destabilize all of us. Celine Argenta, the Magic Council's strategist, met their sharp words with her own. The destruction of the Tower of Heaven was not an act of aggression but an unfortunate necessity to contain a dangerous threat. And yet, Onoki interrupted with a smirk, this unfortunate necessity conveniently demonstrated the power of your weapons. Now the world, mainly Alvarez, knows about them and their capabilities even more now compared to the last time it was used against them. They could prepare a counter for it. Kale Drayden, ever the diplomat, leaned forward. We are confident there is nothing in the known magical world that can stand up to Etherian. We regret the unintended consequences, but let's not let one incident overshadow the progress we've made towards our alliance. Quote, the focus shifted, but tensions remained high. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, her large cleavage threatening to pop out of her robes as she did so, her sharp eyes scanning the room. We've all heard this song before. Peace, unity, Collaboration, it's nice talk, but I know better. Coming together is just fancy language for Fury wanting to assimilate the 5 nations, especially now that Alvarez looms on the horizon. Quote, a bold assumption, Raven Thalmar, the Magic Council's militarist, replied with a pointed glare. Perhaps if your mages took a more strategic approach to missions, you wouldn't feel so threatened. We would need many talks between the cage to even consider such unity, Tsunade continued, brushing off Raven's remark. And unlike the truce between our nations and Fury, our nations do not have truces with one another yet. Perhaps by the end of my reign, that will change. When your nation stops hogging all the good missions. I interjected, slamming a fist on the table. Tsunade's amber eyes glinted as she side-eyed him. It's not our fault our mages are viewed in a more favorable light than yours. The Raikage's nostrils flared, but before he could retort, Gaara spoke again, his voice calm. I believe it will happen, Hokage. Our nations are close to true partnership. We will be the example the other nations follow. Tsunade smirked. You see, the youth understands. Onoki scoffed, waving a hand dismissively. Yeah, right, he's just wet behind the ears. I doubt he'll last more than 4 years as Cage before a new one's put in. His words hold no weight with me yet. Gaara's black raccoon-like eyeliner eyes narrowed as he released a decent portion of killing intent towards the old and small cage. Who chuckled as the wave of intent washed over him. So you do have a backbone, good. Maybe you'll last longer than I thought, boy. Onoki said with a smirk. Mei's melodic laugh cut through the tension as she watched the event unfold. Perhaps I'll follow our most handsome and young friend here, Lady Hokage. My representatives will reach out to yours to begin discussing what a partnership between our nations might look like. Onoki and a groan simultaneously, their irritation clear before giving each other a sideways glance. They too would have to think about alliances if the other 3 nations were cozying up to one another like this. Eldrick Faustus, who had remained silent through the argument, raised a hand. His deep voice silenced the room. Enough. We are here to maintain peace, not to squabble over petty grievances. Let us turn our attention to the threat that looms closest, the dark guild that hunts other dark guilds, the Akatsuki. The leaders settled into their chairs, the tension easing slightly. As the discussion shifted to the rise of Pain and his group, a fragile unity began to form. Though differences remained, it was clear that their survival would depend on cooperation, however reluctant it might be. The chamber grew heavier as the conversation turned to the Akatsuki. The Magic Council's members exchanged uneasy glances, their earlier composure fading. On the other side of the table, the cage of the 5 hidden nations leaned back in their seats, their expressions ranging from mild interest to outright skepticism. Eldrick Faustus, the head of the Magic Council, took a deep breath, his voice calm but laden with gravity. The rise of the Akatsuki cannot be ignored. They've dismantled over a dozen dark guilds, including some that even we deemed untouchable. Their methods are brutal, slavers and human traffickers found mutilated, their bases turned to ash. Celine Argenta leaned forward, her emerald eyes narrowing. These are not simple rogue mages. Their precision, their ruthlessness, it speaks of an organization with a clear and dangerous purpose. Quote, for a moment, the cage appeared unimpressed. Tsunade was the first to speak, her amber eyes sharp but indifferent. So they're taking out the trash. I fail to see the issue. Slavers and dark guilds deserve their fate. Quote, Mei Terumi, the Mizukage, nodded, her disarming smile in place. If anything, they're doing the magic world a favor. We could use fewer scum like that. Agreed, the Raikage rumbled, his deep voice reverberating through the room. What's the fuss about? If they're cleaning house, let them. Onoki chuckled, his large nose wrinkling as he smirked. If you're here to ask us to fight them because they're killing slavers, I suggest we end this meeting now. Slavers don't deserve mercy. Kale Drayden, the pragmatic younger council member, sighed. This isn't just about slavers. The Akatsuki's ambitions go far beyond dark guilds and human traffickers. The room quieted as Kale's words lingered. Eldrick Faustus took the opportunity to drive the point home. Their leader, Pain, has made his ultimate goal clear. He aims to dismantle the systems that allow such corruption to exist. That includes governments, yours, ours, anyone who turns a blind eye or lines their pockets. Quote. The cage exchanged uneasy glances. Gara, the cage, was the first to break the silence. He plans to overthrow those in power. Lysara Velian, the historian of the council, nodded. Exactly. Rightfully or not, Pain views all leaders as complicit in the suffering of the weak. He believes the only way to create peace is through destruction and rebuilding, by force. Onoki scoffed, crossing his arms. Bah, let him try. What can one guild do against a nation? Ravan Thalmar, the council's militarist, leaned forward, his voice grave. Reports suggest that the Akatsuki is no ordinary guild. Pain has recruited S and SS rank mages capable of wiping out entire cities. Some reports even claim they rival the Spriggan 12 of Alvarez. Quote. That got their attention. May's emerald eyes flickered with curiosity. The Spriggan 12, Kale nodded. Or at least, if not on par with the Spriggan, they're certainly powerful enough to rival the 10 Wizard Saints and even U5 Cage. If these rumors are true, each of them is a city to country level mage. The weight of that revelation settled over the room. Even the Rakage, usually dismissive of such claims, frowned. If that's true, they pose a real threat. Quote. Amidst the hushed murmurs of the chamber, Anya Marith, the Magic Council's calm mediator, cleared her throat. Her voice, gentle yet resolute, cut through the tension. If the Akatsuki truly intends to target governments, we must prepare. A preemptive plan to counter their strength would be prudent. The room quieted, all eyes turning to Anya. Beside her, Celine Argenta leaned forward, resting her chin on her interlocked fingers. You mean a task force, she stated, her tone sharp. Anya inclined her head slightly, her golden hair catching the glow of the enchanted crystals above. Precisely. A specialized team of the strongest mages from our nations. A force capable of standing against them when they inevitably turn their attention from dark guilds to what they perceive as RRUPT governments. May Terumi, the Mizukage, smiled, her crimson hair flowing elegantly over her shoulders. An interesting idea. The Hidden Mist Nation will gladly send a mage to assist. I think we can afford to lend our strength for such a worthy cause. Quote. Gara, the cage, nodded in agreement. His calm, steady voice carried across the room. The Hidden Sand Nation will also contribute. This threat requires unity, regardless of past differences. Onoki, the Tsuchikage, grumbled under his breath. Fine. The Hidden Stone Nation will provide one as well. If this is necessary, we won't stand idle. Tsunade, the Hokage, took a sip of her sake and set the bottle down with a deliberate motion. Make that the Hidden Leaf Nation too. Though I admit, I'd like to see just how strong these Akatsuki mages really are before we jump to conclusions. The Rakage cracked his knuckles, a booming chuckle escaping his lips. Count the Hidden Lightning Nation in as well. If they're looking for a fight, they'll find one. Eldrick Faustus raised his hand, silencing the growing energy in the room. His commanding voice echoed, Your contributions are appreciated and they most definitely will help, but there is another piece to this plan that must be addressed. Quote. The cage and the council members exchanged curious glances. It was Ravan Thalmar, the council's militaristic figure, who broke the silence. We will also be sending a mage undercover to infiltrate the Akatsuki. Their mission will be to gauge Pain's strength and that of his followers. We need to understand what we're truly up against. Tsunade's sharp amber eyes narrowed. Infiltration. That's easier said than done. Pain doesn't seem like the type to hire many lackeys. How do you plan to get someone inside? Celine allowed herself a small smirk. That's exactly why it will work, Hokage. Pain doesn't recruit weaklings or cowards. He respects strength, and our chosen mage has more than enough to earn his interest. May leaned forward, her emerald eyes glinting with curiosity. Oh, and who is this mystery mage you're so confident will catch Pain's eye? Eldrick waved his hand, and a glowing screen shimmered into existence above the table. It displayed the image of a man with striking white hair, a playful grin, and a pair of impossibly dark sunglasses covering his eyes. Beneath the image, lines of text scrolled, listing his magical accomplishments: mastery of spatial and barrier magic, tactical brilliance, and an uncanny ability to neutralize opponents of overwhelming power. This, Eldrick announced, Chosen One as he goes by is currently on a 50-year quest, but he will be recalled for this mission. Gaara studied the image, his turquoise eyes narrowing slightly. He looks formidable. May smiled slyly, tilting her head. Formidable and handsome. I wouldn't mind getting him alone to strategize. The Raikage rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath, "Focus, Mizukage." Selene spoke next, her tone even but serious. This mage's abilities are not public knowledge. For more than a decade, he has worked undercover for the Magic Council, dismantling dark guilds from within and being sent on classified missions. His reputation as the Chosen One is whispered in certain circles, but his identity remains unknown to the wider world. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, folding her arms. And you think Pain will recruit him? Kale Drayden, the youngest member of the council, nodded thoughtfully. We're confident. Pain is no coward, nor is he the type to shy away from a challenge. If this mage positions himself as a rival, Pain's curiosity will do the rest. He will want to test him, perhaps even recruit him. Onoki snorted. So, you're banking on the leader of a rogue guild just wanting to add a powerful mage to his ranks. What if Pain sees him as a threat and destroys him on the spot? That, Raven said, his deep voice cutting through the room, is a risk we're willing to take. But we've chosen this mage for a reason. His magic isn't just about strength, it's strategic. His spatial abilities make him uniquely suited to escape if things go wrong. Anya Marith added softly, and let's not forget, Pain respects power. He doesn't recruit subordinates, he builds alliances with those he deems his equals. Gaara nodded slowly. It's a sound plan. This mage could provide us with the insight we need to stop the Akatsuki before they grow too powerful. May's playful smile widened. This is getting interesting. I approve. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. I'm not against it, but I want regular updates on the mage's progress. If he gets too close to Pain's ideology, we could end up creating a bigger problem than we started with. Onoki grumbled, scratching his chin. Bah, fine. But if this mage fails, I hope you have a backup plan. Kale turned to the cage, his voice calm and steady. Then let's discuss how to bring the Chosen One to Pain's attention. We need him to appear as a rising threat, someone too strong to ignore but not so overt as to make Pain suspicious. May tapped her chin thoughtfully. We could engineer a series of high-profile missions where he eliminates key Akatsuki targets. If he disrupts their plans and gains their attention, Pain will have no choice but to investigate. Selene nodded. That would also allow us to test the waters. If he struggles against any Akatsuki member, we'll know their strength before engaging them directly. Eldrick Faustus leaned back in his chair, his expression grim but resolute. This is our best chance to counter the Akatsuki before they become unstoppable. If we fail to act now, the consequences could be catastrophic. The room fell silent, each leader contemplating the growing gravity of the situation. One truth was certain: the Akatsuki was a storm gathering on the horizon, and they would need all their strength and cunning to weather it. Akatsuki Guild Hall Rain Nation. Nagato sat at a table in the heart of the Akatsuki's guild. The red-headed mage was in a chamber, casted in the light of lacrima lamps, looking over a table littered with maps, scrolls, and diagrams. His twin Rinnegan eyes glowed faintly in the dim light, locked onto the intricate web of connections he had uncovered. The Tower of Heaven, Grimoire Heart, resurrecting Zirf. Over the last 3 months he had been finding out their roles in his and Erza's separation as children. His twin sister had been taken from him, enslaved, and forced into a life of suffering by underlings who served the Dark Guild Grimoire Heart, all for the purpose of resurrecting that foul dark mage Zirf. And now, after destroying that cursed tower and his and Erza's brief reunion after he had saved her, she had refused to join his cause, leaving a void within him that no plan or strategy could fill. One though he tried to hide, he theorized the others in his guild who paid him the most attention. LD realized he had more on his mind than his usual goals for the world, based on how they had been acting recently. Nagato sighed, rubbing a hand through his long red hair. There was no time to dwell on that wound. His plans to use the Ghetto statue to contain the tailed beasts were nearing completion, and Grimoire Heart's involvement in trying to resurrect Zirf and their actions against his family demanded his attention. The atmosphere in the room was heavy with his focused silence until the sound of bickering broke through. His two subordinates that were his most loyal besides Conan had found their way into his map room and seemed to be in a deep conversation about his sister. Should I kill her entire guild, for Pain-sama? Surely then she would join him. Desire's voice, silken and cruel, carried through the chamber. The winged demoness stood with one hand on her hip, her golden eyes gleaming with malice as her black wings shifted lazily behind her. You idiot, Lust snapped, her tone sharp and scornful. She stepped forward, her long black dress sweeping the floor as she glared at her sister. That would make her hate him to death. You know how humans value their comrades, sister. Quote. Desire rolled her eyes, the golden light of her gaze narrowing. TCH. Humans are weak, sentimental creatures. If they didn't cling to such pathetic bonds, they wouldn't suffer so much. Besides, if she hates him enough, she'll stop being a distraction. Quote. Lust's lips curled into a condescending smirk. You're as short-sighted as ever, sister. Erza isn't just another human, she's his twin. If she hates him, that bond could destroy everything Pain-sama has worked for, and might I remind you Pain-sama is a human as well. Quote. I forget, but Pain-sama is the only exception to the rule. His power is so godlike I forget he's even a part of that pathetic species. Desire said, hearts forming in her eyes as she looked from her sister to the still-sitting Nagato. Nagato groaned softly, pinching the bridge of his nose. He was already getting fatigued from their argument, but before he could command silence, Toby materialized through the floor like an unwelcome specter, his orange mask the first thing to emerge. Toby thinks we should throw a big surprise party for Pain-sama to cheer him up since his sister didn't join. He exclaimed, his voice brimming with unhinged cheer as his head fully emerged, followed by his flailing arms. Both sisters froze, their gazes snapping downward to find Toby grinning up at them. His mask's eye hole was directly under their dresses, giving him a full view of their womanly curves. Desire's wings flared slightly as she raised a foot. You filthy little worm, that's for Pain-sama's eyes only. She hissed, her voice dripping with disdain. You perverted idiot, Lust muttered, lifting her heel to stomp him into oblivion. The sisters descended upon Toby with synchronized fury, their sharp heels plunging down again and again only to pass harmlessly through his intangible form. However, they left craters in the room's floor. Toby let out exaggerated cries of mock pain, twisting his voice to sound pitiful. Ah, stop. Not my mask. Toby only wanted to help. Quote. You're such a waste of space. Desire growled, stomping harder despite her attacks having no effect. How are you even useful? I'm a party planning genius. Toby exclaimed, his arms thrown wide in theatrical triumph. Idiot, Lust muttered, still stomping. No, wait, I forgot I was brought in to report back to Pain-sama the happenings in the woman's hot springs. Toby childishly yelled out his lie. Both Desire and Lust paused their stompings, blushing heavily at the thought of their master giving such a dirty ord. You dumbass, Didara's voice interrupted as he strode into the chamber, hearing the commotion as he was walking by, his golden hair catching the faint light of the room. It's not a surprise party if you tell the person it's for. And Pain would never give such an order. Toby immediately froze, turning to Didara with a mock gasp. Always so smart, Didara-senpai. How could Toby forget? Shut up, Toby, Didara growled, though his expression softened into a begrudging grin as he muttered under his breath. Hearing your voice makes me want to use my art on myself. Nagato's patience had worn thin. His Rinnegan flared faintly, A ripple of oppressive magical energy surged from him, silencing the room for a moment. Before he could speak, Conan's wings made a rustling noise announcing her arrival back to the guild. Conan's paper wings folded behind her neatly as she landed gracefully in the chamber, her piercing gaze surveying the group before settling on Nagato. "Pain," she began, her voice calm yet urgent, "we've received new intelligence. Someone else has been targeting dark guilds mostly around the 5 nations, but also including some dark guilds in Fury associated with Grimoire Heart." Quote. Nagato's interest was piqued immediately. "Grimoire Heart," he echoed, his tone as cold and precise as ever. "Yes," Conan confirmed, stepping forward to place a scroll on the table in front of him. "The reports are fragmented, but this individual appears to be extremely powerful. Their methods are unconventional, and some claim they possess special eyes. It looks like, based on reports, that he also has a small team that sometimes accompanies him on missions." The faint glow of Nagato's Rinnegan intensified as he took the scroll. Another wielder of unique eyes. The possibility intrigued him, though it also raised questions. Was this individual a potential ally who understood the burden of such power, or a threat to his plans? "We'll investigate," Nagato said, his voice carrying the weight of command. "If they can be recruited, they will join us. If they oppose us..." His words trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air like a blade poised to strike. Desire's lips curled into a grin, already savoring the idea of a battle. Lust, ever the strategist, inclined her head slightly, her eyes gleaming with plans being formed. "As you wish, Pain-sama," Conan said, her tone unwavering. "Toby, gather the rest of the guild. I have new jobs for everyone. We will meet in 2 days." Nagato addressed the goofy man who was still inside the floor with only a head visible. "As ye wish, my lord," Toby said in his best knight accent before disappearing through the floor, completely off to carry out his order. The room fell into a tense silence as Nagato turned back to the plans before him. Erza's rejection still lingered in his mind like a festering wound, but he buried the pain deep, focusing instead on the pieces of the grand puzzle before him. The meeting room was dim, illuminated only by the ethereal glow of Nagato's Rinnegan and a few lacrima lamps. The tension was palpable as the Akatsuki gathered around, their shadows flickering ominously against the cold stone walls. Each member sat or stood in their own unique way, some lounging with calculated indifference, others watching Nagato with unwavering attention. At the head of the table stood Pain himself, his piercing gaze sweeping over his subordinates like a judge presiding over fate. Conan stood silently by his side, her paper wings folded neatly behind her. She exuded calm authority, a contrast to the restless energy in the room. Desire and Lust, Zarif's creations of ethereal nature, occupied the shadows at the edge of the room, their glowing eyes gleaming faintly as they observed the gathering with amusement. Deidara sat forward in his chair, drumming his fingers on the table, while Hidan muttered a prayer to Jashin. Kisame leaned back, arms crossed, his grin exposing sharp teeth, while Minerva sat composed yet watchful, her golden gaze flickering between the others. Oka Shinali lingering on Itachi, who sat across from her, a blush gracing her cheeks in those moments. Nagato raised a hand, silencing the murmurs before they could begin. His voice was calm, yet it carried the weight of absolute authority. "The time has come to advance our plans. The ghetto statue is nearing completion, but its construction is not yet finalized. Until then, the tailed beasts cannot be extracted. The Jinchuriki must be captured alive and held until we are ready." Quote. He gestured toward a map on the table, marked with precise locations. "Our underlings in the city have constructed a prison designed specifically for the Jinchuriki. It is reinforced to suppress their chakra and contain their beasts. Your assignments are as follows. You will capture the Jinchuriki and deliver them to the facility alive. The time for extraction will come soon, but for now, the priority is containment." He turned his gaze to Deidara and Toby. "The Six Tails Jinchuriki has been located. Deidara, Toby, you will handle this assignment." Deidara smirked, flipping his blonde hair aside. "Finally, some action. These Jinchuriki think they're so powerful, but I'll show them the true beauty of destruction, yeah. Toby clapped his hands, practically bouncing in his seat. Toby is a good boy. Toby will help Deidara-senpai catch the six tails and make it explode. Deidara groaned, rolling his eyes. You're going to ruin the whole mission if you keep acting like an idiot. Just stay out of my way and let me handle the art. Nagato's voice cut through their bickering like a blade. Enough. The six tails is not to be underestimated. Work together and ensure it is captured alive. Deidara muttered something under his breath but nodded. Toby saluted dramatically, his enthusiasm undiminished. Nagato's gaze shifted to Hidan and Kakuzu. The two tails. Jinchuriki is your target. You are to subdue and transport it to the prison. Hidan grinned, his crimson eyes alight with excitement. Alive? Huh, fine. I'll carve them up a bit for Jashin-sama and then drag what's left back. That's close enough, right? Kakuzu sighed, his tone laced with irritation. Try not to damage the merchandise too much, or I'll have to fix your mess. Again. Hidan snorted. Oh, shut up, you miserly bastard. I'll handle my part, and you can focus on not getting in Jashin's way. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed dangerously, but he held his tongue, clearly accustomed to his partner's antics. Nagato's attention moved to Kisame and Sasori. The three tails is a high priority. Kisame, Sasori, you will handle this mission together. Kisame leaned forward, his grin widening. The three tails, huh? Sounds fun. Something big enough to actually challenge. Samahata's appetite. Sasori, ever composed, nodded curtly. Efficiency is key. I have no interest in theatrics, Kisame. Do not waste my time. Nagato's tone hardened. The three tails must be captured alive, Kisame. Do not let your bloodlust jeopardize the mission. Kisame shrugged but nodded. Yeah, don't you all gang up on me, I'll play nice. Conan, Minerva, Nagato continued, the four tails is yours. You are both highly capable, and I trust you to handle this efficiently. Quote, Minerva inclined her head, her expression calm and confident. Understood. The four tails will be secured. Conan simply nodded, her paper wings shifting slightly as she acknowledged the order. Nagato's eyes finally fell upon Lust and Desire, who were leaning against opposite walls, their stances mirroring each other. Lust, Desire, the five tails Jinchuriki, Han, is your target. He is a skilled mage with immense power. Your combined abilities will be necessary to subdue him. Lust's lips curled into a smirk as she straightened, her golden eyes gleaming. Finally, something interesting. It will be a pleasure, Pain-sama. Desire stretched her black wings, her grin feral. About time we got to do something exciting. Don't worry, Pain-sama, we'll handle this. I'll make him scream before we bring him in. Lust rolled her eyes at her sister's enthusiasm but said nothing, clearly eager for the mission as well. Before Nagato could continue, Kisame leaned forward, his voice laced with annoyance. Why not pair me with Itachi like usual? We make a good team, don't we? Sending me with Sasori instead. Nagato's Rinnegan flared faintly, his gaze locking onto Kisame. Itachi and I have a separate mission. One that requires the power of legendary magic eyes. Only those with such abilities can handle this task. You will work with Sasori because your combined skills are what the three tails requires in my estimation. Quote, Kisami's jaw tightened, but after a moment, he leaned back with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. Fine, but don't go getting yourself killed, Itachi. I won't have anyone left to rein me in. Itachi, who had remained silent until now, inclined his head slightly. Your concern is noted, Kisame. Nagato's gaze swept over the group one final time. You have your assignments. Proceed immediately and ensure the Jinchuriki are delivered to the prison alive. Failure is not an option. The room was silent as Nagato's words settled over them like a decree. Slowly, the members began to rise and leave. Deidara muttered something about unappreciated art, while Toby hummed a cheerful tune. Hidan was already boasting about the bloodshed to come, with Kakuzu trailing behind, grumbling about the expenses their trip would cost. Kisame glanced at Itachi one last time before following Sasori, his grin returning as he hefted Samahata. Conan and Minerva exchanged a brief look of understanding before departing together, their combined presence radiating quiet confidence. Lust and desire lingered for a moment, their golden eyes gleaming with anticipation, desire mentioning finally getting to wear her battle armor before slipping Awa. Why into the guild? Now that that's settled, Nagato's deep, commanding voice echoed through the chamber. His piercing purple eyes, ringed with ominous concentric circles, gleamed as he turned toward Itachi. Let's see just how powerful these eyes truly are. Itachi's expression remained stoic, his crimson Sharingan spinning lazily as he met Nagato's gaze. I'm curious myself. If this man possessed the Sharingan or Byakugan, the reports would have mentioned it. For his eyes to draw this much attention, they must be as rare, perhaps even more unique, than our own. The two strode out of the meeting room, their footsteps reverberating through the stone halls of the guild. Intern-level mages loitered in the corridors but quickly stiffened, bowing deeply as Nagato and Itachi passed. The air grew heavier in their presence, their reputations casting an oppressive feeling over the lesser members of the guild. At the guild's exit stood a tall figure with spiky orange hair and metal piercings embedded throughout his face, each rod glinting ominously in the light. His most striking feature, however, was his eyes. Identical to Nagato's, the rippling purple orbs seemed to radiate power and menace. You're bringing one of the 6 paths with you? Itachi asked, his tone measured, but the faintest edge of curiosity betrayed his interest. An extra layer of insurance, I see. Nagato's lips curled into a subtle, knowing smile. You're too perceptive for your own good, Itachi, he replied, his voice tinged with amusement. Should things take an unexpected turn, I'll use the pain to channel another path of magic. Better to be prepared than blindsided. Itachi stood for a moment, watching Nagato's calm yet commanding presence. So I've been told, he replied coolly, his voice carrying an understated edge of respect. With that, Nagato pushed open the guild's heavy front door. Sunlight spilled into the hall, illuminating his crimson hair as he stepped into the open air. He raised a hand, his magic flaring as he summoned a colossal bird with a flap of its immense wings. The beast landed gracefully before him, its black feathers rippling like liquid obsidian. Nagato climbed onto the bird's back with practiced ease, his movements fluid and confident. Let us see if the reports of these eyes are exaggerated, he said as the bird shifted beneath him, eager to take flight. With a graceful leap, Itachi joined Nagato atop the bird, the creature letting out a low, guttural cry as it prepared to ascend. The guild faded into the distance as the pair soared into the sky. The waves crashed violently against the rocky shores of Tenro Island, their sound muffled by the dense fog that clung to the ancient terrain. The air was heavy with magic, the island itself pulsating with an energy that seemed to breathe life into the land. High above, the shadow of a colossal bird cut through the mist, its dark feathers shimmering faintly with otherworldly light. Nagato, seated atop the summoned creature, gazed down at the island with his glowing Rinnegan. His expression was stoic, but beneath the surface, his mind churned with purpose. Beside him, Itachi stood, arms crossed, his crimson Sharingan scanning the landscape below. This is where the informant said Grimoire Heart and that mage would be. Itachi's voice was calm but carried an edge of skepticism. Nagato nodded. Their information has been reliable so far. If the informant is correct, the mage we're after will be here as well, targeting Grimoire Heart before the Y can resurrect Zirf. Itachi's eyes narrowed. And if they're playing us? Nagato's gaze didn't waver from the island. Then they've made the last mistake of their lives. The bird descended, landing silently in a clearing near the island's edge. As Nagato and Itachi dismounted, the oppressive magic of Tenro Island pressed against them like a heavy weight. Nagato's Rinnegan flickered, analyzing the flow of energy that seemed to emanate from the very ground. This island, it's alive, Itachi noted, his Sharingan tracing the faint movements of the magical currents. Nagato said nothing, his focus fixed on the task ahead. They moved silently through the forest, their presence cloaked by a veil of magic, as they followed the faint traces of energy that lit the island, knowing one of them had to be their target. While they walked in silence, Nagato placed a hand on the necklace, the same one that his twin sister also wore, that let him know her location. He felt her magical energy through the pendant, bright, powerful, and close. She's here, but why would Fairy Tail be on a random island? Nagato said aloud, mostly to himself. Hades' airship, Tenro Island. Deep within Grimoire Heart's warship, the atmosphere was as heavy as the dark sea surrounding it. The flickering light of lacrima crystals illuminated the chamber where Hades sat upon his grand chair, his shadow stretching across the walls. Before him stood Ultir, her arms crossed, her expression one of calculated confidence. She wore a sleek, form-fitting bodysuit made of a shimmering, dark violet fabric that seemed to ripple like liquid. The material clung to her frame, highlighting her hourglass figure. They've arrived, Ultir said, her voice calm but tinged with anticipation. Our hidden lacrima surveillance cameras on the island have picked up their movements. Hades tilted his head slightly, his aged yet piercing gaze locking onto hers. Pain, and he came with that infamous Uchiha. They've made it to the island. Ultir nodded, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. Their magical signatures are unmistakable. The leader of the Akatsuki and his right hand, Itachi Uchiha, are both here. They're tracking Gojo, just as we intended. Quote, a deep chuckle rumbled from Hades' throat. Excellent. Pain, Itachi, and Gojo, three of the most dangerous individuals in the magical world converging in one place. A perfect storm. Ultir's smirk grew sharper. Gojo has already begun engaging Grimoire Heart operatives, as expected. With Fairy Tail tied up in their little trials, they won't interfere, at least, not yet. Hades stroked his beard thoughtfully. Fairy Tail's presence complicates matters. But in the end, they are distractions. Our focus remains on unsealing Zerf and eliminating Pain once and for all. He will pay for the chaos he's wrought among the dark guilds. Ultir inclined her head, but there was a glint of unease in her eyes. Still, Pain and Itachi are no ordinary enemies. Their strength is nearly unfathomable, even by our standards. If they work together with Go. They won't, Hades interrupted, his voice filled with certainty. Pain's obsession with his vision of peace will inevitably clash with Gojo's mission. They'll tear each other apart. And if they don't? Ultir asked, arching an eyebrow. Hades smirked, his gaze turning toward the shadowy figure leaning against the far wall. That's why we have Regulus. The figure stepped forward, the dim light revealing the imposing form of Regulus. His golden hair flowed like a lion's mane, and his dark, piercing eyes exuded a regal confidence. Clad in an ornate cloaked suit adorned with intricate patterns, he looked every bit the dignified wizard. Yet beneath his calm exterior lay the unyielding power of Lion's Heart, a lost magic taught to him by Hades himself. Regulus knelt briefly before straightening to his full height, his tone respectful but firm. You summoned me, Master Hades. Hades nodded, his expression grave. Regulus, the time has come to test your strength. Should Pain and Gojo fail to eliminate each other, you will intervene. You are to eliminate both of them and deliver the island to me. Regulus placed a hand over his heart, bowing slightly. As you command, Master. I will ensure your will is done. Hades' gaze lingered on his disciple. Do not underestimate them. Pain's Rinnegan, Itachi's Sharingan, and Satoru's unknown eyes are unparalleled. Your Lion's Heart will be the key to you defeating them. Regulus's expression darkened slightly at the mention of his magic. Lion's Heart, I can only maintain it for 5 seconds. My mastery is still incomplete. Hades' voice grew stern. That limitation is your own weakness, Regulus. Until your heart is fully opened by another, you will never wield its true potential. Even so, 5 seconds of Lion's Heart makes you one of the strongest mages in all of Earthland. Do not falter. Ultir chuckled softly, her sharp gaze flicking toward Regulus. Still searching for the perfect woman to accept your heart, are you? Regulus. Regulus's stoic demeanor faltered briefly, a faint blush rising to his cheeks. A union of souls is essential for perfection, he replied defensively. The path to my true strength lies in finding a companion who can resonate with my heart. Ultir's smirk widened as she placed a hand on one of her hips. Is that why you've been following around every woman on this ship like a puppy? It's almost endearing. Regulus's eyes hardened, his voice steady. Mock me if you wish, Ultir. But I will prove my strength when the time comes. Hades raised a hand, silencing the exchange. Enough. Regulus, you will wait for my signal. Should the others fail to destroy each other, you will be our final weapon. Do not disappoint me. Regulus bowed deeply. I will not, Master. As Regulus turned to leave, Ultir's voice followed him, laced with sarcasm. Try not to get distracted by any pretty faces on the way, Regulus. Regulus paused, his shoulders stiffening, but he didn't respond. With a final bow, he exited the chamber, his footsteps echoing in the corridor. Once Regulus was gone, Hades leaned back in his chair, his expression contemplative. He is strong, but he's a failure as long as his magic remains incomplete. Ultir shrugged, her arms crossed. Hopefully he's strong enough to handle whatever's left of Pain or Satoru should they fight, and if the puppy fails it'll be a loss, but well, we should have Zerf by then. Hades's gaze darkened, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Indeed. Let them fight, let them bleed. When the dust settles, we'll claim the pieces that remain. Quote. Ultir stepped closer to the lacrima screens lining the walls. Hades and Ultir continued to watch the events unfolding on Tenro Island. The images on the screens revealed Pain, Itachi, and Gojo all moving about the island. Ultir's posture was the image of composure as her crimson eyes flickered between the screens. Her mind raced with calculations and contingencies, but her focus was interrupted by the sound of soft, deliberate footsteps. The air in the chamber seemed to shift, as Orochimaru, one of their newest members, entered. His pale, serpentine figure glided into the chamber like a wraith, his long black hair flowing over his shoulders and framing his sharp, predatory face. His golden, slitted eyes gleamed with unbridled curiosity and malice as they fixed on the lacrima screens. His sinister smile widened, and his tongue flicked out briefly as his gaze lingered on the magical eyes of Pain, Itachi, and Gojo displayed before him. Well, Orochimaru hissed, his voice smooth as silk and dripping with venomous intrigue. The legendary Rinnegan, and Sharingan, and an entirely new magic eye. How utterly delightful. Hades turned slightly, acknowledging Orochimaru's presence with a subtle nod. I thought you might find this fascinating, he said, his gravelly voice carrying a note of amusement. Fascinating is an understatement, Hades, Orochimaru replied, his slitted pupils narrowing as he leaned closer to the screens. These eyes, such magical power contained in such delicate vessels, why is it that one must have these specific eyes to wield the magic they possess? To think that three that possess legendary ocular magic would converge here, on this island, all at once. Quote. Ultir's jaw tightened, her dislike for Orochimaru evident. She crossed her arms, her crimson eyes narrowing as she watched him. You're far too intrigued for someone who is supposed to be guarding the heart, she said coldly. Shouldn't you be focusing on your duties? Orochimaru chuckled softly, the sound sending a shiver down her spine. Ah, the ever-dutiful Ultir, leader of the Seven Kin, he said, his voice dripping with condescension. Always so quick to defend your master's interests. But tell me, do you truly understand the depths of what he seeks? Of what I seek, Ultir sneered, her fingers curling into fists. I understand enough to know that you're a snake who can't be trusted. Quote. And yet, Orochimaru said, his voice turning mockingly contemplative, your master was wise enough to recognize my genius. Hades saw what others could not. A mind unburdened by petty morals, driven only by the pursuit of knowledge and the perfection of immortality. Quote. Hades raised a hand, silencing the brewing argument. Enough, both of you, he said, his tone calm but firm. He turned his gaze to Orochimaru, his expression unreadable. Orochimaru, you are here because your expertise is unparalleled. Your knowledge of forbidden arts and your methods have proven invaluable to our cause. But do not mistake that for unchecked freedom. The heart must remain guarded. Orochimaru's sinister smile didn't falter, though his eyes gleamed with defiance. Spare me the lecture, Hades. What we have is a partnership, not a chain of command. And as your partner, I find what I see on that island far too intriguing to ignore. I will be going. Ultir stiffened at his insolence, stepping forward with her lost arc orb forming in her hand, its glowing energy pulsating with lethal intent. Master, say the word, and I will destroy this fiend, she said, her voice laced with barely restrained fury. To think he would speak to you like this. Hades held up a hand, his expression calm but his gaze sharp. No need, Ultir. Orochimaru is correct. What we have is a partnership. He has earned my respect enough that he, and only he, may speak to me in this manner, but he would do well to know my patience has its limits. Quote. Ultir hesitated, her anger warring with her loyalty. Slowly, she lowered her orb, though her piercing gaze remained fixed on Orochimaru. The snake mage chuckled again, his tongue flicking out briefly as he turned his attention back to the screens. You see, Ultir, he said, his tone mocking, respect is not something that can be demanded. It must be earned. Perhaps you'll learn that one day. Be careful, Orochimaru, Hades said, his voice low and deliberate. Your pursuit of knowledge is admirable, but even you should know your limits before you go down there and make a decision you regret. Your immortality is flawed. Your host bodies constantly wither under the strain of your soul, leaving you vulnerable. After a while without switching bodies, Orochimaru turned slowly to face Hades, his expression turning cold. I appreciate the concern truly, but your method of immortality, he hissed, is no less flawed. A heart of darkness tethered to your life, powerful, yes, but also a glaring weakness. One well-placed strike, and you're as mortal as any of these mages. Hades smirked faintly, leaning on his staff. Perhaps, but with that vulnerability comes great power. If I cannot dissuade you from going to the island, I ask that you simply observe them. Only if they should fall you may take your spoils from their bodies. Quote. The tension between the two dark mages crackled like a storm. Ultir glanced between them, her unease growing. Finally, Orochimaru broke the silence, his sinister smile returning. Very well, partner, he said, his voice dripping with mock civility. I will observe. Without waiting for a reply, Orochimaru turned and glided out of the room, his presence lingering like a shadow. Ultir exhaled sharply, her hands clenching into fists. Master, he is insufferable. Are you certain he can be trusted? Hades chuckled darkly, his gaze fixed on the screens. Trust is irrelevant, my dear. Orochimaru seeks knowledge and power, as do I. As long as our goals align, he will remain an asset. And when the time comes, we shall see whose path to immortality is truly superior. Ultir nodded reluctantly, her gaze returning to the lacrima screens. Tenro Island, Fairy Tail. The Fairy Tail S-class candidates stood on the deck of the boat as it glided through the calm waters surrounding Tenro Island. The island's lush greenery loomed in the distance, its sacred air practically radiating magic. For centuries, Tenro Island had been the resting place of Mavis Vermilion, Fairy Tail's first master, and now it served as the proving grounds for the guild's mightiest contenders. The candidates' eyes burned with determination, none of them aware of the two dark guilds that had already infiltrated the island. Master Makarov stood at the ship's bow, his tiny frame somehow commanding respect from everyone aboard. He raised his hand, silencing the whispers and murmurs among the guild members. His expression was serious, but a faint glimmer of pride flickered in his eyes. Listen up, Makarov's voice boomed, carried by the magic amplifying his words. Today, you step onto hallowed ground. Tenro Island is not just the home of our first master, it is the heart of Fairy Tail's legacy. Each of you has proven yourselves capable in your own right, but only one team will advance to the rank of S-class mage. The trial ahead will test your strength, your spirit, and your resolve. Are you ready? Quote. A chorus of cheers erupted from the candidates. Natsu Dragneel punched the air, fire flaring around his fists as he yelled, "I've got this. I'm gonna be S-class for sure." "Calm down, flame brain," Gray Fullbuster muttered, crossing his arms. "You'll burn the boat before we even get there. At least I'm not stripping in front of everyone." Natsu shot back, pointing at Gray's bare chest and lack of pants. "Damn it, not again," Gray yelled, scrambling to find his missing clothes. "Juvia shall help you find them, my love," Juvia said with hearts in her eyes, following Gray's muscular and almost naked body's every movement. As that scene played on, the other teams exchanged determined glances, each pairing eager to prove themselves. Levi McGarden adjusted her pack of magic scripts, her sharp mind already anticipating the challenges ahead. Gajiel Red Fox, her partner, simply smirked, the metallic edge of his teeth glinting in the sunlight. Fried, Justine and Bixlow stood off to the side, strategizing quietly, while Kana Alberona took a swig from her flask, Lucy Hartfilia standing nervously beside her. "Now," Makarov continued, gesturing toward the island. "The trial begins here. Each team will compete for their chosen path. Only 8 paths exist, and each path holds its own challenge. Choose wisely." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the candidates. "Some paths are linked, forcing battles between teams. 3 paths contain S-class mages. If you meet them, you must defeat them to advance. 1 path, and only one, is quiet. No obstacles, no battles. The rest, full of danger." Makarov raised his hand high, and a sudden burst of magic illuminated the air. The seal around the 8 paths shimmered into existence, glowing lines stretching across the island's surface to mark each route. "Fight for your choice of path. The first team to reach a path secures it." Quote. Before anyone could react, Natsu launched himself off the boat with a fiery leap, Happy trailing behind him. "We're taking the best path, Happy. Let's go." "Aye, sir," Happy cheered, flapping his wings furiously, catching Natsu as they began to head towards the island. However, they ran straight into a wall of fried script magic. "Sorry guys, you can wait for 5 minutes to get to the island," Fried said, flying with his script wings towards the island with Brixlow right behind him surfing atop his magical puppets. Everyone on the ship yelled at the duo, most resorting to pounding on the script walls. Luckily for Gajiel and Elfman, their partners Levi and Evergreen knew how to bypass the magical script, both teams jumping into the water and racing towards the island, much to the annoyance of their stuck guildmate. After the 5 minutes of waiting were up, the purple script magic exploded into glitter and the remaining fairytale mages took off. Natsu left first, flying in the air like Superman, arms outstretched with the help of Happy. Next to leave were Gray and Loke, with the Ice Make Wizard creating a floor for them to skate across the ocean. Juvia and Lysina took to the waters, Juvia using her magical water body to propel herself through the ocean, with Lysina using takeover magic turning into a fish to keep up. Lucy and Kana were the last to leave the ship. The duo of beautiful and busty mages swam with all their might to catch up. Natsu arrived at the cave's entrances to find that all of them except 2 had been sealed. "Damn it, they've already all been chosen. But it looks like we got the best one. Those losers don't even know it," the Pinkett said with excitement. "What do you mean, Natsu?" Happy asked. For Erza, of course. I'm going to beat her up and prove that I'm strong enough to protect her like her brother," said Natsu yelled, skipping forward through the cave. "That's definitely not what the E stands for, Natsu. And isn't that contradictory?" Happy yelled, following after his best friend. Tenro Island. The last path, Lucy and Kana. The tension in the cave could be cut with a knife as Kana and Lucy squared off against Fried and Bixlow. Fried's calm and composed demeanor clashed sharply with Bixlow's mischievous grin as the 2 fairy tale teams prepared to battle. Fried adjusted his rune blade, his green eyes narrowing. "Before we begin, might I suggest something? Perhaps you 2 should put on some more appropriate clothing." He turned his head slightly to avoid looking directly at Kana and Lucy, who, thanks to their revealing attire, seemed to make him visibly uncomfortable. Bixlow, however, let out a loud cackle. "What are you talking about, Fried? I think they look perfect like that." His floating dolls circled Kana and Lucy with mock whistles, adding to the embarrassment. Fried scowled, his cheeks reddening. "It's distracting," he muttered, shaking his head in an attempt to focus. Kana smirked, recognizing an opportunity. "Distracting, huh?" She reached into her deck and pulled out one of her specialty cards. "Let's see if you can handle this. Magic card. Sexy lady." A burst of light erupted from her hand as the card activated, and several bikini-clad women materialized from the magic, surrounding Fried. The magical girls cooed and giggled as they leaned in toward him, wrapping their arms around him and pressing their chests against his face. Fried staggered back, his face turning beet red. What is this shameless behavior? Let go of me." His voice cracked as he tried to push them away, but his resistance faltered as his composure crumbled. Bixlow let out an exasperated laugh. "Oh, come on, Fried. Pull yourself together, man." Kana crossed her arms, amused. "He's hopeless. Looks like our boy genius here is weak against women. Pretty ironic, huh?" Quote. Lucy gawked at the scene, completely baffled. What is even happening right now?" "Simple," Kana said with a grin. "Fried's got no defense against this kind of magic." Bixlow, seeing his partner incapacitated, stepped forward with his dolls floating menacingly behind him. "Guess it's my turn. Don't think I'll go down as easily as Fried, Tilda." Lucy quickly reached for her celestial spirit keys. "Let's see about that. Open. Gate of the Maiden. Virgo." Virgo emerged from a burst of light, wearing her own bikini and looking as nonchalant as ever. "Princess, what is your command?" Fried, who had managed to free himself from the magical bikini girls, froze when he saw Virgo. His face flushed again as he stammered, "Another one. This is completely inappropriate." Quote. Bixlow waved his hand dismissively, smirking. "Nice try, but that won't work on me." His dolls shot forward, swirling around Virgo in a blur of movement. Before she could react, the dolls landed a coordinated strike, forcing Virgo to retreat in a puff of magic. "Virgo," Lucy called out in shock. "That didn't work," Kana groaned. "Why did you summon her in a bikini? I thought it would help." Lucy defended herself. "Bixlow's not the problem, Fried is." Bixlow grinned wider as his dolls continued their relentless pursuit of the girls. "You two should just give up and go to sleep. I'll even make it painless." "Not happening," Kana shouted, hurling a barrage of cards at the oncoming dolls. The cards exploded mid-air, but the dolls darted around them with ease. One of the dolls managed to sneak through her defense, landing a hit and knocking Kana back into a tree. Lucy dodged frantically, her breathing labored. "Kana, these dolls are too fast. We need a better plan." Quote. Kana shook her head, trying to regain her footing. "I've got an idea. Just hang tight." Kana threw a water fountain card. The card exploded into a torrent of water capable of destroying stone. To her surprise, Freeze was back in action and slicing through her water as if it were nothing to him. "It's not doing anything to them. I have an idea. I'll use Aquarius," Lucy said, running towards the torrent of water with her key. Kana reached out to stop Lucy. "Wait, that's dangerous. Don't touch it that close, it'll blow your arm off." Quote. Lucy ignored her, already holding out one of her keys. "Don't worry, I've got this. Open. Gate of the Water Bearer, Aquarius." A bigger torrent of water surged from the key as Aquarius appeared in her usual dramatic fashion, wearing a stylish bikini. Her long hair flowed behind her as she glared at Lucy. "Ugh, what do you want? Now, Lucy, can't you see I'm on vacation with my boyfriend?" Fried's jaw dropped at the sight. "Another." He stumbled back, clutching his chest as if overwhelmed. Kana snickered. "Seriously, Lucy, you're going to kill Fried?" Bixlow growled, his dolls regrouping. "Nice looking bimbo, but that won't stop me." "Shut up, freak. Who are you calling a bimbo?" Aquarius snapped, slamming her urn into the ground at Bixlow's remark. The water around them surged violently, forming a massive wave. "Hold on to something, losers. You're about to get drenched." Lucy grabbed Kana as she braced herself since there was nothing else to grab in the cave. Aquarius unleashed a massive wave, a roaring wall of water crashed through the cave. Freed and Bixlo and Lucy and Kana were swept up in the torrent, their cries of surprise drowned out by the overwhelming force. Freed was about to draw a script counter to stop the wave, but then the green-haired mage was hit by two large and soft objects on either side of his face. The objects covered his vision completely. The smell of perfume and the subtle beating of two hearts told him exactly what blocked his vision. Lucy's chest on one side and Kana's on the other. Freed's handsome face turned red as he was overloaded and knocked out by his guildmate's sexiness. As the water receded, the battlefield fell silent. Freed and Bixlo lay sprawled on the ground, both unconscious. Kana and Lucy laid atop Freed, both blushing heavily as they staggered to their feet, drenched but victorious. "That sure was a crazy way to win, but we did it," Lucy exclaimed, a wide grin spreading across her face. Kana high-fived her, laughing. "Not bad, rookie. Looks like we're moving on to the next round. Who would have thought Freed was such a prude? It's honestly kind of cute." Quote. A moment later the path ahead that once was blocked opened up, signaling their success. With renewed confidence, Kana and Lucy pressed forward, ready for the next part of their trails. Across the cave, after 5 minutes, Freed sat with his back against the damp rock wall, his rune blade resting beside him. His emerald eyes were closed, his expression calm despite the defeat. "It turned out the way it should have," Freed said quietly, his voice steady as he opened his eyes to meet Bixlo's gaze. Bixlo raised an eyebrow, brushing dirt off his jacket. "You're really fine with this, huh? Letting them win?" Freed shook his head, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "It wasn't about letting them win. If it had been anyone else, I would have fought with everything I had. But with those two," he trailed off, his gaze distant, as though recalling a memory. "I owed them that much. Yeah, you're right. After we attacked them and the rest of Fairy Tail with Laxus, it's only right we take it easy on them. This time, still sucks though," Bixlo said with a frown. "Of all the people we could have run into, it had to be Kana and Lucy." "Talk about luck, huh?" Freed chuckled softly, closing his eyes again. "Luck, or fate, either way, it was their trial to pass, and they did." Bixlo let out a light laugh, shaking his head. "Fair enough. Guess we'll just have to see how far they make it. Still, you're way too nice, Freed. If it were me, I'd—" "Bixlo," Freed interrupted, his tone carrying just enough authority to stop his friend mid-sentence. "Let it go. We've done our part. Now, let's move on." With that, Freed stood, brushing himself off and gripping his rune blade tightly. Bixlo followed, his usual carefree demeanor returning as he slung an arm around Freed's shoulder. Fine, Bixlo said with a grin. "But don't think I'm letting you off easy next time. If I see Kana or Lucy again, I'm totally calling dibs on fighting them. Those two really know how to make things interesting." It certainly was interesting, Freed said, walking with Bixlo, using his long green hair to hide his blushing face, at the memory of the fight, specifically the ending. Fairy Tail Trial Path E. The dim cave seemed to hum with energy as Natsu Dragneel stepped inside, flames flickering faintly around his fists. He squinted through the darkness, expecting to see a familiar scarlet-haired figure waiting for him. Instead, the broad silhouette of Gildarts Clive leaned casually against the cave wall, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Natsu groaned, his flames sputtering slightly. "Damn it, I thought Erza would be here, old man. What are you doing in this creepy cave?" Gildarts chuckled, pushing off the wall and stretching his arms. "Sorry to disappoint you, kid. Erza's got her own victims to deal with. Lucky for you, you get me instead." Quote. "Lucky," Natsu snapped, his flames reigniting with renewed vigor. "This is supposed to be a trial, not a death sentence." Gildarts raised an eyebrow, his smirk widening. "Calling me a walking death sentence, That's the best compliment I've gotten all year. But don't worry, Natsu, I'll go easy on you. For about 5 seconds." Natsu clenched his fists, stepping forward. You better not. I've been waiting for a chance to take you on, old man. Let's do this. Gildart's expression softened slightly, his voice dipping into sincerity. Before we start, he crossed his arms, his magic aura flickering faintly. You pass. Natsu blinked, his flames faltering. What? I haven't even done anything yet. Gildart's grinned, his magic power starting to pulse faintly in the cave. Trust me, you've already proven yourself just by making it to this island. The challenges your teams overcome this year. The Tower of Heaven, stopping Nirvana, and saving Daedalus, those are feats worthy of an S-class fairytale mage. But if you're dead set about fighting me, his grin sharpened as his aura flared. Then I guess I'll have to teach you a lesson about wizard power rankings. You, Natsu, are a bottom of the bar. LS rank and I am SS rank. Yeah, just shut up and let's fight. The Fire Dragon Slayer yelled at his guild's ace, interrupting his speech. Natsu wasted no more time, charging forward with his fists ablaze. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist, he roared, aiming a fiery punch directly at Gildart's. Gildart stepped to the side with practiced ease, dodging the attack and countering with a light shove that sent Natsu stumbling. Not bad, he said casually. But you're still rushing in too much. Gritting his teeth, Natsu spun around, his leg igniting with flames. Fire Dragon's Talon. The fiery kick soared toward Gildart's, but the older mage raised his hand, his crash magic enveloping the attack. The flames dispersed instantly, leaving only a faint ripple in the air. You've gotten stronger, Gildart's admitted, his smirk widening. Guess I can't just stand around anymore. With a sudden burst of speed, Gildart's lunged forward, his fist glowing with crash magic. The punch didn't connect, but the sheer force of his magic sent Natsu flying backward, skidding across the rocky floor. Whoa! Happy exclaimed from the cave's entrance, flapping his wings to stay airborne. Gildart's is still way stronger, but the gap isn't as crazy as it used to be. Natsu's actually making him move. Fire Dragon's roar. Natsu bellowed, unleashing a torrent of flames that filled the cave. Gildart stood his ground, raising a hand as his crash magic split the flames in two, sending the fiery torrent harmlessly to either side. Nice try, he said, his voice tinged with amusement. But you're going to need a lot more than that. Quote. Natsu charged again, his fists crackling with both fire and electricity. Fire Dragon's secret art. Crimson Lotus, exploding lightning blade. The fiery, electrified strike exploded on impact, forcing Gildart's to step back for the first time. The older mage laughed, brushing dust off his coat. That's more like it. Looks like you've been holding back. His aura flared brighter, the ground beneath him cracking as he charged forward. Gildart swung his fist, crash magic radiating from it in waves. The air seemed to shatter as Natsu narrowly dodged, countering with a fiery uppercut that hit Gildart's jaw. Gildart's head snapped back, making him take a few steps backwards. Fairytale's ace retaliated with a palm strike infused with crash magic, the crash magic dispersing Natsu's flaming follow-up attack and sending him flying into the cave wall. You're stronger than I expected, Natsu, Gildart's admitted, wiping away some blood from his lip, his tone growing serious. But strength alone isn't enough. Sometimes, you need to know when to quit. Natsu pulled himself out of the rubble, his body battered but his eyes blazing with determination. Quit? Not a chance. I've got to know if I can face him again. Quote. Gildart's tilted his head. Natsu's fists ignited once more, his aura surging with a mix of fire and lightning. Erza's brother. If I can't fight you, I'll never stand a chance against him. Gildart's expression darkened. I see, he sighed, shaking his head. Then let me show you what you're up against. Gildart's unleashed his full magic power, his crash magic filling the cave like a tidal wave. The air grew heavy, the very ground trembling under the weight of his power. Rocks splintered, and the cave walls cracked as Gildart's aura reached its peak. Natsu's body shook, but it wasn't fear, It was excitement before that Tower of Heaven incident. This amount of power would have had him on the ground begging for his life. Now however he was a lot stronger. His training had paid off. "So this is your true power," he said, his voice trembling slightly. Although he could stand, the power still affected him. "Good. Let's see if I can handle it." Quote. With a primal roar, Natsu's scales sharpened, his power spiking dramatically as he entered Dragon Force. Flames and lightning intertwined around him, his aura blazing like an inferno. "Let's go, Gildarts." Quote. The two clashed in a dazzling display of power. Natsu's fire dragon's roar collided with Gildarts' crash magic, sending shockwaves rippling through the cave. Natsu's attacks were relentless, each one more powerful than the last, but Gildarts countered effortlessly, his mastery of crash magic keeping him one step ahead. Despite the overwhelming gap in power, Natsu refused to back down. He landed solid hits that forced Gildarts to block or dodge, his attacks growing more precise with each exchange. "You've got guts, kid," Gildarts said, deflecting another fiery punch. "But this ends now." Natsu gathered all his remaining energy, his flames and lightning spiraling around him in a blinding vortex. "Fire and lightning dragons roar," he screamed, unleashing the attack with everything he had. Gildarts braced himself, raising both hands as the attack collided with him. The force of it shook the entire cave, but Gildarts held firm, dispersing the flames with a final surge of crash magic. When the smoke cleared, Natsu lay unconscious on the ground, his body battered but his expression peaceful. Gildarts let out a low chuckle, walking over to Natsu and lifting him onto his shoulder. "You've got guts, kid. You've come a long way, but there's still more to learn." As Gildarts carried Natsu back to the meeting spot, the candidates and guild members turned to see them approaching. The sight of Natsu, unconscious but with a faint smirk still lingering on his face, drew immediate attention. Gray crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. "Seriously? Flame Brain passed out? Don't tell me he failed after all that training we did." Gildarts chuckled, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. "Failed? Not even close. The kid gave me a fight worth remembering. He passed with flying colors." He paused, a proud grin spreading across his face. "I'd even say he pushed me harder than I expected. Truly, I'm proud of him." Quote. Lucy and Kana rushed over, concern etched on their faces. "Is he okay?" Lucy asked, kneeling next to Natsu and brushing soot and dirt from his face. "Just passed out," Gildarts assured them, carefully setting Natsu down. The boy gave it everything he had. Happy hovered near Natsu, tears welling in his eyes. He did amazing. The gap between him and Gildarts isn't as big as an ocean anymore, it's more like a lake now." Quote. Gray snorted, a smirk tugging at his lips despite himself. Guess Flame Brain finally earned his stripes. Makarov approached the group, his small form somehow carrying the weight of authority and expectation. "I should have known Natsu would end up challenging Gildarts. How'd he fare?" he asked, his voice betraying a hint of pride. Gildarts crossed his arms, glancing at the unconscious dragon slayer. "Better than we could have hoped. He's even stronger than we thought, and it seems Erza's brother set a good benchmark for him." At the mention of her brother, Erza, standing a few paces behind the group, stiffened. Her face flushed a deep crimson as she turned away, clearly flustered. "Why would you bring that up now? What does he have to do with this?" she stammered, her voice uncharacteristically unsteady. Kana blinked, looking between Gildarts and Erza with growing amusement. "Whoa, is Erza actually embarrassed? That's new. Don't tease her," Lucy whispered, though her tone betrayed her own curiosity. Before Erza could retort, Gajiel wandered into the clearing, having earlier gone on an impromptu walk for food, much to Levi's chagrin. He was munching loudly on a chunk of iron he'd apparently picked up along the way. Levi trailed behind him, her arms crossed, shaking her head at his casual attitude. Gajiel smirked at the sight of Natsu sprawled out on the ground. Well, looks like Salamander couldn't handle the heat. Gihii did the drunk geezer knock him out cold?" Lucy shot him a glare. He passed. Gajeel. Don't start. Gajeel raised an eyebrow, pausing mid-bite. He passed. Ha. Guess the little fire breather's tougher than he looks. He glanced down at Natsu, shaking his head with a grin. Still, passing out like that. What a lightweight. Levi elbowed him in the ribs, making him grunt. Gajeel. Don't be mean. Natsu obviously gave it everything he had. She knelt next to Lucy, looking over Natsu with a hint of concern. He'll wake up soon, right? He's fine, Gildarts said, his voice calm but proud. The kid fought like a true dragon slayer. He earned his spot. Gajeel took another loud bite of his iron, his sharp teeth crunching through it like candy. Well, good for him. But enough about Salamander. Let's move on already. I'm ready to crush whatever's next. Makarov cleared his throat. Good, good. Natsu's progress is promising as well as all of you that have made it this far, but the next phase of the trial will be no easier. Those who passed this stage must now find the grave of our founder, Mavis Vermilion. Only then will they earn the right to be S-class. The candidates exchanged determined looks, the gravity of Makarov's words sinking in. Erza stepped forward, her usual composure returning, though her cheeks still held a faint pink hue. Master, I should inform you that Juvia and Lysina did not pass. I defeated both of them in their matches. They'll wake up shortly and make their way back here. Makarov sighed, though his expression was kind. It's a shame, but the trial is meant to push your guildmates to their limits. Not everyone can pass. They'll have other chances. Gray frowned, his earlier smugness giving way to concern. Juvia didn't pass. That'll hit her hard. Erza placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. She fought with everything she had, Gray. They both did. They'll grow stronger from this. 10 minutes later, Elfman and Evergreen limped into the clearing, both clearly battered but upright, their expressions unreadable. The guildmates turned to them in shock. You two passed. Lucy blurted out, her wide eyes darting between them. Gray raised an eyebrow. Wait a second, are you saying you actually beat Mirajan? Elfman puffed out his chest, or tried to, wincing slightly from the effort. A man never tells, he grunted, avoiding anyone's gaze. Just know we passed, in a manly way for sure. Evergreen, her arms crossed, looked equally uncomfortable. Yes, well, it matters not how we won, she said quickly, her face flushed with embarrassment. The group stared at them, bewildered. If you both say so, Kana said, eyeing them suspiciously. But you're acting kind of weird. Evergreen bristled. Stop crying. It's not important. Elfman nodded hurriedly. Yeah, let's just leave it at that. Gildarts chuckled, his booming laughter echoing through the clearing. Whatever happened, I'm sure Myra's not too happy about it. But hey, a win's a win. Erza, her earlier embarrassment forgotten, placed a hand on her hip and gave them a curious look. Mirajan rarely loses. You two must have surprised her. But, I'm guessing there's a story behind this. Elfman and Evergreen stiffened but said nothing, their gazes fixed firmly on the ground. Before anyone could press further, Makarov clapped his hands, commanding their attention. Ahem. Now that most of you are here, it's time to rest up. We'll wait an hour for the remaining candidates to join us. After that, we'll continue with the next part of the S-class. Trials. The candidates nodded, some settling down on the ground, others tending to their injuries or checking on their companions. Despite the exhaustion and bruises, there was an electric sense of anticipation in the air. The first phase had pushed them to their limits, but the journey to becoming S-class was far from over. Tenro Island. Chosen One's location. The golden streaks of sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of Tenro Island as Satoru Gojo meandered through the forest. The lush greenery stretched endlessly around him, the distant sound of waves crashing against the island's cliffs breaking the stillness. His long, black, fur-lined coat swayed lightly as he walked in his white furlined boots. He wore a white crew neck underneath his jacket. With black form-fitting pants to complete his outfit, he wore sleek black sunglasses that rested comfortably on his nose, concealing his beautiful and deadly eyes from the world. I can't believe I accepted this job instead of finishing the 50-year quest. Gojo sighed loudly, his voice tinged with exaggerated frustration. Tracking down dark guilds, stopping a Zerf resurrection. Sounds fun on paper, but this is just tedious. He adjusted his sunglasses with a single finger, a lazy grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. I mean, how hard is it to find someone who's actually a challenge? So far, this island's been a bunch of weak chumps. No real action. Behind him, the jungle clearing told a much different story. There had been much action moments earlier. The unconscious bodies of 40 grimoire heart mages lay sprawled across the ground, a stark testament to the carnage that had unfolded. Many bore minor injuries, their magic completely drained from their failed attempts to subdue Gojo. The air was heavy with the scent of singed earth and charred foliage, remnants of the brief but brutal fight. His musings were interrupted by the sudden rustle of undergrowth. From the shadows emerged what seemed like the last grimoire heart grunt in this area, his face contorted in rage at his fallen comrades. Electricity crackled around his hands, the intensity of his B-class lightning magic illuminating the dark corners of the forest. The master wants your head, but the grunt roared, his voice echoing through the trees. This is for my guildmates, now die. With a wild yell, the grunt thrust his hands forward, releasing a massive bolt of lightning that shot straight toward Gojo. The crackling electricity illuminated the clearing as it surged forward with deadly intent. Gojo, however, didn't so much as blink. He stood perfectly still, hands stuffed lazily in his pockets, his expression unreadable. The lightning bolt struck him dead on, the area exploding in a burst of light and sound. The ground beneath Gojo's feet cracked, and the trees around him swayed violently from the shockwave. Smoke and debris filled the air, obscuring everything in the clearing. The grunt stood frozen, his chest heaving as he stared at the destruction he'd wrought. That's it, he panted, a wild grin spreading across his face. No one survives my lightning. Master Hades will be proud. As the smoke cleared, the man's words caught in his throat. Gojo was still standing in the exact same spot, untouched and entirely unimpressed. His coat was unruffled, and his sunglasses glinted mockingly in the sunlight. The ground around him was charred and cracked, but he remained unscathed, his posture as casual as ever. Seriously, Gojo groaned, running a hand through his messy white hair. That's your big move. Do you guys even train, or is this just your idea of a joke? Quote. The grunt stumbled back, his hands shaking. Who are you? How are you not dead? Gojo's lips curled into a smug grin as he stepped forward, his demeanor as relaxed as if he were on a stroll through the park. Me, I'm the chosen one, the strongest mage you'll ever meet. But you can call me Satoru Gojo. He adjusted his sunglasses slightly, letting the faint glimmer of his 6 eyes show just enough to send the grunt into a full-blown panic. The man's knees began to shake, trembling as he stared up at Gojo. I can't believe this. What kind of magic? Oh, this, Gojo said with a cheeky smile, gesturing lazily to himself. Just some advanced ocular magic. Nothing you'd be able to understand. The grunt's fear quickly turned to desperation as he staggered to his feet, his hands sparking with renewed energy. No, this isn't over. I'll show you my strongest spell. He began chanting, the air around him growing heavy with magic as his hands crackled violently with lightning. This right here is A-rank magic. If you think you're so strong, just stay right where you are and don't move. Quote. Gojo let out an exaggerated yawn and fiddled with his ear with one of his fingers, clearly unimpressed. Yeah, do your thing, big guy. Tempest of the West, rains of the South, waves of THS East, and lightning of the North guide my hands. Lightning magic storm surge. Quote. With a roar, the grunt released his spell, summoning a massive lightning storm that engulfed the clearing. Bolts of electricity rained down, striking Gojo repeatedly with enough force to shake the ground. The area was consumed by blinding flashes and deafening cracks of thunder, the air filled with the acrid smell of ozone. When the storm finally subsided, smoke and debris hung thick in the air. The grunt stood hunched over, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. He's got to be dead now, he muttered, his voice shaky. No one could survive that. As the smoke cleared, Gojo's figure emerged, entirely unharmed. He stood in the center of the devastation, his coat still immaculate, his expression one of pure boredom. He tilted his head slightly, his sunglasses reflecting the light as he let out a long, disappointed sigh. Wow, he said flatly. That was underwhelming. You've still got a ways to go to be a challenge. Having to say the full chant and getting power output like that is pathetic. The grunt's jaw dropped. Wah! What are you? Gojo took a step forward, his grin returning as he leaned slightly toward the man. I told you already, I'm the chosen one. Now that you've gotten that out your system, let's get to the point. Where is Zerf? The council knows your group is trying to resurrect him, and I'm not really in the mood for games. Satoru lowered his glasses so that the defeated man was looking into his mystical and terrifyingly beautiful eyes. I swear, I don't know. The grunt stammered, stumbling back. Master Hades just sent us to scour the island. That's all I know, I promise. Gojo sighed, standing upright again as he adjusted his sunglasses. Fine, you get to live, this is a council job after all, but do me a favor. When you wake up, in prison make sure to spread the legend of the chosen one. Got it. The grunt blinked in confusion. Got it. Wait when I wake up. What do you mean? Before he could finish, Gojo moved. In a blink, he was gone from his spot. A moment later, his fist connected with the grunt's jaw sending 2 white teeth from the man's mouth onto the ground. The mage stum bled backwards 2 steps before crumpling to the ground in a heap next to his teeth. Gojo crouched down next to the unconscious grunt, inspecting him with a curious tilt of his head. Fuck, I might have hit him too hard, he mused. Could have definitely gone for a softer landing, but hey, he's snoring, he'll live. As he straightened up, Gojo adjusted his coat and turned back toward the jungle path. If this pain guy isn't at least a little entertaining, I'm going to have some very stern words for the council about wasting my tea. Nagato and Itachi stood atop a cliff overlooking the jungle clearing where Satoru Gojo's fight had just concluded. Both men had watched the battle intently, their unique eyes dissecting every movement, every flicker of magic. The Rinnegan glowed faintly, reflecting the island's sunlight. Beside him, Itachi's crimson Sharingan Tomoe spun lazily, their patterns shifting with quiet precision. That's him, isn't it? Nagato said, his voice calm yet firm. The mage the informant told us about. The one with the unique eye magic. Itachi's sharp gaze remained fixed on Gojo, who was now crouched over the unconscious grimoire heart grunt. It would seem so, Itachi replied, his tone measured. He dispatched that grunt effortlessly, and his use of magic is perfect. There's no wasted movement, it's as though nothing can touch him. Nagato's lips pressed into a thin line. True, his power seems to be undeniable. Nagato raised a hand, summoning a path of pain to his side. The summoned figure exuded an air of menace, and its unique presence hinted at the summoning magic Nagato had imbued it with, both to observe the fight and to facilitate their escape, if necessary. Its glowing eyes scanned the battlefield silently, awaiting orders. The 2 men descended from their perch, moving swiftly yet silently through the jungle. Gojo, now leaning against a tree and lazily adjusting his sunglasses, he had sensed their presence long before they decided to show themselves. A sly grin spread across his face as he straightened up, brushing imaginary dust off his coat. Finally, Gojo exclaimed, throwing his hands in the air dramatically. I was beginning to think you'd never show up. Thank the gods you decided to find me. I was getting tired of walking in circles on this island. Nagato stepped forward, his imposing figure radiating an aura of authority. I have questions for you, mage. You've been destroying my targets trying to get my attention, it seems. He said, his voice low and commanding. If not, why do you go after dark guilds, and why have I never heard of you, and how do you know that I would be here? Gojo tilted his head, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Now, You're asking all the right questions at the wrong time. But I'll tell you what, beat me in a fight, and I might just spill all my secrets. Nagato's eyes narrowed, the Rinnegan swirling with faint ripples of power. You're confident, I'll give you that. But arrogance is no substitute for strength. Gojo laughed, the sound light and carefree. Arrogance. No, no, no. This isn't arrogance. It's just a fact. I was hoping to test your Rinnegan anyway, so let's make this fun. What's your real name, Pain? Before we start. Nagato stepped closer, his aura flaring slightly as the earth beneath his feet cracked under the weight of his magic. Nagato. Gojo's grin widened. Satoru Gojo, the chosen one. And you, Mr. Brooding over there. He glanced at Itachi, who stood silently a few steps behind Nagato, his eyes locked onto Gojo with quiet intensity. Itachi Uchiha, Itachi said simply, his Sharingan spinning faintly. Gojo let out a low whistle, clearly impressed. And Uchiha, now this is getting interesting. I would love to fight you too, but you're sitting this one out, right? I'd hate to have to handle you both at once. Might actually have to break a sweat. Quote. Nagato raised a hand, stopping Itachi before he could respond. Itachi, stay out of this. I want to see if he can back up his talk. Itachi's gaze didn't waver as he replied calmly. I will not interfere. But if anyone dares disturb this battle, he turned his head slightly, his Sharingan locking onto a distant point in the forest canopy. His voice dropped an octave, filled with quiet menace. I will stop them myself. Quote. Far away, Orochimaru's small snake, perched high in the trees, recoiled as Itachi's warning resonated through the air. The snake mage began pacing restlessly. Aren't you the watchful one, Itachi? Orochimaru muttered to himself, a tinge of fear gripped his dark heart. I'll continue to observe them with my snake, getting any closer would be foolish for now. Back in their area of the island, Gojo clapped his hands together, his grin turning playful. Oh, this is going to be fun. Don't hold back now, Pain. Nagato's expression hardened, and the ground beneath him trembled as his magic surged. The faint outline of his immense, magical energy flickered behind him for a brief moment before fading away, a silent warning of the power he held. Gojo remained completely unfazed, a grin etched to his face. Casually he took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of universal sky-blue eyes that shone with immense magical power, looking directly at Nagato's purple-ringed eyes. Gojo's grin faltered slightly as he took a good look at Nagato's Rinnegan. Yikes. Those eyes are, ugly. How do you even get laid with those? It's gotta be goth chicks, right? You've got the whole scary, brooding thing going, especially with those peepers. Normal chicks, no way. Nope. Can't imagine that works in your favor. Nagato's expression shifted ever so slightly, as well as a faint shift in his magical aura, warning the tall white-haired man to tread carefully. Here, let me help, Gojo added, casually tossing a pair of sleek, stylish sunglasses he had in his coat pocket. Don't say I never got you anything. Nagato caught the glasses and, without a word, stored them away with a flicker of storage magic. Any more fashion tips before we begin? He said dryly. Well, since you asked, Gojo said, his tone mock serious. The cloak is definitely smooth, but I feel like you should open it up, wear something cool underneath. Maybe a vest with some flair. Oh, and, quote, enough. Nagato's voice thundered, cutting Gojo off. His stoic expression hid the smallest flicker of thoughtful consideration. Nagato's voice cut through the silence like a blade, his deep voice seemed to echo through the forest. If being a mage doesn't work out for you in your next life, you can be a comedian. Let's us begin. Gojo's grin widened, his voice dripping with excitement, ignoring the jab. Let's. Airship directly above Tenro Island. Above the swirling mists of Tenro Island, the imposing shadow of Grimoire Heart's airship loomed, its dark silhouette cutting through the golden light of the setting sun. Inside the well-lit command chamber, Altair stood before Master Hades, her piercing gaze locked on the magical monitor that displayed the unfolding chaos below. They've made contact with each other, Master. Altair announced, her voice sharp with a mix of anticipation and urgency. Master Hades, the old but imposing leader of the Grimoire Heart, leaned forward, his steely gaze meeting hers. The weight of his presence filled the room as his deep, gravelly voice resonated with authority. Excellent. The rest of the 7 kin of Purgatory are to descend onto the island immediately. Begin the search for Zirf at once. He paused, stroking his grizzled beard thoughtfully. And send Blue Note to my side. His strength will be required. As you command, Master Hades, Ultir replied, already moving toward the exit. And Ultir, Hades added, his voice halting her steps. Send Regulus the exact coordinates of the battle between Gojo and Pain. He needs to be there to take out the winner. A faint smirk played at Ultir's lips as she nodded. Of course, Master, I'll see to it personally. Quote, with a respectful bow, she exited the room, her footsteps echoing faintly down the steel-plated corridors. Master Hades sank back into his ornate chair, the dark sigils carved into its frame glowing faintly with residual magic. The airship hummed around him, a symphony of machinery and enchantments working in perfect harmony. Hades steepled his fingers, his cold gaze fixed on the magical screen as images of Tenro Island flickered in front of him. The clash between Satoru Gojo and Nagato, now being monitored in real time, was a spectacle of raw power and unyielding will. The jungle clearing where they fought was already a scarred wasteland, and their combined auras crackled like a distant storm. Hades' lips curled into a thin smile as he observed the happenings of Tenro Island. Once, long ago, this island had been a sanctuary. The birthplace of Fairy Tail, his old guild, his old family. His mind wandered back to those days, to the camaraderie, the dreams they all shared under the watchful gaze of Mavis Vermilion. Fairy Tail, he thought to himself with a mixture of regret and resolve. You were my home once, but I cannot allow old sentiments to blind me now. The one magic is all that matters. To claim it, I must do what you would not, what you could never do. The magical lights of the chamber flickered faintly, responding to the surge of power emanating from Hades as he clenched his fist. He pushed aside the pang of nostalgia, focusing instead on the inevitability of his vision. This island will be the end of my past and the foundation of new future of magic with Zirf and myself at its head, he murmured to himself, his voice low and resolute. For the one magic, I will destroy everything, even the legacies of the guild I once cherished. Quote, the forest of Tenro Island was no longer the serene haven it had once been hours earlier. The earth groaned under the weight of battle, tremors spreading like shockwaves as 2 mages whom most would consider living gods, clashed in a fury that scarred the land. Trees exploded into splinters as if the forest itself recoiled in terror. Boulders fractured under the sheer pressure of their power, and the air rang with deafening shockwaves, each blow a thunderclap that sent flocks of birds fleeing in chaos. Satoru Gojo moved with confidence and unearthly speed, his figure blurring as he danced just beyond Nagato's reach. Each punch Nagato threw carried the force of a battering ram, the kind of power that could shatter mountains, but they all stopped mere inches from Gojo's body, halted by the invisible shield of infinity. A frustrated growl escaped Nagato as he pivoted, the ground cracking beneath his heel with the sheer force of his movement. His Rinnegan glowed with analytical precision, each strike calculating Gojo's speed, his angles of engagement, and what his abilities truly were. Nagato darted forward, his speed blurring as he closed the distance between them. His next punch snapped forward with brutal precision, followed by another and another, a flurry of strikes aimed at every conceivable angle. Each blow seemed to connect, landing squarely on Gojo's chest, face, and stomach. Yet Gojo stood still, untouched, as though Nagato had been striking air. Gojo quipped, his tone almost bored. Infinity isn't something you can punch through. Quote, Nagato's gaze sharpened. He twisted mid-strike, dropping low and sweeping his leg in a wide arc toward Gojo's knees. The move was meant to destabilize, to catch him off guard, but Gojo leapt effortlessly, flipping over Nagato and landing gracefully a few feet away. Not bad, Gojo admitted. But let's try this. Gojo closed the gap in an instant, his left hook snapping toward Nagato's jaw. The punch missed by mere inches as Nagato tilted his head, countering with a swift palm strike toward Gojo's ribcage. Gojo bent backwards, dodging the strike with ease, and retaliated with a spinning kick aimed at Nagato's temple. Nagato blocked the kick with his forearm, the force of the impact cracking the ground beneath him, but his footing remained steady. Gojo, unfazed, retaliated with a devastating uppercut. Though his fist didn't make contact, the blue-eyed mage blasted his infinity field outward, the invisible energy slamming into Nagato's torso. Nagato staggered, his feet skidding across the earth, leaving deep gouges in the soil as the blow reverberated painfully through his chest. "Not bad, you're able to keep up," Gojo said, his grin widening as he adjusted his stance. "I'm starting to have some fun." "Enough games," Nagato growled. He raised his hand, and with a single command, a powerful gravitational pull surged outward. Almighty push. The blast erupted with devastating force, sending trees, rocks, and debris hurtling in every direction. Even though the tall white-haired mage didn't need to counter this attack, Gojo was enjoying the battle as he decided to activate his magic reversal, red, countering the gravitational wave with a large red ball of imaginary gravitational energy of his own. The two powers collided, creating a shockwave that ripped through the battlefield. As the dust settled, Gojo appeared unscathed, hovering inches above the ground, his limitless technique shimmering around him like an invisible shield. Satoru Gojo stood tall, his grin sharp as ever, his sharp blue eyes flicking around, searching for openings. Nagato stood opposite him, unmoving, his crimson hair swaying slightly in the breeze, his gaze steady and calculating. The fight had already escalated to an intensity neither man usually encountered. "Impressive," Gojo said, his tone now carrying a hint of excitement. "But if we're starting to show off, let me turn it up a notch." Quote, Gojo vanished via teleportation in a blur of blue light, reappearing behind Nagato with a spinning kick aimed at the back of his head. But Nagato pivoted smoothly, ducking under the strike with uncanny precision. A fist covered in Preta Path energy lashed out, forcing Gojo to teleport again, flickering out of reach before the blow could connect. Hidden far off in the battlefield amongst the craters and rubble, the Asura Path tracked Gojo's movements, its enhanced vision feeding Nagato every detail of the sorcerer's teleports. From the opposite side hidden, the Diva Path adjusted its gaze, alerting Nagato to Gojo's next position a split second before he reappeared. Nagato leaned to the side just in time to avoid a straight punch that would have shattered a boulder. He retaliated with a quick strike of his own, the Preta Path energy sparking as his fist collided with Gojo's forearm in a vicious block. The force of their blows cracked the ground beneath them. "You're good," Gojo admitted, vanishing again and reappearing several yards away. He rolled his neck and cracked his knuckles, his grin widening. "It's weird how you're able to anticipate my position even while I'm teleporting and you're dodging stuff you shouldn't even be able to see. You've got something watching my moves, don't you?" "Clever." Nagato didn't respond, his calm demeanor not betraying how close Satoru was to the truth. Gojo teleported again, this time appearing directly above Nagato, aiming a powerful axe kick at his head. Nagato sidestepped at the last possible moment, twisting to counter with a high kick of his own. Their strikes collided midair, the impact sending both men skidding backward. Gojo teleported forward, feinting a punch to Nagato's left. Nagato saw through it instantly, pivoting to avoid the real attack, a knee aimed at his ribs, and countering with a spinning elbow that grazed Gojo's jaw. Gojo stumbled slightly, his grin faltering for the briefest moment before he regained his footing. Gojo leapt back, clutching his face as his eyes gleamed with unspoken respect. "You actually hit me." The fight took to the skies as Gojo suspected staying on the ground gave Nagato an advantage somehow. Both men launched themselves upward, the force of their movements sending a shockwave through the ground. They clashed midair, exchanging a flurry of punches and kicks so fast they blurred into streaks of motion. Nagato's Preta Path-covered fists clashed against Gojo's infinity-enhanced strikes, each blow shaking the air around them. Satoru began to teleport around in the air, beginning to land some of the punches and kicks to Nagato's body that on the ground weren't landing. After a flurry of attacks that were dodged by a hair or rolled off by Pain expertly at an angle, Gojo managed to land a glancing blow to Nagato's ribs that normally wouldn't have done anything but. Backed by infinity, that glancing shot sent the red-haired leader hurtling toward the ground with immense force. Nagato twisted mid-fall, landing heavily but controlled, the force of his impact forming a shallow crater beneath him. Dust billowed around him as he stood, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Gojo landed softly a few yards away, his feet barely disturbing the ground. A faint bruise had formed on his cheek from one of Nagato's earlier strikes, but his grin remained intact. "You're tough," Gojo admitted, rolling his shoulder as if shaking off a particularly annoying ache. "Tougher than I expected. I like it." Nagato straightened, his Rinnegan gleaming. His voice was calm and firm, not betraying any signs that he was in pain. "And you're more arrogant than I expected." Gojo chuckled. "If you could do what I could do, wouldn't you be?" "Too." He raised a hand, a faint glow surrounding him as his healing magic began to take effect. The bruise on his cheek faded, the minor cuts along his arms sealing themselves in moments. Nagato watched, his mind processing before he spoke again. "Healing magic as well," he said, looking at the mage. "Interesting." Gojo cracked his knuckles, his grin widening. "All right, tomato head. I'm good as new, ready for round 2. Quote. Nagato's eyes narrowed. "Heal from this almighty push." He thrust his hands forward, and a tidal wave of magical energy erupted from his body, sending off an even bigger gravitational wave than he did the first, trying to overpower his opponent's infinity barrier through sheer magical power. The very foundation of the island seemed to buckle this time, as the forest flattened in an instant, even more trees snapping like brittle twigs and launching into the sky as the shockwave carved a massive crater into the landscape. Rocks splintered into dust, and a deafening roar drowned out all else. The destruction extended in every direction, consuming hundreds of yards in its unrelenting wrath. When the dust cleared, Gojo stood at the epicenter, untouched. His infinity glimmered faintly in the fading light, the shield of impossibility preserving him in the eye of the storm. He yawned theatrically, stretching his arms. "Doesn't matter how well you control gravity, Pain. My 6 eyes and limitless allow me to control space itself. You can barely touch me. Any damage you do I can heal, and if you think you can tire me out, my 6 eyes allow me to use the least amount of magical energy possible to sustain my techniques and to replace what I've lost almost at the same rate I lose it. Face it, Pain, you've met your match." Nagato didn't dignify the taunt with a response. Instead, he surged forward with terrifying speed, his fists coated in the shimmering aura of the Preta path. Each punch devoured the magical energy that made up Gojo's infinity, gnawing at the impenetrable shield. Gojo's smug grin faltered as a grazing blow landed, tearing through the edge of his defense and slamming into his ribs. A faint bruise blossomed on his side, if one could see underneath his shirt. Nagato pressed the advantage, his strikes relentless, the very ground quaking under the ferocity of his assault. Gojo teleported just as a crushing blow shattered the earth where he'd been standing, the impact creating a deep fissure that spread like veins through the battlefield. "Time for a little fun," Gojo said, raising a hand. Blue. A vacuum of magic energy erupted in the space between them, dragging Nagato forward with unstoppable force. The gravitational pull was suffocating, completely different from the gravity that he controlled. His body jerked toward Gojo against his will. Nagato snarled, tilting his head just enough to avoid Gojo's fist, but the invisible force of infinity expanded, slamming into him with the strength of a hurricane. It sent him careening through the shattered remains of the forest. He landed hard, skidding across the rubble, but his gravity manipulation stabilized him, lifting Pain to his feet without his hands touching the ground. "You like that?" Gojo taunted, reappearing behind him in an instant. "Because I've got plenty more where that came from." Nagato twisted mid-step, narrowly dodging a spinning kick that tore through the air with enough force to crack a nearby boulder with the air pressure. His Rinnegan flared as he activated the human path. spectral arms reaching out for Gojo's soul. Gojo teleported away just as the hands grazed his neck, the brush of their presence leaving a faint chill on the white-haired man's skin. "That's new," Gojo said, his tone still light but tinged with a trace of caution. "I'm pretty sure I shouldn't let that touch me." Nagato's response was silent, his body a blur as he closed the gap once more. The two traded blows at blinding speed, their strikes too fast for even the sharpest eyes to follow. Gojo's magical energy clashed against Nagato's own, the shockwaves of their battle sending ripples through the earth. Each impact left even more craters and fractures in the land. The blasts exploded in domes of light casting different colors over the island. As Nagato's fists continued to eat away at infinity and damage Satoru. The Gojo stepped back, his expression briefly serious. All right, you're getting a little too close for comfort now. Let's wrap this up. Domain expansion, unlimited void. Gojo said, putting his fingers into a unique position before reality shifted around both of the sorcerers. Satoru Gojo's domain expansion swallowed everything. The once lush forest dissolved into a swirling abyss of light, darkness, and beautiful colors in between, with a giant black hole or moon in the horizon. Nagato found himself standing in this otherworldly space, where time ceased to exist. Then the onslaught of information hit the Nagato immediately. The Rinnegan user staggered on his feet, clutching his head, as an unrelenting tide of information flooded his mind. Sights, sounds, thoughts, and concepts blurring into one incomprehensible torrent. His heart thundered in his chest, each beat feeling like it might be his last. Muscles locked, and his limbs felt as if they were submerged in a dense, crushing weight. The sensory overload was suffocating, like drowning in a sea of infinite knowledge. Gojo appeared in front of him with a smug grin, his usual playful arrogance sharpened by confidence. "It's over, you know. Most people can't move at all in here after the first second of exposure, but somehow you're still managing to move." Gojo whistled. "Those eyes of yours really are powerful." He raised his hand, a glowing aura of magic energy coiling around his fingers. "But being able to move slightly isn't going to help you." Gojo thrust forward, aiming a magic-infused palm strike at Nagato's chest. His movements were casual, as though the outcome was already decided. But as his hand came within inches of its target, Nagato's body shifted. A subtle tilt of his torso, and he had just managed to evade the attack. Gojo froze as his attack was dodged, his eyebrows lifting in surprise. "Wait, did you just dodge?" Nagato didn't respond, his focus razor sharp despite the unbearable strain on his mind. His Rinnegan burned, processing Gojo's position and movements even as the sensory barrage of years' worth of the world's information continued to assault him. Gojo smirked, his tone laced with curiosity. "All right, let's try that again." This time, his strike came faster, a sweeping roundhouse kick with enough force to shatter bone. The air cracked as the blow streaked toward Nagato's head. But once again, Nagato shifted, his footwork clumsy yet precise enough to avoid the half-assed attack. The kick passed by, the force of it causing his hair to whip in its wake. Gojo straightened, his expression now tinged with genuine astonishment. "Okay, now this is interesting. No one's been able to move in here, let alone dodge. What are you, a machine?" Nagato's breaths were labored, his body trembling under the weight of the void. Yet his voice remained steady, but obviously strained. "These ugly eyes are good for something, it seems." Gojo's smirk returned, but this time it carried a dangerous edge. "Well, that's cute, but let's see if you can keep up when I stop playing around." Quote. And then he truly attacked. Gojo vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Nagato and launching a flurry of blows that moved with breathtaking speed. His fists and feet blurred as he struck at every angle, the air around them rippling with the force of his attacks. Nagato tried to defend, raising his arms to block and shifting his body to dodge, but Gojo's strikes came faster than he could process. A punch slammed into his ribs, sending a shockwave through his torso. A spinning kick connected with his shoulder, forcing him back several steps. The ground cracked beneath his feet with every impact, and the overwhelming assault of infinite void only made it worse. His body felt sluggish, his thoughts fragmented, and each strike pushed him closer to his limit. "You're tough," Gojo said as he teleported behind Nagato, delivering an elbow to his back that dropped him to one knee. "But tough only gets you so far when your brain can't recognize what's happening right in front of you or 100 yards away." Quote, Nagato growled, forcing himself to his feet despite the pain radiating through his body. His vision blurred, the endless stream of information bombarding his mind making every movement an act of willpower. He swung his arm, releasing a burst of gravitational energy on instinct to push Gojo back, but the sorcerer flickered out of range effortlessly, reappearing with that same infuriating grin. "You're good, real good for putting up this kind of a fight, I'll give you that," Gojo said, raising his hand for another attack. "But it's time to put you down." Just as Gojo prepared to strike, a faint glow emanated from Nagato's body. Finally he had been able to concentrate just enough to summon the magical energy required to communicate to one of his 6 paths and in an instant, one of his external paths reverse summoned the cornered mage, teleporting him out of the magic domain of infinite void. The void vanished as abruptly as it had appeared, the world returning to its ruined state. Gojo stood alone in the cratered battlefield, his hand still raised. For a moment, he simply stared at the empty space where Nagato had been. "Well," he said with a dry chuckle, lowering his hand. "He's full of surprises." Nagato reappeared 100 yards away, collapsing to the ground as he gasped for air and threw up. Every muscle in his body screamed in protest, and his head throbbed as though it might split open. The effects of infinite void still lingered, the residual assault of endless knowledge echoing through his mind like the aftermath of a violent storm. Nearby, Itachi Uchiha approached, his crimson Sharingan gleaming in the sunlight. He stopped a few feet away, his expression unreadable as he regarded Nagato. "Having trouble?" Itachi asked, his tone calm and measured. "I can assist you if needed, just say the word." Nagato shook his head slowly, forcing himself to sit up despite the agony coursing through his body. "No," he rasped, "he's powerful, but I know how to beat him." Quote, Itachi studied him for a moment longer before nodding. "I see, I'm sure you've come to the same conclusion as I have then on the path to victory." Nagato said nothing, his gaze fixed on the horizon where Gojo stood, waiting. Gojo, watching from a distance, raised his hand. Red magical energy appeared hovering atop one finger in his right hand and blue energy in his left, forcing both of them to come together, creating immense purple energy that coalesced into a volatile sphere that was bigger than Gojo himself. "You keep surviving. It's starting to get annoying. Let's finish this." Hollow purple. The colossal blast surged forward, distorting the very air. But Nagato activated his 6 paths magic, Preta path, absorbing the energy in its entirety. The added power coursed through him, revitalizing his body. He launched himself forward with universal pull, hurtling toward Gojo like a missile. At the last second, Nagato activated his human path, and a purple spectral arm burst forth, bypassing infinity and stabbing through the tall wizard's torso. His eyes widened in surprise as the hand seized Gojo's soul. Instantaneously Nagato was hit with a wave of memories from Satoru. Gojo dropped to his knees, gasping, pain radiating through his body. "What the hell?" Quote, Nagato loomed over him, his voice calm but commanding. "Yield. One more pull, and your soul is mine. You've proven your strength, but this fight is over." For the first time, Gojo's confidence wavered. His grin faded as sweat dripped from his brow. "Not bad," he muttered, wincing in pain. "Not bad at all. To think you have 2 magics that can bypass my infinity, you truly are strong." Pain. Nagato's gaze didn't waver as he loomed over the fallen sorcerer. His tone was calm, calculated, a knife hidden behind silk. "Now, answer my questions. How did you know I would be here? And why have you been targeting dark guilds, my targets?" He already knew the answers, of course. He had glimpsed the truth in the flood of memories he had taken from Gojo's soul, each fragment a piece of a greater puzzle. But Nagato was a master tactician, and this was not the time to reveal his hand. Gojo needed to believe he held the reins, even as Nagato quietly bent him to his will. Ezra's brother was cunning as she was brash. If he played this correctly, he would turn one of the council's most valuable pieces into his own. Nagato's thoughts remained carefully masked, though a flicker of amusement crossed his mind. The council thinks themselves untouchable. They've underestimated two things: how deeply Gojo despises their ways, and how much he craves a rival worthy of his strength. I offer answers to both of his unspoken desires. Gojo, despite his pain, tilted his head and grinned, though his usual cockiness was tinged with weariness. How did I know? Seems like our informant out there thought they'd kill two birds with one stone, he said, his voice low but sharp. As for the dark guilds, I'll admit, anyone that knows anything about you knows that you specifically target dark guild that deal with slavery and Zerf worship. So I just decided to start knocking some heads around and poof, you'd show up eventually. As to why, I just wanted to see what you're made of. Call it a test of might. He paused, his grin widening despite the lingering ache radiating from his chest. And you passed. So, Nagato, here's the deal, I want in. Usually, I'm the strongest guy in the room. But you're different. You're not just powerful, you've got a vision that I want in on. To change the magic world. So, I'll cut to the chase. Gojo leaned forward slightly, his piercing gaze meeting Nagato's unflinching stare. Will you let me join the Akatsuki as your ace? Nagato remained silent for a moment, his expression unreadable as the wind stirred his crimson hair. He let the pause stretch deliberately, the tension in the air thick enough to cut. Finally, his lips curved ever so slightly, a subtle, calculated shift. How long did you rehearse that little speech? He asked, his tone flat but laced with faint amusement. Gojo chuckled hoarsely, wincing as his hand brushed his chest. Hey, thought of it while I was beating the tar out of those grimoire heart weaklings. So, what do you say? Nagato pretended to consider, though his decision had already been made. The memories he had glimpsed from Gojo revealed a man weary of manipulation, disillusioned by the hollow bureaucracy of the council. A man who sought a challenge worthy of his limitless power. Nagato could give him that and more. Yes, Nagato said finally, his voice low and resolute. I could use an ace as powerful as you. Truly, I understand your desire to find an equal, someone who can match your strength. But know this, to stand with me, you will follow my orders and uphold the Akatsuki's ideals. If you can accept that, then I welcome you, chosen one. Quote. Gojo exhaled in mock relief, his grin returning as he straightened to his full height. I know you said it sarcastically, but damn, my nickname has a good ring to it. Chosen one. Gotta send a thank you note to Sorcerer's Magazine, it has a nice touch. Quote. He draped an arm casually around Nagato's shoulders, ignoring the shorter man's immediate attempt to shrug him off. But that and moniker of yours, could use another one with some more flair. How about the chosen one and the god? I mean, anyone who can yank a soul out of someone is ridiculously op. Nagato sighed at the fact that it seemed like another eccentric character was joining his guild, but he didn't move, his Rinnegan glowing faintly as he allowed a moment to pass. Says the man who bends the fabric of reality with imaginary concepts, he replied dryly. Touché, Gojo shot back. So, what's next? Before Nagato could answer, the battlefield trembled, a violent pulse of energy crackling through the air. A figure emerged from the smoke and rubble, his pristine white cloak billowing as golden light radiated from his form. Regulus. Now, Regulus declared, his voice sharp and commanding, you both die. Gojo smirked, stepping forward as he released Nagato. If you think you're up for it, I dare you to try. But before the fight could begin, a shadow flickered between them. Itachi Uchiha materialized, his cloak rippling like liquid shadow, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning into focus. Nagato, Itachi said, his voice calm yet firm. You've had your fun. Now, it's my turn. And, as with your battle, do not interfere. Nagato studied him for a moment before nodding. It's rare for you to seek a fight, Itachi. But very well, I suppose even you can't resist the thrill of challenge every now and then. Regulus sneered, his golden eyes narrowing. The man with the inferior eyes thinks he can stop me. The Sharingan is old news. We've mastered its tricks. Itachi's expression didn't shift as his Mangekyo Sharingan swirled ominously. Is that so? Suddenly, black flames of Amaterasu erupted around Regulus, consuming him in an inferno of unrelenting fire. He staggered, screaming as though in agony, only to step forward moments later, unscathed, his smirk untouched. Do you like my acting, Uchiha? Regulus mocked, his tone dripping with condescension. I have the power to contend with pain and Gojo. You cannot beat me with those weak eyes. Quote. Itachi's gaze hardened, the faint glow of his Sharingan promising devastation. He replied, his quiet resolve unshaken. The two warriors locked eyes, the tension between them like a drawn bowstring. Itachi formed hand seals with practiced precision, and glowing red magic circles materialized around him. Dozens of shadowy clones surged forward, their crimson Sharingan gleaming with deadly intent. Regulus sneered, raising his hand as a wave of sand exploded outward. Each grain, enhanced with blinding speed and razor-sharp force, tore through the clones, disintegrating them instantly. But as the last clone fell, they all detonated, their energy bursting into a massive wall of smoke that enveloped Regulus. The wizard's eyes narrowed, but before he could react, 4 invisible distortions in the air sliced through the smoke. Time-stopped wind blades, lethal and precise, tore through space toward Itachi. The Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan spun furiously, allowing him to see the faint shifts in reality. It's LF. With impossible grace, Itachi dodged. He slid under one distortion, leapt sideways over another, and pirouetted between the remaining 2, spinning with a dancer's precision as the blades screamed past him. The moment he landed, he dashed forward into the smoke, closing the distance with stunning speed. Amaterasu erupted into existence from his left Sharingan. The black flames ignited point blank on Regulus, wrapping him in an inferno of agony. Regulus screamed as the flames consumed him, his lion's heart faltering as his time-stopping ability gave out under the strain of pushing it past 5 seconds. He clawed at the flames as they burned through his defenses, leaving charred earth in their wake. Desperate, he reactivated his ability, stopping time and becoming intangible once more. The flames fell to the ground, burning fiercely as Itachi extinguished them with a flick of his wrist. He must have figured out my time limit already, but how? Regulus thought in pain from his burns. Panting but still defiant, Regulus retaliated with a flurry of punches, each one suspended in frozen time before being unleashed with devastating force. The concussive blasts shattered the already shattered landscape, sending shockwaves rippling across the island. Itachi moved to dodge, his Sharingan tracking the attacks, but there were too many, an overwhelming storm of strikes. One punch connected, then another, and another. The air force of the blows ripped into Itachi's body, tearing him apart in a gruesome display of raw power. Regulus stood triumphantly amidst the destruction, his golden aura flaring as he laughed. I won. Now you're next, Pain. He shouted, turning toward where Nagato stood watching from afar. But a sound behind him froze his blood. The soft flutter of crows. He spun around, his eyes widening in disbelief as he saw Itachi, whole and unscathed, reforming from a swirl of feathers. The holes in his body vanished, the torn flesh knitting itself back together seamlessly. Itachi's calm voice cut through the tension like a blade. Have you had your fun, living out what you wish had happened? Regulus's confidence shattered. I killed you. I saw it. How? How are you back? This can't be real. I trained my body and mind to resist illusions. This isn't possible. His voice wavered, panic setting in. The world around them began to distort, turning black and white. The battlefield dissolved into nothingness, leaving only Itachi and Regulus suspended in an infinite void. In an instant, Regulus was bound to a cross, unable to move as Itachi stood before him, a sword in hand, its tip aimed at Regulus's gut. Do your worst. Regulus spat, forcing false confidence into his voice. This isn't real. Any pain I feel here won't affect me in the real world. Itachi's expression remained impassive, his voice cold and steady. That's what they all say. Let's begin. The sword plunged into Regulus's stomach, and he screamed in pain. Itachi pulled the blade free and stabbed again. And again. Each strike was accompanied by a horrifying twist of reality as another. Itachi appeared. Soon, dozens of Itachis surrounded Regulus, each wielding a blade, each stabbing in perfect unison. The pain multiplied, an unrelenting assault that fractured Regulus's mind. He looked to his sides and saw himself, mirrored versions of his face twisted in agony. He was no longer one person, but dozens, his consciousness split across countless bodies, each one screaming in unbearable pain. The torment continued, each second stretching into eternity. After what felt like hours, Itachi's voice broke through the cacophony of suffering. Time passes differently here. What you've experienced as 30 minutes of agony has only been 3 seconds in the real world. Welcome to Tsukuyomi. We have a full day left together. Let's begin again. Regulus screamed violently, his resolve shattering as tears streamed from his eyes. Please, stop. I can't take it anymore. He begged, his cries echoing endlessly. His clones joined the chorus, their voices overlapping in a maddening symphony. Please, stop. I can't take it anymore. Please, stop. I can't take it anymore. Back in the real world, Regulus stood frozen before Itachi, foam dripping from his mouth as his body twitched uncontrollably. Occasionally, he screamed, his voice cracking with strain, his mind clearly broken beyond repair. From the sidelines, Gojo raised an eyebrow, glancing at Nagato. Why are they just standing there? And why does he look like he's seen hell itself? Nagato's voice was calm, almost clinical. It's Itachi's power, Tsukuyomi. The most powerful Sharingan magic in existence. Think of it as your infinite void but far more personal. Pray you never find yourself on the receiving end. Itachi turned, his Mangekyo Sharingan fading as he approached Nagato and Gojo. He won't be moving again. His mind is broken beyond repair. We've achieved what we came for. Should we leave, or do you wish to eliminate the remnants of Grimoire Heart? Nagato's Rinnegan glimmered faintly. Let the wizards of Fairy Tail and Grimoire Heart battle each other. I'm sure this will be a good test for the fairies. We'll find Zerf ourselves and end him once and for all. The world will never know we saved it. And then if my sister's guild needs help, I shall assist them in destroying Grimoire Heart for what pain they've caused me. Quote. With that, Nagato turned and began walking, Itachi and Gojo following closely behind. Sister. Satoru exclaimed in surprise. This information definitely wasn't in his mission brief provided by the council. I wonder if she's hot. Satoru pictured a female Nagato with the Rinnegan eyes and a curvaceous body. The Infinity Mage shook his head to rid himself of the thought as he continued to walk behind Itachi and Nagato. Elsewhere on Tenro Island, the battlefield shook as Natsu, Wendy, Happy, Carla, and Panther Lily crashed down from above, their battered forms hitting the forest floor in a flurry of debris and ash. Erza spun toward them, her heart pounding in alarm. Natsu, Wendy, she shouted, but before she could move, Azuma's deep, cruel laughter echoed through the clearing. How fortuitous, Azuma said, his voice calm yet brimming with malice. More lambs to lead to slaughter. Quote. Without warning, the earth beneath them shifted. Massive roots and thorned branches erupted from the ground with terrifying speed, coiling toward the fallen mages. Wendy, still unconscious, was the first to be ensnared, her small frame hoisted into the air like a broken doll. Happy, Carla, and Panther Lily followed, their weak struggles no match for the crushing grip of Azuma's magic. Erza's eyes widened as she rushed forward, her sword gleaming. Let them go, Azuma. But before her blade could strike, another branch shot toward Natsu, its jagged thorns gleaming. Not a chance, Natsu roared, flames erupting around his feet. He propelled himself upward, narrowly evading the snapping roots. His body twisted midair as he landed on solid ground, his fists igniting with fiery intensity. You're not taking me that easily. Azuma smirked, unfazed. A wise lizard evades the trap, but what can one lone dragon do against the forest itself? Natsu's flames surged, the fire crackling with the heat of his rage. Plenty. He raised his fists, ready to launch himself at Azuma, but before Natsu could attack, the sky above them ignited with black fire. A massive flaming orb tore through the canopy, crashing into the forest floor like a meteor. The impact sent shockwaves through the clearing, scattering debris and shaking the earth. Smoke and embers filled the air, choking the battlefield in an oppressive haze. Natsu shielded his face from the blast, his flames dimming briefly under the intense heat. When the smoke cleared, a figure emerged from the crater, a towering man wreathed in black fire, his grin as wild and unhinged as his blazing aura. Round 2. Lizard boy, Zancro said, his voice low and mocking. Did you miss me? Natsu's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, his fists reigniting. You didn't finish me last time. Now I'm gonna make you regret it. Zancro laughed maniacally, his flames roaring higher. Big talk for a little dragon. Let's see if you can back it up this time. Natsu's eyes burned with determination, his flames flaring brighter. You're not gonna lay another fucking finger on them, you shaggy-haired knock-off. Quote, who are you calling a knock-off, salmon head? Zancro snarled, his body erupting in black flames as he charged at Natsu. On the other side of the clearing, Azuma stood towering over Erza. The roots binding Wendy and the exceeds tightened slightly as he smirked. Shall we make this interesting, Titania? Fight me with all your might, or your friends perish. And if you refuse, he raised a hand, the island's magic pulsing in response. I'll take control of Tenro's fairy magic and drain it from all your comrades. They'll be powerless as they die. Erza's gaze narrowed. You're bluffing. Azuma chuckled darkly. Are you sure about that? He raised his arms, and suddenly, the vibrant energy surrounding Natsu and the others flickered out. Natsu staggered, his flames extinguishing, and let out a piercing scream as a blast of black fire from Zancro scorched his side. Erza's heart clenched at Natsu's cries, and her fists tightened around her sword. She glared at Azuma. Restore their magic. Now. Azuma's smile widened. Then fight me. To the death. Erza hesitated only a moment before nodding. Very well. But I will not lose. The energy of the island surged back, flowing into her comrades as Azuma laughed. Now that's more like it. Behind him, Wendy, Happy, Carla, and Panther Lily hung suspended in a prison of roots, their bodies limp and pale, their breaths shallow. The glow of Azuma's magic pulsated through the roots, threatening to crush or explode at the slightest command. Erza's eyes darted to Wendy's fragile form, the youngest among them, and her heart twisted with rage and fear. They still breathe, Azuma said, his voice calm and deliberate, as if he were commenting on the weather. But for how long depends. Entirely on you, Titania. Will you give me the fight I crave? Or shall I tear them apart before your very eyes? Azuma wasted no time, slamming his hands into the ground. The earth convulsed as massive roots and thorned branches erupted toward Erza with terrifying speed. She leapt into the air, her Heaven's Wheel armor shimmering as dozens of swords materialized around her. Circle blade, she shouted, sending the swords spinning in a deadly arc. They sliced through the approaching roots, splintering them into harmless debris, before converging on Azuma. He raised a barrier of bark, the swords embedding themselves but failing to reach him. You fight with precision, Azuma said, his tone almost admiring. But precision means little against the untamed force of nature. Quote, he thrust his hands outward, summoning a burst of magical energy that detonated around him. The shockwave blasted through the clearing, knocking Erza off balance. She landed in a crouch, her armor glowing faintly from absorbing some of the impact. Without hesitation, she switched into her purgatory armor, her blade growing heavier and darker as it pulsed with destructive energy. The ground cracked beneath her as Erza charged, each swing of her massive sword shattering Azuma's roots with raw, unrelenting power. Splinters and bark flew through the air, Azuma retreating with every strike, his grin faltering. But his magic surged again, explosive roots bursting forth like coiled vipers. One caught Erza across her side, leaving a deep gash that burned as the explosion tore through her armor. She staggered, blood dripping down her side, but her eyes never left Azuma. "You'll pay for every ounce of pain you've caused them," she said through gritted teeth. Azuma chuckled, his voice almost reverent. "Good. Let the anger fuel you. Let me see the depth of your resolve." He raised both hands, and the roots constricting Wendy and the others tightened, drawing faint groans of pain from their unconscious forms. Erza's heart clenched, the sight pushing her beyond the limits of her pain. She switched back into Heaven's Wheel armor, summoning another barrage of swords. "Your cruelty ends here," she roared, sending the blades crashing down in a blinding storm of steel. The swords rained on Azuma with devastating force, piercing his defenses and driving him to his knees. Blood spilled from cuts on his shoulders and legs, staining the ground in vivid red. Yet he raised his head, a twisted grin still etched on his face. "Well done, Titania," he said, his voice rasping. "But you have yet to prove you'll do whatever it takes." Back to Natsu and Zankro's fight. Natsu inhaled deeply, the returning magic reigniting his flames. He grinned, wiping blood from his mouth. "That was a lucky shot. You better thank your buddy for that, 'cause it's not happening again. I'm gonna kick your ass." Natsu growled, his fists igniting in brilliant red fire that burned so hot at the edges began to turn blue. Zankro laughed maniacally, his black flames spiraling around his body like writhing serpents. "Hey, for what? Teaching you weaklings a lesson. I should be charging you for this." He thrust a hand forward, a jet of black flames surging toward Natsu. Natsu braced himself and lunged through the flames, the black fire scorching his skin with every step. The searing pain clawed at his nerves, threatening to break his stride, but he didn't falter. He burst through the firestorm, his body steaming from the burns, and swung his flaming fist at Zankro. "You're gonna need something hotter than that to take me down," Natsu roared, his fist colliding with Zankro's jaw in a fiery explosion. Zankro's head snapped to the side, his grin widening as he staggered back, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Finally, he growled, his eyes alight with a crazed frenzy. "Let's make this hurt." His black flames surged, coating his arms as he charged forward with reckless abandon. Their fists collided again and again, each strike a violent explosion of red and black fire. The flames weren't just weapons, they were predators, tearing into their skin, eating away at their flesh. The air filled with the sickening smell of burning muscle, the heat so intense that it warped the ground beneath their feet. "Fire Dragon's Iron Fist," Natsu roared, his knuckles slamming into Zankro's ribs with a fiery burst that sent the Godslayer skidding back, his boots carving trenches into the scorched earth. Zankro coughed, spitting blood, but his manic grin never wavered. "You think that's enough to stop me? I've been forged in fire far hotter than yours, lizard boy." He lunged back into the fray, his black flames twisting into jagged blades. Fire God's Flame Slash. Natsu barely dodged, the black flames grazing his arm and leaving a raw, bleeding burn. He gritted his teeth against the pain and retaliated with a spinning kick. Fire Dragon's Talon. His foot connected with Zankro's shoulder, the impact cracking bone as the Godslayer was sent hurtling into a smoldering tree stump. Zankro slammed into the debris, coughing violently. He staggered to his feet, his body trembling from pain, but his flames burned hotter than ever. "Impressive," he said, his voice hoarse. "But let's see how you handle this." He thrust both hands forward, a spiraling vortex of black fire erupting from his palms. Fire God's Rage. The flames tore through the clearing like a living storm, the black fire devouring everything in its path. Natsu planted his feet, inhaling deeply as the wave of flames bore down on him. Natsu's chest swelled as he absorbed the black flames, his body glowing with an intensity that made his burns flare in agony. His throat felt like it was tearing apart from the raw power he consumed, but he forced himself to stand tall, his flames reigniting in a blaze of crimson fury. Zankro's eyes widened in shock. "What? You shouldn't be able to eat my flames." God flames are the highest order of flame magic. Natsu exhaled sharply, his flames roaring to life as blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. I'm not that good at history, he rasped, his voice strained like her burnt his throat, but I remember Levi saying dragons were considered living gods. And my dad, Igneal, was the king of the fire dragons. Before Zancro could respond, Natsu inhaled deeply again. Fire dragons roar. A torrent of brilliant red fire erupted from his mouth, the flames tearing through the air with unrelenting force. Zancro's grin returned as he opened his mouth and devoured the attack, his black flames surging even brighter. He threw his head back, laughing wildly. What's a king to a god? The two clashed once more, their flames burning hotter and brighter with each strike. Every punch, every kick, every burst of fire left searing wounds on their bodies. Their skin blistered, their muscles screamed, but neither fighter relented. The clearing became a furnace of pain and fury, the ground beneath them cracking under the sheer heat. Fire gods bellow, Zancro roared, unleashing a massive wave of flames that tore through the ground. Natsu leapt into the air, flames spiraling around his fists as he descended through the black flames, the divine fire burning him. Natsu's flames however shielded him from the worst however. Fire dragon's crushing fang, Natsu shouted, slamming his fiery fists into Zancro's shoulder with enough force to fracture bone. Zancro snarled in pain but retaliated with a savage uppercut, his black flames tearing into Natsu's side. Natsu cried out as the black flames burned through his dragon flesh, but he pushed through the agony, his fists reigniting. You're not gonna win, he roared, his voice raw but defiant. Zancro wiped some blood dripping from his mouth, his black flames reigniting as well. You think this is enough to stop me? I'm a god slayer. I'll burn you to ash. Zancro yelled. The godslayer thrust his hands out forward as a magic circle appeared. A dark fiery beam of blazing fire resembling a dragon raced towards Natsu, however Natsu blocked by igniting his flame aura to the burst. His reddish-orange flames flickered blue as Natsu withstood with conviction as he steadied himself. Natsu's body was trembling from the pain of being burned all over for the first time, but with this pain his flames burned stronger than ever before. Suddenly Natsu's flames retreated inward, his body glowing with an eerie brilliance as he concentrated all his magic within himself. What are you? Zancro's words were cut off as Natsu charged, his body a living comet of fire bursting through the black beam of fire. Zancro was still shooting off, Fire Dragon King's destruction fist. Natsu's punch connected with Zancro's chest. At first it was just a kinetic punch destroying Zancro's rib cage and making the blonde-haired wizard cough up blood before the blonde could be sent off flying with just kinetic force. All of the fire magic Natsu focused inside him he let off at the point that was his fist. The resulting explosion of fire consumed the battlefield in a blinding flash of light and heat. Zancro screamed as the flames tore through him, unable to inhale the fire properly due to his punctured lungs. The raw power of that last attack shattered his defenses, leaving the once fierce Godslayer crumpled on the ground, motionless. When the smoke cleared, Natsu stood tall, his body steaming from burns and exhaustion, but his flames burned brightly as he let off a roar into the sky signaling his victory. As Igneal had taught him, dragons did it after a fierce battle. He looked toward Wendy and the others, catching a quick glimpse of Erza's fight that seemed to be wrapping up, a weak but triumphant grin spreading across his face. Back with Erza, Azuma raised a trembling hand, and the glow surrounding Wendy and the exceeds intensified. If you hesitate for even a moment, they die, he said, his voice a mix of exhaustion and menace. You must fight to kill, Erza Scarlet. There is no other way. To save the world from darkness like myself and Grimoire Heart. Erza's breath hitched, her body trembling from pain and rage. She switched into her fairy armor, golden light radiating from her form. Her sword glowed brilliantly, its edge keen and unyielding. You've taken this far enough, Azuma. I will not let you harm them. She charged, her blade slashing through the wall of branches Azuma summoned in desperation. Each swing of her sword sent shockwaves through the battlefield, her strikes cutting through wood, magic, and the very earth itself. Azuma tried to retaliate, summoning explosions of magical energy, but Erza pressed forward, her momentum unstoppable. "You will kill for the sake of others even though you staunchly believe in life," Azuma said, his voice soft and almost reverent as Erza closed the distance. "How beautiful." Erza's blade slashed through his final defense, carving a path straight to his chest. With one final, devastating strike, she drove her sword through his torso, blood pouring from the wound in a torrent of crimson. Azuma gasped, his body trembling as he collapsed to his knees. Erza stood over him, her sword slick with blood, her breath ragged. Azuma coughed, blood staining his lips, but his grin remained. "Well done, Titania. You've proven the strength of your heart." As life left his body, Azuma began to glow, his form transforming into bark and branches. A moment later, a towering tree stood in his place, its roots sprawling across the ruined clearing. The prison holding Wendy, Happy, Carla, and Panther Lily crumbled, releasing them gently to the ground. Erza fell to her knees, her sword slipping from her grasp as exhaustion and pain overtook her. She glanced toward her freed comrades, relief washing over her as tears stung her eyes. "It's over," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. Above her, the tree that had once been Azuma stood tall and silent, forever a solemn reminder of the lengths she would go to protect her guild, her family. The forest was eerily silent after the battles, the lingering heat from the flames and the faint scent of scorched earth the only reminders of the chaos that had unfolded. Erza trudged forward in her giant armor, her massive form carrying Wendy and the Exceeds safely in her arms. Happy flew alongside her, hovering protectively near Wendy, while Natsu limped beside them, his steps unsteady but resolute. "That battle must have been intense, Natsu," Erza said, her voice softer than usual. She glanced down at him, worry flickering in her eyes as she took in the burns and cuts that marred his body. "I never imagined the day you would be able to be burned." Quote. Natsu grinned, his voice hoarse but full of that same unyielding fire. "I'm glad I got to face a challenge like that," he said, his tone unusually serious. "It just proves that I've stepped into a new level of power, one where I can stand by your side as an equal, Erza." Quote. The sincerity in his voice caught her off guard, and for a moment, she looked away, feeling heat rise to her face. She quickly masked it, her expression returning to its usual calm. "Natsu," Erza paused, making sure her composure was intact before continuing. Her giant form loomed over him as she looked down, the faintest smile tugging at her lips. "You're definitely worthy of being called an S-class mage. I know the exams have been cancelled, but I will petition the master on your behalf to be promoted anyway." "You and Gray have way to ruin it, Erza," Natsu interrupted, his fiery spirit flaring up despite his injuries. "I'm way stronger than that popsicle. Stripper wouldn't stand a chance against an S-class wizard like me, that's a fact." Quote. Erza raised an eyebrow at his outburst but said nothing, simply observing him as he limped forward, his hands clenched into fists. Despite his bravado, his body still trembled from the pain of his burns, but his determination burned brighter than ever. "If you say so," Erza replied with a faint smirk, her tone laced with amusement. Natsu's ability to bounce back, no matter how dire the situation, was always something she admired. As the group continued walking, a soft murmur came from Erza's arms. Wendy's eyes fluttered open, her expression groggy but quickly sharpening as she took in her surroundings. "Erza, Natsu, what happened?" she asked weakly, her voice filled with concern. "You did well, Wendy," Erza reassured her. "You can rest now, we're safe." But Wendy shook her head, a determined expression overtaking her features. "No, I can't rest, not when you're all hurt." She placed her hands together, summoning the light of her healing magic. "I'll fix everyone up." The warm glow of Wendy's magic spread over Natsu first, his burns and cuts closing rapidly as she worked. He sighed in relief, rolling his shoulders. "Thanks, Wendy, I needed that." Quote. She moved on to heal the Exceeds, who stretched and fluttered their wings gratefully. Happy beamed at her. "You're amazing, Wendy." Erza watched with quiet pride as Wendy tended to everyone, even offering to heal the minor scratches Erza had sustained. "You've grown so much, Wendy," she said softly, the weight of her earlier battle lifting slightly. "You're truly one of us." Once everyone was patched up, they resumed their trek toward Fairy Tale's emergency meeting point. Erza walked at the front in her usual armor and skirt, her gaze sharp as ever. Natsu followed, his usual limp gone but his energy somewhat subdued. Wendy and the Exceeds moved alongside them, quiet but alert, the tension in the air impossible to ignore. Their march was interrupted by a sudden red blast ripping through the forest ahead of them, cutting a violent path through the trees before detonating in the sky. The explosion sent a rush of heat over the group, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. The blast was followed by a deafening boom, the sound reverberating through the air like a thunderclap. "What the heck was that?" Natsu exclaimed, his fists igniting instinctively. The heat hadn't faded when another shockwave rippled through the forest. A low, ominous rumble filled the air, followed by the sound of trees snapping and crashing as though an unseen force was obliterating everything in its path. "That's no ordinary magic," Erza said, her voice tense. She stopped in her tracks, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Two enormous magical presences. One of them, her brow furrowed. "I recognize it." Natsu's flames flared briefly, his instincts sharpened by the tension. "Recognize it? Who's that strong?" Erza's voice grew quieter, her expression grim. "The heavier presence, it's Nagato's. I'd recognize it anywhere. He's here." The group froze, her words settling like a weight over them. Wendy looked up at Erza, her wide eyes filled with concern. "Nagato, your brother, what's he doing on Tenro Island?" "Good question," Panther Lily said, his tone measured. "If Nagato's here, it can't be a coincidence." Quote, "Maybe he's chasing Grimoire Heart," Carla suggested, her voice steady but thoughtful. "That would make sense, given how much destruction they've caused. Or maybe he's after Zirf," Panther Lily added. "If Zirf is truly on this island, someone like Nagato would take notice." Wendy hesitated before speaking, glancing at Erza nervously. "Could he be here to protect you? Maybe he's keeping an eye on you after everything that happened at the Tower of Heaven." Quote, Erza remained silent, her eyes narrowing as she stared into the distance, where the magical signatures clashed with devastating force. "Or," Natsu said with a laugh, "he's here to mess with us. Maybe he's bored and wants to show off how strong he is." Quote, "Or he's here to eat all our food," Happy chimed in, flapping his wings energetically. "I'd totally do that if I were him." Carla rolled her eyes. "Do you two ever take anything seriously?" Erza's glare silenced Natsu and Happy instantly. Her expression hardened, her tone sharp. "This isn't a joke. Nagato doesn't act without purpose. If he's here, it's for something important." Natsu shrugged but smirked. "I dunno, Erza. Maybe he's wandering around yelling, 'Ceastir,' trying to find you." Erza's hand twitched, and for a moment, Natsu thought she might actually draw her sword. Instead, she sighed, shaking her head. "Enough. Whatever his reason, it doesn't matter right now. Our priority is to regroup with the others and ensure the guild's safety." Wendy nodded, her expression resolute. "Erza's right. The guild has to come first." Happy, hovering nearby, tilted his head. "But he's your brother, don't you want to know who he's fighting? Shouldn't we check it out?" Erza's gaze shifted toward the horizon, where the distant roars and crashes continued. Her voice softened but held firm resolve. "Curiosity can wait. Happy, we are in a state of emergency. Making sure the guild is all right is number one. We'll deal with whatever Nagato is doing when the time comes." "Aye, sir," Happy said with a salute as he flew in the air behind the group as they made their way towards the meeting location. Thanks for watching.